very successful, and we're looking forward on the week going forward. The golf course was built, the construction started in '68, and it was actually finished in '74, and the club existed for quite a while, and it was revamped in 2004 by the well-known Peter Matkiewicz and Dale Hayes, and we are still honoured to play on the same golf course, obviously with improvements as we went along, and a very enjoyable golf course. The course is in a magnificent condition due to our course maintenance people and our superintendent, and we are all enjoying every minute of it. We do 50,000 rounds plus per annum, and we have currently about 753 members, but we're running a junior facility as well, whereby we have about 150 juniors playing golf. There again, trying to accommodate all aspects. A very important additional aspect is that the disabled golf, the SA Disabled Golf is associated with Waterkloof Golf Club, and those members are all members here, and they also play their golf here.
So I always put one.
You know, the staff starts at 5 o'clock in the morning, and they do their jobs before a tournament like this. They tee off at 7 o'clock. By then, the golf course is prepared on a professional basis, presenting it on a professional basis back to the players, and I hope they enjoy every minute of it.
Hi, I'm Jason Shield, Head of Sponsorships at Betway Africa. From a partnership perspective, we are just thrilled to be a part of the Betway Big Easy Tour. You know, for us, it's really fantastic to be able to give a chance and to be able to just lay the platform down for so many of these golfers to take the next step within their golfing careers. You know, for some of these players to come out here and to win Sunshine Tour cards is really what it's about for us. So success of this partnership for us is essentially us just enabling the next generation of golfers to enable them to win their tour cards. So it's been a fantastic season, you know, to see some of the guys, some of the scores that they made, some of the first-time winners that we've had on tour has been fantastic. And just from Betway's side, we wish them all the very best for this weekend, and best of luck taking that next. Step within their careers.
Sean?
Like I said again, for us it's reinvesting into sport, it's investing into those communities in which we operate. So obviously when Thomas came to us and asked us to be involved with the Betway Big Easy Tour, that aligned with our strategic goals and kind of their objectives, so we're really happy to be involved, and long may that continue. So our partnership hopefully just goes from strength to strength. Like I said, we've been a part of the Sunshine Tour for the last 7 years. We are currently in conversations with the tour to say, you know, where can we stay involved, where can we help, and where can we keep adding value. As obviously a big investor in South African sport, it's really important for us to stay involved. So yeah, the conversation is obviously ongoing. We just need to all align from a strategic, objective perspective, and hopefully long may that continue.
My name is Ludik Manyama. and I'm the tournament director for the Big Easy Tour. I've been doing my job that I love so much for the past 21 years, and here we are at the final of the Big Easy Tour. Big Easy is very important for the Sunshine Tour, as it's a stepping stone for the guys to come compete in the highest level to qualify, because at the end of the day they get 12 cars to play in the main tour. It's very, very important to see young players playing in, and as we choose such golf courses to showcase.
Sound's gone off. Cool.
Perfect.
Thank you.
When the broadcast starts, do you want me to say anything like an introduction? Okay, awesome. Hey!
How are you? Nice to meet you.
struggled to fill some of the four balls. Can you believe it? Some fucking oaks didn't pitch.
No way.
Some amateurs.
Some amateurs, some political.
Can I sneak in your car and come with you?
Imagine not turning up for that, eh? Like, of all things. But you can Uber. Then they drop you near the school. I think they drop you near State City School. Yeah. I'm struggling to read some of this, hey, but this will
This is
be
my
it.
introduction.
I'm gonna let you live if you take the lead. When you should earn it. tours. I'll say hi, guys. Thanks for having me today. Bring the broadcast. That's right.
Okay, last cue. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the conclusion of the 2025-2026 Betway Big Easy season. My name is Ricky Handler, and joining me today is Harry Conner. We're going to bring you all the live action today at the beautiful water club. Where it is being needed to catch the leader. A strong fleet of international players, Daniel Cormier is leading the pack at 14 under. His closest competitor today will be Oliver Norton, sitting at 13 under. Making a score of 11 under. Jack Van der Merwe is a three-time winner this season, leading the group of players sitting at -10, which include Leon Visser, Jake Bolton, and Andrew Sayer, just to one. Big day away.
Cheers, Ricky. Said it much better myself. Got a really exciting day of action ahead of us. Lots of storylines. I'm excited to be part of the action. So when are you saying this? Let's do it, boy.
When he brings me
Test.
Testing. Ricky, can you hear me? Hello.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the conclusion of the 2025-2026 Betway Big Easy season. My name is Ricky Handler, and joining me today is a professional golfer who is actually sitting 5th on the order of merit himself, Harry Conner.
Yeah, thanks for having me today, guys. Very excited. Got a great day of golf ahead of us.
We're going to bring you all the live action today at the beautiful Waterkloof Country Club, where birdies will be needed to catch the leader. With a strong fleet of international players, Daniel Cormier is leading the pack of 14 under par. His closest competitors today will be Oliver Goldhill, sitting at 13 under after an unbelievable day 161, making a score of 11 under par. Jack van der Merwe, who is a 3-time winner this season, is leading the group of players sitting at 10 under par. This includes Leon Visser, Jake Bolton, and the ever so young Tristan Leonard. A big day awaits them as they are trying to win the final event of the season. Stay tuned and follow along as we are going to bring you all the action today. Who can make a name for themselves and prove to be worthy of the ever so rewarding Sunshine Tour card that is available for the leading 12 players on the order of merit concluding play today. Every player in the field has dreamed of getting that tour card and starting their professional career on the Sunshine Tour. You know what they say, Harry, greatness begins here. If you take a look at the leaderboard, you've got Joe Sullivan sitting number 1 on the order of merit with 1,265 points after 16 events. You've got the 3-time winner, Jack van der Merwe, sitting at 920 points after 15 events. We've got some common names. Harry Connick here, sitting next to me. He's 5th on the order of merit. We've got Dylan Germegees having a great season, sitting at 7th. Tristan Leonard, the young 22-year-old. Travis Proctor sitting at 9th. And Keon Rose, a former Clemson University golfer.
Yeah, so obviously top 12 guys getting their Sunshine Tour cards this year, so there's a lot to play for. As you can see, Ulrich currently is in that coveted number 12 spot on 401 points, but there's going to be a lot of really interesting storylines that are going to develop over the day. I know Jake Bolton, for example, he needs a tied 3rd or better, as I've calculated it, to secure a card. And as it stands, he's inside that place.
We've got Austin Chiricella, he teed off early this morning. Tyrone Ryan, who is also currently on the Sunshine Tour player, having a nice benefit of playing on the Big Easy season in your rookie year. He's taking advantage of that. Philip Geertz from Italy, sitting at 24th of the order of merit. We've got Leon Visser, who's also a previous Sunshine Tour player. He knows what he needs to do today, get back his tour card. Got Albie Bushhoff, Richard Hubert, Ronald Rogamayo, and Adam Breen sitting at 30th.
Yeah, I think it's a great leaderboard, great order of merit, so many different nationalities playing this year.
Yeah, Harry, I think it's going to be a great day of action. I think the players out there know what they need to do. Waterkloof is a very open golf course, providing a lot of birdie opportunities for the players. I think some guys are going to come out and start firing at the pins. It's been a bit of rain, so the course is also playing a bit soft, so really the players can just take dead aim out there today and try and get in with the score. We're going to take you to the greenskeeper here, who's going to talk about the lovely course and the lovely greens that he maintains all year long.
I'm Drickus Nieuwoud. I'm the greenkeeper here at Waterkloof Golf Club. For us, preparation starts day to day. We try to keep the golf course tournament ready every single day, but of course there's a lot of attention to detail put in and a bit more work on the greens to be done for a tournament like this to be hosted. My opinion, the signature hole is the 9th hole. Just the way it plays, it's quite a long par 4, and the green being a bit slopey, it's quite difficult green as well. So with the length combined with the green, I think it's make it a unique Waterkloof hole. Like I said, for us, we try to keep the golf course tournament ready. We just had club champs over the weekend. So our members was pretty happy with the condition of the course. So just to keep up with the green speed, make them nice and firm, fast, that's what our members like. So with the build up of this, it's all in favor of our members. We got a bit of rain on the weekend and prior to that, so the greens are a little bit soft, but they're running true, they're running pretty fast. So the guys can expect pretty good greens, overall good conditions. Course looking very well at the moment, due to rain helping a bit as well. So yeah, I think the guys gonna have an enjoyable week coming up.
Great to hear from the greenskeeper there at Waterkloof and his opinion on the course and what the members think.
Yeah, I've played Waterkloof a lot. We've been lucky enough to play many tournaments there. And one thing I can say about it is the condition is always pretty exceptional. As you can see, the tee boxes are nice and tight, beautifully cut, but the standout part of the golf course is the greens.
Harry, you were there earlier in the week, teeing off actually. Do you want to maybe talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, so I suffered a pretty bad injury almost 5 months ago. Gave it a go this week. Got off to a nice start. Was actually 3 under through 5, and then that was me done. The leg couldn't quite manage to walk yet, but it was just nice to get back out there and catch up with all the guys and get the competitive juices flowing again.
As you can see on the screen, ladies and gentlemen, we're showing you the leaderboard heading into today. Some people have already teed off, but this is as it stands right now. Got Brandon Gildenhay sitting there at 10th. Jaden Delto, both of them sitting at 7 under. Theron Nels sitting at 1 under. Philip Geert shooting 2 under yesterday, sitting at level par. I was actually taking a quick look at the leaderboard now, and Ronald Ruggemeyer's come off to a hot final round start, 4 under through 5.
Obviously, there's a lot of different scenarios, Ricky, this week. Let's say you're someone who's not going to be able to get the...
Here, we'll get to that now, Harry. Match 13, as you can see on the screen, will be leading by Tristan Leonard. Joining him will be Jake Bolton, both of them sitting at 10 under, 4 shots off the lead.
Next group, we've got the big hitting Leon Visser, previous Sunshine Tour player, and Jacques van der Merwe, both sitting pretty on 10 under par. Jacques won 3 times already this season and looking to become the first player in Big Easy Tour history to get 4 wins.
Yeah, he must be feeling quite good about himself going into today, riding on a lot of confidence.
Fellow left-hander as well, Rix.
Yeah, great to see the lefties out there getting on tour. We need more. More the merrier. Match 15 will include Oliver Goldhill and the leading player, Daniel Cronier. Oliver's quite a play, Harry. He's come out this season and shot 10 under multiple times, which I haven't seen in a long time. And then we've got Daniel Cronier, who's had a very successful year, Sunshine Tour and Big Easy Tour. So I'm excited to see those two battle it out today.
Green's rolling beautifully this morning already. Oh, 20-footer to start the day. Matt Miller. Shout out Matt Miller. He's from Devon, England, where I'm from. Takes him to 7 under par.
Here we've got the beautiful first hole. You see Brandon Gildenhay carrying his bag in the back there. First hole features a bit of a dog leg right, par 4. Want to get the ball in the fairway and you can control the spin coming into the green for your second shot. Brandon Gildenhay and Jaden Delto.
Yeah, great little player, Jaden. I've played with him a few times this year. Got really good control of his golf ball. He's got a great short game and a good head on his shoulders. So I think he's almost got his Sunshine Tour card locked up. And yeah, I expect some good things from him on tour this year.
Yeah, Jaden will be needing a strong campaign today. I'm sure he's going to be a little bit tense just around the bubble, sitting at number 11 on the order of the merit. See, hit his tee shot a little bit left here. Let's see what he can do coming into the green. The pin today on the first is quite an accessible pin. 18 paces from the front of the green, sitting in the middle. Might actually be a bit of an advantage, Harry, coming from the rough. Not have to worry about the backspin.
I also think on the first hole you always want to keep it up the left. It kind of opens the green up no matter which pin position. If you're in the right rough coming over the bunker, it's a really difficult shot.
Let's see what he can do here. Looks like he's got about 130 to 140 in. Probably something like a pitching wedge in his hand. Nice little hold'll finish there.
Oh, dancing all over the flag early on.
Great shot and a great opportunity to birdie the first and get off to a great start for Jaden Deltal.
Second into the first. Should have about 80.
Bit of a tense day for Brandon, sitting at 16th off the order merit. It's a pretty good shot. Would have enjoyed some spin back, but he's going to have about 25 foot to negotiate for his birdie.
Yeah. He's going to need something really low today to get himself up into that top 12 on the order of merit.
Yeah, you almost think he probably needs to come solo second or... yeah, something around there, sitting at 16th. Needs all the points he can get. Here we have the leaderboard. Like we said earlier, starting the day in the lead is Daniel Cronier.
Yeah, Matt Miller's broken into the top 10 of the leaderboard. He also needs a seriously low one today, but you can't birdie them all if you don't birdie the first, eh, Riggs?
Correct, Harry. Matt's sitting at 18th on the order of merit and, like you said, needs a great day ahead. See the second page of the leaderboard. Couple guys birding their first couple, like Uli. He's such an experienced player. He's been on the Sunshine Tour for many years. Uli actually turned professional in 1999. He's 40 years old. So you got to think he's the most experienced player in the field right now.
Yeah, he's got a lot of experience, been doing this a long time. He'll know what he has to do.
Going back to the first green there, we've got Brandon Gildenays lining up his first putt of the day. Will be nice to roll that one in and start with a birdie. Try and get that hot hand early in the day.
Yeah, on this golf course you can get off to a pretty good start. One's a good chance. And then second hole's a par 5, kind of hang on through 3, and there's a few more chances coming up. We've seen some really low scoring this week already, and I expect to see more of the same today.
From my own experience, Harry, I find the greens are very undulated and probably the most defense that the course has.
Yeah, definitely. Depends where they put the pins, but you can leave yourself some very difficult putts that you have to be very defensive on. So
almost got to just work on dying them in. Stress-free tap-ins. Little bonus if it goes in. This one swing big from the left. Got to match the pace and speed and pace and line. Oh, was a pretty good stroke to start the day. Won't be too upset with that. How's that flow, Harry?
yeah, we like the haircut actually. Quite a lot
Nice
going
shirt.
on. Over to Jaden. He's got about 6 foot. He'd love to start the day with a birdie.
Jaden actually has fellow competitor, good amateur golfer on his bag, Jonathan Wilsnatch. Must help to have someone on the bag that can read the greens and give you some extra confidence, Harry.
Yeah, definitely. Not only having a good caddy, but having a friend on the bag, I think, is really important for some of the younger guys. You know, it doesn't always help a younger guy having a older, more experienced caddy. Sometimes they just want to have a bit of a laugh out there.
See if he can get off to a hot start here. A little bit from the left, just got to watch out for the pace. Alright, well, not the worst start for the boys. See if they can go to that par 5 and take advantage.
Here we've got Joe Sullivan, fellow Englishman, leading the Order of Merit. He's had a incredibly successful year so far, and I actually got to catch up with him yesterday and ask him a bit about his year. Obviously you want to go into a year and have great success and consistency, but even he said he was a little bit surprised at how well it's gone in his first year as a professional on a tour. He's alongside big Adam Breen. Adam's sitting at 30th on the Order of Merit, so he needs to win or come second, I think, to have a chance of getting his card.
For Adam, it's almost play really well, get some confidence, probably has Q School coming up in 2 weeks. Never really expect to win, but who knows, maybe it'll happen for him. We've got some nice caddies on the bag there, very experienced. We've got the sponsors down on the screen. Just want to give a huge shout out to them. Thanks Betway, Ultron, DNI. Thanks for sponsoring the Betway Big Easy Tour, giving them an opportunity to play, make their way on tour, and try and get on the Sunshine Tour. Without you guys, none of this would be possible.
Yeah, I can definitely say from my own experience this year, it's been a great pathway to the Sunshine Tour. We've had more events put on this year, better prize money, and it's a great place to learn your trade.
100%, and Betway love being involved with golf in South Africa, and just another huge shout out to them.
Adam's just having a look in Joe's bag, checking out what clubs he's got.
Now Adam loves a bit of equipment. I actually noticed the other day that he was using an Epic driver in the bag, which is a bit of an older model.
You'll see pretty much everyone tee off with driver on the first today. Shortish par 4, fairly wide, can give it a bit of a whack. As long as you avoid the bunkers up the right, keeping it up the left side is the main priority. Give yourself a good angle in.
See the little live leaderboard on the bottom left. You've got Heinz Stroh, who's actually still an amateur. That's why you see the A next to his house, is next to his name. He's starting the day at 6 under and 14th. Guys on the first, just waiting for everyone to clear up in the fairway, and then they'll give it a bash.
Actually, spoke to Joe and he said he's changed coach. You know, when a player's been playing so well, you sometimes wonder why they would change coach, but he wants a coach out here that he can see in person more regularly, which I think is very understandable. And yeah, he's been working on a few things. He wants to fade it a little bit more than he has been doing. Here we go. First tee shot of the last event of the year.
Predicting a low one for him today, Harry.
Yeah, Joe Sullivan's normally pretty good in the final round. Noticed he's had a lot of low scores. He's got nothing to lose today. He just wants to try and win the Order of Merit, but he's got his Sunshine Tour card and he's going to try and take it low. Don't be surprised to see something in the mid-60s from him today.
Couldn't see where that ended up, but maybe a little left rough. Don't think Adam has the power to carry those bunkers with a little lower ball flight, so definitely trying to keep us up the left.
Also looks like it's a little bit up the left.
Yeah, just left
nothing
rough.
wrong with that. Good angle.
Definitely be able to attack the pin from there. For everyone following in now, later in the morning, we're at Waterkloof Country Club, and this is the final round of the Big Easy Tour Finals. We're going to bring you to Gerard Lombard, who's the captain at Waterkloof Country Club. Let's hear what he has to say.
Hi, my name is Gerard Lombard. I'm the general manager at Waterkloof Golf Club, and we are honored to host the Betway Only Else or Big Easy tournament for the week. We just finished our Pro-Am, very successful, and we're looking forward on the week going forward. The golf course was built, the construction started in '68, and it was actually finished in '74, and the club existed for quite a while, and it was revamped in 2004 by the well-known Peter Matkiewicz and Dale Hayes, and we are still honored to play on the same golf course, obviously with improvements as we went along, and a very enjoyable golf course. The course is in a magnificent condition due to our course maintenance people and our superintendent, and we are all enjoying every minute of it. We do 50,000 rounds plus per annum, and we have currently about 753 members, but we're running a junior facility as well, whereby we have about 150 juniors playing golf. There again, trying to accommodate all aspects. A very important additional aspect is that the disabled golf, the SA Disabled Golf, is associated with Waterkloof Golf Club, and those members are all members here, and they also play their golf here. You know, the staff starts at 5 o'clock in the morning, and they do their jobs before a tournament like this. They tee off at 7 o'clock. By then, the golf course is prepared on a professional basis, presenting it on a professional basis back to the players, and I hope they enjoy every minute of it.
Members, 50,000 rounds annually, and 150 juniors. Established in 1969, Peter Matkiewicz redesigned it with Dale Hayes. They also host the Nomad Boys under 19. And a cool fact is cricketer legend A.B. de Villiers is a member. So shout out to Mr. A.B. de Villiers.
Just looking at the scores so far. Ronald Rogamayo's hottest player on the course right now. 4 under par through 6, thanks to birdies on the first, the second, the fourth and the fifth.
It's quite a start, Harry. He's got to be thinking that he can take it real deep after that.
Yep. Why not? Just back over to Joe Sullivan in the left rough on the first. Seems to be a popular spot so far. He's going to have about 100 left in. Not a bad angle at all. If the lie's okay, there's no reason why he can't hit this close.
Yeah, definitely. Probably has, what, 120 ballpark?
Even a bit less, I think.
Probably just a sand wedge. Yeah, look like a nice confident movement through the ball.
Go
Oh,
in.
and a great start for Joe Sullivan. Set the pace for the day. You can expect to be seeing that all day from him.
Adam Breen's second shot into the first. Only got about 80 metres.
Oh,
Also
what
a
a
cracker.
shot.
Oh, the boys have come out firing. Joe with about 4 foot for birdie and Adam with about 6.
A little bit of local knowledge there from Adam. He knew if he landed on that right section of the green, it would trickle down to that pin. Great play from him. This looks like the opening par 3, Harry.
Yeah, looks like the 6th hole. Another right pin location today. Really undulating green. Off the back tee. It's over 200 metres, so you'll take a 3 and run there.
So we've got the ever so young Brandon Peters, 49 years old. This man also has a lot of an experience. Turned pro in 1994. See if he can save par here on number 6.
Yeah, he secured his Sunshine Tour card for next year. So he's just playing for a few extra points today, trying to build up some confidence for the new season. But pretty impressive what he's done so far.
A little bit from the right.
Great save.
Great putt from Brandon. That'll keep him at level par for the week. And like you said, Harry, he's just playing for some confidence and some points today.
Yeah, definitely. I think, you know, there's so many different scenarios for players playing today. Some guys are literally playing for their card and their future. Sounds dramatic, but honestly, that's what it is. Other guys are trying to win the Order of Merit. Some guys are kind of looking ahead to qualifying school, final stage already. And in that respect, they'll just be trying to play as well as they can today to build up confidence going into that. So everyone out here today is really trying to shoot a low round.
Yeah, we've got Adam here, and I know he's going to Q school in 2 weeks. Hasn't had the best beginning of the season, but seems like he's really starting to play better now, Harry.
Yeah, definitely. When I played my few holes with him the other day, I was paired with him, and his game looked really good. He was hitting it nicely off the tee, putting well, so I'd like to see him get off to a hot start here, and then you never know after that.
Little from the right, looks at about 10 feet up the hill.
Yeah, strange one there. Didn't I thought it was actually going to go slightly to the right, but didn't do much. No harm done. Par on the first.
Keeps him at 8 under par. See if he can get going on the par 5 second.
Joe Sullivan, he's actually leading the tour in most birdies this year, which is a pretty impressive feat. Normally when you're making that many birdies, your golf's in a pretty good place.
100%. You know what you got to work on then, just limiting the mistakes and keeping the bogeys off the scorecard. Actually looked like a pretty good putt. Kind of just stayed there on the left. Was expecting it to wiggle a little bit back, but all in all a solid start for Joe, and that's his day getting started.
Yeah, I can tell by his reaction there, it was just a bit of a misread. He felt like he put a good stroke on that.
Yeah, 100%. And honestly, if you put a good stroke on it and it doesn't go in, at least you can still feel good about everything.
And then if you put a bad stroke on it, you can just blame the greens anyway, Ricky.
A little bit of a dig there. I think he was talking to me personally.
No, I'd never do that, mate. Matt Miller, 2 under through 2.
Daniel Cronier teeing at a 8:56 local time, followed by Oliver Goldhill, Jake Bolton, Tristan Leonard, and Jack van der Merwe, all trying to chase him down today.
All in all, very exciting day of golf. We've got the Betway Big Easy Tour finals, and Live Golf is starting as well over at Staines City. I think it's going to be an incredible event. I was up there last night. I think it's great for South Africa in general. We get a chance to really show off what it's all about. I think South Africa's been a little bit starved of top competition in the last 20 years in terms of bringing all the top players in the world over here. Obviously we get some great players coming over for the DP Tour events, but some of the guys that live, you know, we've got major champions, Hall of Famers, so it looks like it's going to be a great week.
Here we got the second page of the leaderboard. Travis Proctor, Brandon Gildenhayes, Jaden Dalto and Joe Sullivan all sitting at 7 under par, trying to have a low round ahead. Andrew Williamson, I know him quite well. He's also going to be looking for a very confident day, try and take some momentum into Q School in a couple of weeks. Vaughan van der Venter, he's been kind of through the ranks on and off for the last couple of years, getting a Sunshine Tour card and then having to go grind back on the Big Easy Tour. Richard Hubert sitting at 25th, 2 under today so far, so came out shooting. Dylan Germiges, even par through 6, sitting at 3 over par.
Bringing up the rear, Austin Cherenchella, not the week he was hoping for, over from the States, but he'll be looking ahead to final stage of qualifying school, hoping he can join his good friend Joe Sullivan on the Sunshine Tour for the new season.
Where's number 30, Harry?
Number 30 is currently sat in the commentary box with you, Ricky. So I wasn't able to continue this week, unfortunately.
Here we've got the beautiful 17th hole. Definitely one of the featured holes today, Harry. It's a tough hole to negotiate with coming down the stretch.
Nice chip here on the 6th. Yeah, I think the 17th hole's the feature hole on the golf course, really. You know, you're coming to the end of your round. You know, if you can get out of there with a 3, you can attack the par 5. But I've seen many doubles on the 17th. If you hit it in the water, the drop zone's in a pretty testing place, and then you're looking at a 5 straight in the face. Again, if you miss it right, you're chipping, pitching, or hitting a bunker shot back towards the water, which also isn't very pleasant. So yeah, you're just hoping to see something on the green there, 2 putts, and get off with your par.
When I actually talked to Oliver Goldhill and Daniel Cronier, both of them said their favorite hole was the 17th. So trying to take this scary hole of the day face on. We've got Tyron Ryan here on the first from the popular left-hand rough. See if he can stick one close.
Ricky, I actually remember you playing a playoff at Vartacliff on the 17th hole.
Yeah, it went straight in the water and there wasn't anything to say to anyone. It's going to be a tough putt for Tyron Ryan to start the day. Looks like he's got about 15 paces going down the green. It's going to be a lot of undulation to work with. Tyron's had a decent Sunshine Tour campaign this year. He took 5 years off and decided he wanted to get back into professional golf.
Here we got Bradley De Beer. He's hit a massive drive down the first. Couldn't really put it in a better place. Looks like he's only got about 35 metres into the pin. Good angle. He shot 8 under par yesterday to vault himself up the order of merit. Sorry, up the leaderboard. He's going to need another good round today, sitting at 15th on the order of merit.
Geez, that's a big drive, eh, Harry?
That's a big drive. Yeah, that's in the 360 range, I would imagine. He's literally chipping it on here.
Yeah, I mean, to get it down that far with the wet conditions, he's got to be a big hitter. I've never played with him, but it's a very impressive first drive to start the round. Probably got to pitch us halfway up the flag and let it trickle up the right and come down to the pin. Yeah, not bad. I don't think he got the contact he wanted. More of a bump and run.
It's not a bad shot. In a good space. Putting back up the green. Conditions look great today, Ricky.
Yeah, unbelievable. The course, as we've talked about the whole morning, have great green complexes and it always seems to be in great condition. Talk about Bradley's 8 under yesterday. He actually finished with an eagle, and that was with 2 drop shots. Oh, great putt from Philip Geertz up the hill using the broomstick putter. He's also been playing a bit better lately, Harry.
Yeah, good for him to come into some form with qualifying school coming up. It would be great to see him get a card. Do it for the Italian boys.
We've got Bradley and Tyrone here scoping out their first putt of the day. Always want to start with a birdie to get the day going, especially when you have a nice inviting hole like number 1 at Waterkloof. See Ty using aim point. He's got two fingers up. Maybe talk about aim point and what that means, Harry. He's got the 2 fingers up. I know you like using aim point.
Yeah, so I started using aim point about a year ago with Sandra over at Royal Johannesburg. She's the aim point lady for South Africa, and it basically involves using your feet to feel how much slope is on the green, and you learn how to feel 1%, 2%, 3%, 4%. You calibrate your arm length. If it's a 1% feel, you put one finger up with your eyes closed, and the edge of your finger should show the point to where you need a putt to. Once you understand it, it's a pretty simple equation, and it's honestly changed my putting. I think it really helps with your process, your routine, and it gives you confidence in something external that you're doing, and it takes away a bit of the pressure from your own stroke because you're just following what your finger shows you, really.
Yeah, so Ty had a 2 up there. Means it turns a good bit from the left. I think he had the line right. Maybe just lacked a little bit of pace. See if we can just clean this up and keep going about of his business. Waiting for someone to make a birdie here, Harry.
Yeah. Boys can't get it in the hole on the first. Maybe there's a lot of break around it. So it is a very sloping green. I did see someone make a birdie on the first the other day. Did you see that, Ricky?
Yeah, I was watching you. See if Bradley De Beer can negotiate. He looks like he's got about 11 foot up the hill. Coming a little bit from the right as we saw earlier. Ooh.
Bobbled early.
Oh.
There we go, Ricky. There's your first.
There's the birdie we needed. We broke the ice, guys.
Just what he needed to start the day. He needs a low one, and no better way to start, really. Heading into the second, the par 5, which he can take advantage of, especially if he gets another drive like the one on the first.
Yeah, 100%. With that kind of distance, he's only going to have a mid-iron coming into the par 5 second.
He's getting the sleeves on, which means the weather's heating up.
Yeah, the weather's been a bit off and on the last couple of days, Harry, but definitely looks like a beautiful day this morning, and it's going to be some great golf out here at Waterkloof Country Club. Everyone trying to get their Sunshine Tour card, and as the saying is, greatness starts here, begins here.
That's a look over to the 11th hole. Downhill par 4, can drive it pretty close, or you can lay back towards the bunkers and leave yourself a wedge shot to leave yourself a bit more control.
Yeah, I've always found with this 11th hole, I'm better off hitting it an iron off the tee, because then I can control the spin better coming in. I've hit a couple drives up the right there and have walked off the hole with an angry bogey. Maybe even in our Team Champs competition that we played together once upon a time.
I do remember that very clearly, Ricky. I insisted on hitting an iron off the tee to leave you a full shot in, which you adamantly disagreed with.
Live and we learn. You can see on the screen, follow us on our socials, Sunshine Tour, the YouTube streaming today that we are using. We're on Facebook, Twitter, which is now called X. Follow along the Betway Big Easy tournament today.
Yeah, and feel free to get involved on the live chat as well, guys. If there's any questions you want to ask us, fire them in.
Hole 6, par 3, 208 meters, Von van de Venter.
Wow.
It's a great shot.
What a shot.
Hits the ball very high, so you can expect to see a lot of his shots stopping pretty quickly into the greens, especially when they're a bit soft.
Birdie on the 6th. A lot of people would pay some decent money for that today, picking up at least a shot on the field.
100%. Definitely one of the harder par 3s on the golf course. All the par 3s seem to be pretty challenging actually out here, Harry. If you can play them level or better, I think you're going to have a pretty decent round. There's some really good scoring opportunities on the par 4s and par 5s.
Yeah, definitely. There's plenty of room off the tee here at Waterkloof. You know you're going to have birdie opportunities, eagle chances on the par 5s.
6, Uli with the yellow ball. See if he can roll one in from the left. A little bit shy. Uli plays with a lot of charisma. You can kind of see what the result is without looking at the ball.
Final groups are just getting ready.
Final round leaderboard we've got up here. Matt Miller, Tyron Ryan, Bradley DeBeer, Brandon Gildenhays on the golf course right now, all within 3 holes. Daniel Cronier, the leading player today, teeing off at 8:56, starting the day on 14 under par with Oliver Goldhill, Jake Bolton, Tristan Leonard, Jack van der Merwe and Leon Visser chasing.
I mean, looking at the leaderboard today, Ricky, got 2 guys who are a little bit out in front. Do you think they're too far ahead of the guys on 10 under?
To be honest, when I did talk to them and a couple of the other leading players, everyone kind of said the goal or what they think the winning score will be is 20 under. And to be honest, it's going to take a very, very special round for anyone besides those leading 2 to catch 20.
I don't think they'll need as low as 20 today.
What's your prediction for the day? Let's see.
I think if anyone can get to 17 or 18, that should be there or thereabouts.
Yeah, no, I do like 17. I think 17 might be a playoff. I think if someone can get 18 or lower, they have a good chance of taking the title.
Amazing scoring, really, isn't it, for 3 rounds of golf? It just shows the depth and the strength of South African golf at the moment.
100%, and because of guys like Jake Bolton right here on your screen, we've got a lot of internationals coming to play the Sunshine Tour. So many good opportunities, and you can come start off on the Big Easy Tour, the Betway Big Easy Tour, and make your name for yourself.
Yeah, just a little bit about Jake. Friend of mine from England. He had a glittering amateur career, won the Scottish, played on the Walker Cup team, and then he really struggled in his first 4 years as a pro, but he finally made his breakthrough a couple months ago on the Big Easy Tour, and I think it's given him a lot of confidence. I spoke to him last night. He asked me what place I think he needs to come. Fortunately, my dad has made a spreadsheet, and he needs a T3 or better this week to get his Sunshine Tour card. So this is one of the cool storylines for me today. So we'll be keeping a close eye on him.
Awesome. Bolton, second shot into 1, wants to get off to a hot start. In the fairway, let's see if he can land something around the pin and control the spin.
How nervous is he today, do you think, Ricky? Or do you think it's more of a case of, well, I've got to go out and have a good round, and if I do that, happy days?
Yeah, I mean, not a great shot coming into the first, but I also think he knows what he needs to do today, which always helps. I'd prefer to know.
Yeah.
And he also knows that if he doesn't do what he needs to do, he has another chance in 2 weeks.
Yeah, for sure. That's the right mindset and attitude. It's not like he's trying to hold on to a place. He's trying to get his spot.
Jeez, and we see another big drive here by Tristan Leonard. I mean, he's a powerhouse. When I spend time with him, I mean, I've known him for a couple of years, but he's really put on a lot of muscle lately, and it looks like he's in contention for a really good spot this season, and I think he'll do well on the Sunshine Tour.
Yeah, Tristan actually suffered a similar injury to me last year, ruptured ligaments in his ankle. I spoke to him last night, a bit about his recovery and his rehab and how he's had to adapt his game a little bit to that injury, but he's actually come back stronger, to be honest. His run of results the last few weeks have been brilliant.
Yeah, and to be able to drive the ball that long, there can't be too much pain going on when you're swinging. Not the best pitch shot for him. That'll just trickle off to about 10 paces past the pin. Was definitely looking to get it a bit closer from there, but it looks like it came out a bit low. Just keep your head out, Tristan. It's going to be a long day, and don't want to waste too much energy on the first.
He's got his Sunshine Tour card secured, so he's just playing for confidence and try and get as close to the top of the leaderboard as possible. He's definitely in with a good look today. Back over to the 6th hole, I believe, the par 3. They've got the tee up a little bit. Here's Kian Rose. He's also fighting for a spot in the top 12.
Oh,
short right. That's going to be a very tricky chip shot.
Almost looked like it kind of held on between the sand and the grass. Might be a bit of an awkward stance, and almost got to worry about contact from there, but luckily straight up the hill. That looked like a pretty flowy swing from Mr. Liebenberg.
Oh, straight down the flag. That must have looked really good.
He's
lead
also around the
himself.
bubble, Harry.
Yeah, just bringing up the order of merit now. He's currently sitting
13th on 384 points. So he's also definitely a part of that storyline today. Can he make a lot of birdies and jump up the leaderboard and get enough points to break into that top 12? You can see how undulated that first green is just by how looks like they're walking up a mountain.
Jake won't be particularly happy with his opening wedge shot. Not sure if you caught it a bit clean, but it's gone all the way to the back edge.
Jeez, and he had 4 fingers up, Harry. I mean, Ty had 2 earlier and took a lot of breaks, so this could be coming out far left.
Yeah, this could be a couple of feet off the left. So he's really just hoping to get this down and to get out of there with a par and move on to the next, really.
100%. If he can do something that allows him to tap in stress-free, definitely contribute to a good day. Starting left, trickling down.
Not a bad effort. Looks like he's left himself about 3 foot back up the hill.
Yeah, definitely a solid putt, and it's always good. And if you have a long putt on the first, to cozy it up there, and you know you've got your pace dialed in, come out and you hit it 6 foot by, you might start worrying about your pace for the day, and maybe you haven't figured out those greens well enough on the practice platform. Keon Rose here, bit of an awkward chip. Almost got to play something up the right and low, and hopefully it checks up and trickles to the pin. Could almost use the fringe, Harry?
Yeah, I think he might have to use the fringe here. Looks like he's changing club, maybe going for a lower lofted option, but I think anything inside 7 foot here is a great shot.
He must be quite tense today, Harry. He's sitting at 11th on the order of merit and T16th right now in the tournament. Needs a strong day.
Yeah, this is not a nice situation to be in. Fighting for your card. I'm sure he's worked out roughly what he needs to do today, but it's going to be birdies, and I think it's a bit out of his control in terms of him not being really in contention in the leaderboard.
Holding it very down the shaft, which definitely will help him with control.
Yeah, as we said, very tough shot. Had to land it in the fringe, and it's rolled about 15 foot past. Right's not a good leave here on this hole to any flag. Greens have sloped severely from right to left. You want to leave it short and left of the pin.
Tristan Leonard on the first. See if he can get off to a hot start. A little bit up the hill. Doesn't have to worry too much about pace. Yeah, great start, young man. I think that one was for par though, Harry.
Yeah, pretty sure I saw his first pitch go about 30 foot par, so that must just be him cleaning up for a par. We'll be a little bit disappointed to have not taken advantage of that drive.
See if we can see a rare birdie here on the 6. Like we said, this man is 13th on the order of merit and needs to make a strong move today. Almost like he'll be playing against Keon Rose all day, eh, Harry?
Oh, that was a great effort. Just didn't keep snapping at the end.
Bit of tension in that group?
I don't think too much. I think it's a little bit out of their hands at the moment. It just depends on guys like Jake, how well they're going to finish today.
For 4, up the hill.
Good solid stroke. Par to start the day, no damage done.
Sitting
On to
at
the
10
next.
under, walking to the second par 5. Carrying his bag. Next season, if he does make it on the Sunshine Tour, Harry, he'll have to take a caddy.
Absolutely.
Big putt here for Keon. Makes this, it almost feels like a birdie walking off the hole. Really want to keep the bogeys off the scorecard today. Looked like a good putt. Maybe just read it a little bit wrong. Well, he cleans up his 4 and he's got some work to do. Mr. Lewis Liebenberg here for par. Hit a great tee shot. Let's see if he can clean it up for 3.
Yeah, 3 pretty good shots on that hole.
Yeah, and you always feel quite good walking off with a par there. You know you've got the scoreable par 5 coming up.
Yeah.
This looks like the hole that I took you off the golf course in the first round. Harry was 3 under, 3-5 like you said, and he just wanted to keep going.
Yeah, I was pretty tempted. There was a few moments where I thought maybe I could manage around, but it was getting too difficult. Here we've got Jacques van der Merwe in the ever popular left rough. He's going for 4 titles this year on the Big Easy Tour. Is there a hot chick over in the left rough, do you reckon, Ricky?
Haha. Definitely seems like it.
No sign of the ball on the green there. Might have caught the bunker or come up just short. Really don't want to start the day with a bogey on the first.
Yeah, if that's in the right-hand side bunker, it's going to be a very tricky up and down.
Jacques playing with the long hitting Leon Visser today. He's had his card on the Sunshine Tour. Wow, as you can see, he's hit it short right of the green.
Oh.
And that's about honestly as good as you can do from over there. As you can see, it's running out to about 25 foot. It's another big hit off the tee, that, isn't it, Rix?
Yeah, that was a great shot, and as you could see, he was cozied up near that bunker. It must have been a very long tee ball. Actually caught up with Leon yesterday, and he said the biggest difference this week is his putter change. He switched to the new Zero Torque TaylorMade Spider. Back to the 6th hole here. We've got Heinz Strue coming in for his approach shot from 208 meters. Oof, that's going to be tough, Harry.
Yeah, I think you'd actually rather be in the bunker than in the rough. If he's got a good lie, he might be able to land it on the green and stop it, but right definitely isn't the play there. Back to Jacques on the first. The second shot obviously came out very dead. He's left himself about 10 meters short of the green. Isn't the easiest shot to this flag, I don't think.
Yeah, he's got to get really good contact, pick what kind of flight he wants. Does he want to go a little bit lower and skip it up there, or maybe land something a bit softer and get it checking up a bit quicker? Definitely going to use the right-hand side of the green. Yeah, he went a bit higher there.
That was lovely.
Yeah, that was lovely.
Go on.
We've got a chance.
Do it.
Oh! Great attempt, and going to leave him with a really great opportunity to save his par.
He made that look a lot easier than it was, I can tell you, for sure.
Yeah, he really got under that ball nicely. It didn't look like he got caught up in the grass, and yeah, it was all in all a great chip. Can really see the undulation on that green, because I mean it looked like that ball was almost going to trickle in the hole, and now he's got still about a 4 or 5 footer up the hill. You know, Leon might not be close here, but he's definitely left it in a great spot to make an aggressive stroke. Leon's quite a big boy here. You could see him potentially being on the rugby field if he wasn't a golfer.
Yeah, I'm sure he played rugby back in his day. Might have been a back rower.
When I was talking to Leon yesterday, he told me his home course was Pangola Golf Club, which I've actually never heard of, Harry.
Okay.
Northern Natal.
Okay. Something's distracted him there, so he's backed off. He's going to start his routine again. One thing that you don't see amateurs do very often is start their routine again.
Yeah,
as a professional, it's very important. If you're put off by something, start again, refocus, pull the trigger. Looks like a nice roll there at the first. Go on. Oof.
Just shy. Looked like a real nice stroke. Yeah, Leon's always been quite the ball striker, so the way he was talking yesterday was as long as he gets that putting dialed in, he's feeling pretty good about himself. Yeah, Leon said his goals for the day was to come out hot, get off to a quick start, and really stick to his routine, Harry, which we saw there as he backed off his first putt.
Got Jacques now, cleaning up for his par. Got about 4 foot back up the hill. Should be a little bit from his left.
Yeah, one of those putts, you just need to keep your head down and commit to it.
Yeah, lovely save that after being out of position after the second shot.
Definitely a little bit of a momentum builder for Jacques on the first. It's always nice to make a nice chip on the first. You know your hands are in a good spot.
For sure. Back over to the 6th hole. Williamson. Left of the green, but as I said earlier, never a bad spot, chipping back up the hill. Not his best effort, but he's left it below the hole. So he's going to have an uphiller. Back now to Leon, who's just cleaning up for his par. Solid start after being out of position off the tee shot.
As you saw, the Leon sitting at 10 under par, chasing the leading Daniel Cronier, 4 shots back.
Okay, can anyone get it up and down from right of the green?
Oh, great shot. Wow, there must be a lot of slope there, Harry. That thing just kept trickling.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he quite had the contact he wanted there. Just didn't seem to check on the first bounce, but still very good effort. Left himself about 7 foot back up the hill.
Get a little read from Williamson.
Everyone struggled from that right side of that pin today. People will have that in the back of their mind, and sometimes when you're standing over a tee shot and say don't miss it right, you can almost talk yourself into doing it.
Hans Struwe is currently 25th on the order of merit, so not a big chance today, Harry. And then you've got Williamson sitting at 20th.
Yeah, I think these boys will be heading to final stage of Q School, so they're just trying to get some confidence from today's round and take it into next week. Being held at Paris and Val de Gras, I believe. I had a friend of mine, Joe Knox, who is also going to be there next week. He went up, said Paris is a really good, tough test of golf. And then the other one, a little bit more scoreable. I think it's the first time we've had it over 2 golf courses for a final stage of Q School from my memory.
Yeah, from what I can remember too. And I actually played Paris earlier in the year on the Sunshine Tour, and geez, it's a very, very strong course.
Been at Heron Banks the last few years. I've been there myself. I got my card there one of the years. Also a very tough test. I remember we were rooming together for the year that I got my card, and every night before bed Ricky would go on about the 7th hole.
Williamson on the 6, narrowly missing out on his par putt. Going to be a drop shot for him. Common theme we see here at the 6th hole. See if Hans could have learned something from Williamson's putt. I think the players maybe think it comes from the left a little bit, but it's actually straightening out towards the end.
Just to look back to the leaderboard, Adam Breen's making a real move today, and he's going to need to. He's 2 under par through 3, exactly what he wanted. Here we've got my Danefern boys, Oliver Goldhill, and his caddy Sean McClatchy on the bag. Ollie's looking for his first win of the season. He's come close a few times. He's shot some incredibly low rounds. And I think this is a nice position for him today, being 1 back rather than having the lead. I think Oliver plays better when he has to get after it a little bit and attack the golf course. He knows Daniel's not gonna take a step back, so he's gonna need a low one if he's to catch him. I think Daniel's found that hot chick in the trees on the left hand side again, Ricky. Seems to be a very popular spot over there.
Yeah, definitely a magnet for the tee shots. This looks a bit trickier than the other guys we've seen there, though. Hey, Harry, he's got to be careful here. Might be better off leaving it short than hitting it far right of the pin.
Yeah, this is honestly a long way left off the first tee. I mean, there's a lot of rough over there, and he's actually in the trees towards the 7th hole, the par 5. Oh, he shanked it. Don't think he had a full backswing there.
That is not the start you want, ladies and gentlemen. A little bit of a nervy tee shot, don't really have a stance on your second, and you hit a bit of a hustle rocket. Anyways, he'll be fine. He's a great player, has had a lot of accomplishments this season. I'm sure he'll brush it off. Big opportunity for Ollie to take here, though, on the first. Could be a bit of a swing.
Yeah, I mean, if Ollie can start off with a 3 and Daniel's looking like making a 5. Going to be a 2-shot swing early on. Brings a few more guys back in on the 10 under mark.
100%. I think today we're going to see a lot of changing of the guards between these two gentlemen. Quick to get the rangefinder out. He kind of knows what his distance was already. Going to be looking to take this one straight at the pin and try and save his par. He's a bit of a long hitter, Harry. When I caught up with him, he told me his average swing speed with his driver is 124.
Yeah, he's a big hitter. Hits the ball very well, hits a lot of greens in regulation, and when the putter gets hot, he wins golf tournaments. He's actually had a great shot in there. He just didn't have the control out of the rough, but I don't think he could have got it a lot closer. Ollie will be looking to stick one inside there. I think Ollie's actually on the edge of the bunker, which is a little bit awkward. He's got about 80 left in from here from memory.
Quick to play, Ollie.
Ah, super. Little bit unlucky it didn't release out more. I thought that was going to really roll up to the hole.
Not a bad look on the furs, straight up the hill. See if Ollie can take advantage.
He's got his good friend Sean McClatchy on the bag, as I said earlier. Sean's in his final year of studying at the moment.
See if Mr. Strew could learn something from Williamson's putt. A little bit straighter. There you go. Great up and down from that right-hand side bunker. Finally, someone gets it up and down, Harry.
Yep. Good bunk shot, good putt. Saved his par. He's bogey-free for the day, 2 under par. We're looking to take advantage of the par 5 7th coming up. If you're Ollie today, Ricky, haven't won yet this season, come close so many times, what are you going to take from the previous experiences going forward?
Yeah, you know, I've also been in some similar positions in my career. You feel like you can win every week, but it just doesn't seem to happen, and then you get to this final event. You almost have to let the golf course come to you and not push too hard. Almost like you don't even think about winning. Just think about playing the best you can, sticking to your routine, sticking to your process, and just really believing in yourself. See what can happen coming down the stretch later today. You never know. Would be awesome if he got his first win at the Tour Champs. Big putt, I feel like, here for Daniel, just to not let the lead slip if Ollie does end up making his.
Another aim pointer we see. This is becoming more and more popular in golf at the moment. I think those who are using it are really seeing the benefits of it. I think it got a bit of negative press when it first came out. A lot of people thought, myself included, that it was slowing golf down, but once you've got a good process, it's no slower than normal green reading, and if anything, it can be even quicker.
Yeah, 100%. I think if you have a great routine and you can implement it in that routine and not take too long, it's a great way of reading the greens.
These are two guys who play at a decent pace of play on the golf course, which is refreshing to see.
Yeah, I actually played with Daniel earlier this year in Zambia. He received an invite, and I agree, he's a very fast player, but not too fast.
20 foot back up the hill here for par.
A little bit off the left. Good stroke. Oh, that was a great putt. Well, his tee shot was what got him out of position and caused the bogey here, Harry. Was a great putt.
think that's the first bogey we've seen from the last few groups on the first.
Quite the coincidence. It comes from our leader. A little bit of tension in the air. I tell you what, I've played with Ollie a couple times and he's as good as it gets with the flat stick.
Yeah, likes to get his hands forward, front of the stance. You know you're a good putter when you're still using a blade. There's not many of them left.
For sure. Well, not a bad attempt. Maybe just lacked a touch of pace, but gonna try and tap in for his par, and just like that, he's tied for the lead.
Yeah, I think if you'd said to him, you'll be tied for the lead after the first hole, he would have bit your hand off for it. So even though he's a little disappointed to not make his 3, still a good start.
Yeah, good job, Ollie. Solid par. Sitting at 13 under par now. Maybe not the changing of the guards he wanted, but he'll definitely be psyched to be tied for the lead walking off the first green.
Back over to the 6th, the par 3. Whenever you miss it left of the green, you should normally leave yourself a pretty easy chip up the hill. It's just getting the pace right. He's left that a little bit short, but should have a fairly straight uphiller coming up for his par. Got a few people out there today at Vartacliff cheering on the guys. It's a beautiful estate, lots of lovely houses.
You can see the awesome Betway tee markers. Shout out Betway. Thanks for supporting our tour. Little score update here. We've got Oliver Goldhill and Daniel Cranier taking that first position. Adam Bream having a bit of a charge in the beginning of the round, 2 under through 3. Jake Bolton, Tristan Leonard, Jacques van der Merwe, Leon Visser all following that group at 10 under. Tyrone Ryan, experienced Sunshine Tour player, sitting at 9 under. Matt Miller and Brian Gildenhays leading the group at 8 under.
Yeah, it's a logjam on 10 under. I mean, if Daniel Cranier and Oliver don't push ahead, could bring a lot of players back into the field. Hans Strew, the amateur, making a bit of a move today. He's 2 under par through 6. Travis Proctor from Cape Town, he's secured his Sunshine Tour card. He's also having a good go of it. Hot man on the course, Vaughan van Deventer, good friend of mine, 4 under par through 7. He'll be looking to take some confidence into next week. Ronald Rogamayo, 5 under par through 8. Got himself back into red numbers for the tournament. He'll be looking to take it as low as possible today.
Uli Vanderberg, the experienced 41-year-old, 1 under through 7. Brandon Peters, Richard Hubert, Elby Bushel, Philip Geertz and Theron Nell, all out there trying to get a great confident round in to finish their campaign for the season. Going back to Vaughan van Deventer, Harry, he's in our friend group and we know him quite well. He always seems like he has a low final round in him. I remember at Q School the one year, he shot like 63 bogey free. Last season he had a good final round to finish his campaign. Loves a final round.
Yeah, I think Vaughan's kind of been on and off the Sunshine Tour the last few years. He's kind of lost his card a few times during the season, then got it back at the Q School. So probably not the last couple of years he'd wanted, but he's still played a lot of good golf amongst it.
Back to the 6. Look like we've got Jaden Delta lining up. Him and his caddy going through the numbers. I'm sure his caddy's telling him he needs to keep it a little bit left of this pin. Probably the best spot to leave yourself an uphill birdie putt. Honestly though, anywhere on the green on the 208 meter par 3, you'll be quite happy walking to the green.
Jaden actually plays a little cut most of the time, so this pin location should suit him. Be some kind of a mid-iron to that front flag.
Yeah, that's some great insight there, Harry. He definitely does enjoy a cut, so this should set up quite nicely for him. Can't say the same about his playing partner, Brandon Gildenhays. I'm pretty sure he prefers a right to left shot shape.
What do you like, Ricky?
Oh, I love a cut, but just haven't been able to hit one lately. I've actually also been injured for 6 weeks, so hoping that I come back and the cuts are flowing. Delta, got to be a 6 or a 5 iron. See what he can negotiate. Almost looked like it started a touch right, Harry.
Did look like it started right to draw him back. Oh, it was straight down the flag, just a club short, but not a bad leave. He'll have a downhill right to left chip.
Yeah, we've seen a couple people maybe let it trickle by a little bit more than they've wanted, so let's see what he can do from there. Come on, Brandon. Someone stick it in there close and make a birdie. Brandon sitting at 16th on the order of merit. Definitely needs a low day.
Also
looked
looked
like a
like
nice
it started out to the right. Is it coming back?
Oh.
Oh, beauty. Left himself about 8-9 foot. Gonna have a right to lefter, but that's one of the best we've seen today, Ricks.
Yeah, that was a great shot and got his draw coming back to the pin there. He's definitely looking to have a great day. His actually twin brother also used to play golf competitively, so a lot of good golfing genes in that family. So for the viewers at home that don't know, on the Betway Big Easy Tour, you're allowed to carry your own bag or have a caddy that pushes a push cart. But once these players secure their Sunshine Tour card, on the Sunshine Tour card, you're required to have a caddy. So that's something that you have to get into and learn the crafts. You have a yardage book every week. Shout out to our sponsors, Betway, Ultron, DNI. Thanks for supporting our Betway Big Easy Tour and giving these players an opportunity to move up the ranks.
Yeah, I think it's a big learning curve for a lot of the guys when they get on tour. Some guys will have never used a yardage book before every week. I know some players who don't really like to use them. They'd actually rather just give them to their caddy. It gives them too much information. Some people just like to know the distance of the flag and fire. I'm someone who likes a bit more information. I normally like to know covers on bunkers, back edge, front edge, and that just gives me a bit more of a internal map in my head of what's going on. I like to have as much information as possible.
Yeah, definitely, Harry. I've been on tour for 3 years now, and definitely took me some time to get used to the yardage book. In my first season, I just gave it off to my caddy, and now I need mine close to my pocket every hole.
Back over to the second hole here. Ollie Goldhill's hit it in the left rough. He's a drawer of the golf ball, so he should have no problem turning this around the trees, getting it up and on around the green. Dan looks like he's hit a cracker in the fairway. We'll have a mid-iron into this par 5.
Yeah, Ollie definitely looks like he's got to negotiate a right to left ball flight. The pin on number 2 is 20 on, 8 from the right. So that actually might help him that it's on the right-hand side of the green. If he gets it going anywhere on the left, he'll have quite an easy 2-putt or up and down. I think the key out of this rough is just to make good contact and make sure it gets all the way up there.
Looks like it's about a 7-iron.
Ball setting up. Off we go.
Looks
like it's
fairly
drawing.
happy with it. Turn that one over a bit, short left to the green, going to have himself about a 30-metre pitch. Not a bad leave for someone with a good short game.
Yeah, I think that's exactly where he needed to leave it if he wasn't going to get it on the green.
Talking
Dalton.
of short games, we've got Jaden here. Short right at the par 3 6th hole. Fairly simple up and down for a man of his calibre.
Yeah, I definitely think he could be looking to chip this one in. Probably a 56, get it rolling. Yeah. Oh,
It's
maybe a
come
bit
out
of
a
a
bit
pull.
hot.
Yeah, that's definitely not what he wanted to do from there. Back to the second. See a replay of Ollie's shot here. Bit of a better angle. You can actually see kind of went under the tree and let it rise up. All in all, not a bad lead for Ollie. He's going to have a good chance to convert birdie.
Back over to the 6. Brandon Goedenhuis got himself about a 10-footer here for birdie. Going to be a little bit downhill off his right side. You make 2 here, you're really picking up at least a shot on the field. you're going to be feeling very good about yourself heading into the par 5 7th.
One of the guys out there with a blade putter. Definitely not the most popular option anymore. You know, I'm a bit of a putter connoisseur myself, Harry.
You could say that. How many putters have you got at the moment, Ricky?
Too many. Just shy of 15.
Just shy of 15. There we go.
Lovely
Pretty good shot. Getting better. Pretty
Lovely
good shot. Getting better.
It was exactly where you wanted it, Harry. That had a chance of trickling all the way down if it had a little bit of momentum on it.
Yeah, a good fight back after his sloppy start on the first.
Delta to save par. Big putt. Got to be feeling the tension at this point. Don't want to make any drop shots. Keep the momentum going. Just gets away from him on the right side. Anyways, it is what it is. Got a par 5 coming up. Can make his first birdie or even eagle of the day and get things back on track. Got to keep the emotions in today and keep level-headed.
Back over to the second hole. Ollie's left it short left of the green. He's got about a 30-metre pitch. I play and practice with Ollie a lot, and he's normally pretty good at these. Looks like it's popped on him a little bit. Not his best effort. He's going to leave himself about 12 foot back up the hill. He was probably trying to be a bit more aggressive with that, drive it in a bit more, but unfortunately it rode up the club and came up short right.
Still a half-decent opportunity to make his birdie, Harry. What are the make averages from about 13 feet? Probably 20%?
Yeah, maybe a touch slower, but what did you say? Sorry, 20%?
Yeah, maybe for
20,
Ollie,
20,
I meant
25, no, 25%.
Okay.
1 and 4 from 13 foot, I would imagine.
Yeah, I think once you get to 8 feet, the tour average is about 50% on the PGA Tour, and then obviously the longer it goes, the less chance of making it. Daniel with a real opportunity here to put the first hole behind him and get back in the lead. He's actually been using that gel putter for a long time now.
Why would you change when you've been winning as much as him?
100%. Follow us on all our socials, Sunshine Tour. We're on YouTube, Facebook, and X.
Just remember, guys, if you've got any questions, fire them in on the socials. Get on the YouTube live stream if you want to ask anything, and we'll be sure to answer your questions. Daniel Cronje for eagle in the outright lead. Should be breaking a bit off his left. Super effort. Just gave it a fraction too much break, but the pace was great.
Yeah, gotta love a stress-free birdie.
3 really good shots to bounce back after the first hole.
Well, now it's up to Ollie. See if he can walk to the third. Still tied for the lead. Needs to hole his putt from about 12 foot.
A few of the guys on the YouTube live. Sam Sullivan, guessing that's a family member of Joe Sullivan, cheering him on. We've got Sekile, who's tuned in live from Eswatini. Shout out to my old man Nicholas, who's tuned in from Devon, England. Okay, here we go. Ricky, make or miss?
I like him for this one. I think he's going to make a great stroke and it's going to roll in there.
Come on, Oliver. Just missed it on the low side.
I learned what commentators' curse is last week at Serengeti. I should really keep my words to myself. Well, let's see if we can tap this one in. Only one back, not the biggest of deals.
I think he'll be a little bit disappointed not to birdie the second. He was in a decent spot off the tee. Turned his second over a bit too much.
100%. You definitely want to walk off the second with the birdie. I watched you walk off with the birdie with one leg.
Ollie's actually been focusing on his gym work hits the ball a long way for a small guy, but he's getting stronger, more athletic and more mobile, and I think he's looking to take that really seriously going into next year.
Sullivan, 6-hole, 208 meters. Probably got a 6-iron. Looks like he's aiming a bit left. Might cut one in there. Yeah.
Definitely started left. He's been working on a cut. Doesn't look to be cutting. Yeah, great shot though. One of the best shots we've actually seen today. I think that's pretty much exactly where you're aiming.
Yeah, I think if we had a PGA Tour event here, I think the majority of the field would be there. 20 foot left of the pin.
Just a little bit about the third hole here this week, Ricky. I think this is one of the stronger holes on the golf course. Tight tee shot, there's trees overhanging on either side of the tee. Really undulating green, couple of tiers in it. If you get a good tee shot away and hit a good second, you can make a birdie, but it's one of those holes you're standing on the tee and you take your 4 really.
100%. This is definitely one of the most challenging holes on the golf course. Whenever you think of Waterkloof Country Club, there's a couple key holes, and this is definitely one of them. Daniel's quite a long hitter, so you can get a 3-wood out there and still have a wedge in. I think the most challenging part for me on this tee box, Harry, is there's a bit of a tree right in front of you, so you almost feel like you have to lower tee shot.
I have actually hit the tree on the left before. I think we all have at some point.
I have too. I've also hit it in the highway, just right of the hole. Staring it down, maybe a little left. Some bunkers up there on the left you need to negotiate with. Well, he's in play, and it's the most important thing.
Big Adam, eyeing up the 6th hole. He's going along very nicely today. He knows what he needs to do.
This looks high and nice.
Oh,
just a touch
that was
long,
almost
to be honest.
really good. That's an interesting leave, actually, Ricky. Not sure what he'll do from there. We might even see him get the putter out.
Yeah, looks like maybe he was right between clubs and maybe went for the smoother one, and it just came all flushy. Definitely see him getting the putter out from there. Williamson, putter in hand. Oof. Looked like a bit of a decel. He's quite a good short gamer, Williamson. I've played with him a couple times. Doesn't hit the ball very far off the tee. See if Strew here can hole one. Right back up the hill on the 8th for par. Hand Strew going along nicely. Yeah, little walk-in. Clean scorecard so far today, 2 under through 8. We're out here at the Betway Big Easy Tour champs. Back live to the 6th. Adam Bream in a little bit of an awkward spot. I think putting is probably the play from here, Harry.
Yeah, you want to get it on the ground early. You don't want to try and chip it into the fringe and get one of those Kikuya bounces that you know we can get where it just kind of sticks dead. Trying to see what his caddy's got here. Looks like his caddy's got some kind of a wedge, but I think Adam might be, yeah.
Head cover off.
Early.
I think definitely in the situation he's in, he's come out playing good. Definitely doesn't want to drop a shot. I think the putter's conservative, but the right play.
Yeah, I think if he was on the final hole and he knew he had to hole it for the win, he might pull a wedge out to get it going a bit more aggressively at the pin. But right now, this is just a situation where you need to make your 3 and walk off to the next.
Yeah, everyone likes to do it differently. Some people favor chipping, some people favor putting off the green. I know you're a good putter from off the green, Harry.
Yeah, I grew up in England, so obviously played a lot of links golf, and it was a pretty common occurrence back then to putt from off the green. Obviously there wasn't really much of a fairway. It was so firm and made no difference really. Obviously I can't do it as much over here. I've had to improve my chipping quite a bit to match some of the guys out here.
Oh, just didn't have enough pace,
Took a
trickling
bit of
over that
a-
fringe.
Took a bit of a bobble through the fringe. Maybe he was listening to us. Maybe he should have hit a wedge. He'll have about 4 foot to clean up for par there.
Back to the 8th.
Eight's a lovely little 150 metre downhill par 3.
Proctor. Some kind of pitching wedge or 9-iron in hand. Oh, great shot.
We're going to see a lot of birdies today on the 8th hole. Very accessible front left hole location. Can spin it back. There's a little bit of a slope on the right. Actually a little bit surprised they didn't use the back right pin location for today's final round. That might have been a bit nasty.
Yeah, no, definitely a scoreable hole. Just need to have those numbers dialed in.
Back over to Joe Sullivan, who left it in the correct spot. Lagged it up there safely for his par. Not really the start he wanted today. I thought he was going to come out firing. He's level par for the day.
Sorry guys, he's 1 under through 5. But yeah, not the hard start he was looking for. Adam Bream, on the other hand, he's 2 under through 5 and needs a good day today. He's lying 30th on the order of merit, so odds are he's going to be at Q School in 2 weeks, unless he somehow wins today, Harry.
Yeah, I think a win or a second should do it for him. So he knows he needs to go and shoot something in the mid-60s. Over to Dan on the 3rd hole.
Is he in the bunker? Yeah.
Yeah, he's found the bunker off the tee, which is not an ideal position. Caught his second shot a bit heavy. He's going to leave himself a tricky pitch up to the green. Bit of a shaky start for him today, Rix.
Yeah, 100%, and you got to think Oliver's wanting to take advantage of this. You don't have an opportunity like this early in the round all the time. Got to think if Ollie can stick this one close and have a good chance to make a birdie, it's going to put a lot of pressure on Daniel.
This is just such a difficult green. You've not only got to get your landing spot right, but you've got to control your spin one way or another. Like we said earlier, you take a 4 on this hole when you're standing on the tee, but now that you've got a wedge in your hand, stop.
Yeah, and you're going to see that a lot today.
Yeah, I'm just looking at that pin location. I've played this course enough times. That pin is horrible. Even if you pitch it up there, it's probably going to spin back down the slope, and if you do risk going at that flag and hit it long.
Breen. Yeah, that's a great save. Keep the momentum going. Par 5 coming up. Good job, Adam.
Yeah, I would love to see Adam have a real crack at it today and post something low to give himself a chance.
Going back to Ollie, we just had him on the screen. He shot 11 under par in the first round, Harry. That's quite some score.
Yeah. I think you actually called before he teed off that day that he was going to shoot 10 under par. And he got to the last hole at 11 under par, needed eagle for 59. I'm sure he was a little bit disappointed to make par there, but I mean, he's shot some incredible scores recently, which pays testimony to how well he's been playing. You've got to be a special kind of player to take it that low.
100%. You can't teach someone to go low. They just got to have that dog in them. Bradley DeBeer. Guessing he's probably going to have an 8 or 7 iron in here, seeing as how far he hit his drive on the first. Looks a little left of the pin, cutting back.
It's going to stop quickly. Oh, we've not seen anyone in there yet. That is the back bunker, hitting straight onto a downslope with no green to play with.
Yeah, maybe where an experienced caddy would come in nice, Harry. Can't really go long there. Got to pick the shorter club and stay aggressive.
Dan's got a really tough pitch here. About a 40-metre shot to a back flag. He's got to drive it in, get it running up that slope. He's got to play over the corner a little bit.
Yeah, I was going to say he can drive it in, but I almost think he's got to fly it back there to make sure he keeps it on that back ridge. Has to nip it just right to make sure it comes down softly like a bag of potatoes. these shots, you got to really keep those hands soft and let the blade get under the ball.
Looks like he struck it well.
Not bad. Give it a 6 out of 10. Oh, you see the ball's kind of rolling back a little bit now.
Can't quite see on the television, but that is such a tough pin location. I don't actually think that's a terrible effort from there. He's going to leave himself an uphill that he can be aggressive on.
Yeah, 100%. Next thing you get a 10-foot past the hole and then you're in trouble. Ryan, the 6, 208 meters. Let's see what he can do. Still need a birdie on this hole. Yeah.
Nice
great.
shot. Shout out to Under Par 2.0 who's watching on the YouTube live stream. Home crowd rooting for our very own Ronald Ragamayo, #Mayo. I know he's a popular guy. Had some great results over the last few years.
It was incredible when he made that putt last year at the Kenyan Open to make the cut.
Yeah.
One of the best moments of the year.
Yeah, he gained a lot of support after that moment, I think.
There's so many incredible young men out here trying to make their name in professional golf and make it from the Betway Big Easy Tour all the way to the Sunshine Tour. Matt Miller. Oh, burning edges.
Yeah, I think Warwick Purchase is a great example of just over to Ollie. Good effort on the third. Yeah, Warwick Purchase is a great example of how the platform of the Big Easy Tour can work. He won the Order of Merit last year, won the Tour Championships, I remember, and then he went on to win the Fortress Invitational at Glendower this year in a really stacked field.
Yeah, that was quite a performance from Warwick. He's going to be making his way to the DNI Tour Champs next week in Cape Town. Shout out DNI. He's had a great first year season as a rookie, and I'm sure he knows what he needs to work on tomorrow to try and break through for that European Tour card that Sunshine Tour offer, Harry.
Absolutely. Pretty solid start from Ollie, I think. You know, he's hit it decently off the tee. He's hit greens. He would have liked to have picked a shot up on the second, I think, but he looks like he's in control of his game so far.
100%. Back here to Bradley De Beer.
So he's actually not reached the bunker, so it wasn't as bad as we thought. Similar position to Adam Breen. He's gone with the wedge.
Oh, see, that's exactly what we were talking about earlier. At least with the putter, you know you're going to keep it on the ground, just got to give it the right pace, but that wedge brings in problems from there. Travis Proctor, short attempt for birdie on number 8 after a beautiful tee shot. Well, it looked like he hit a good putt. I think we saw this putt earlier from Ollie. Coaches it up real close there. Puts a little bit of pressure on Daniel now. He's got to save his par to stay in the lead.
Look back over to the leaderboard. Dan's got a lengthy par putt coming up on the third hole. If he can hold that, he'll maintain his one-shot lead over Ollie Goldhill. Tristan Leonard starting to make a move. Same as Leon Visser, both taking it to 11 under par. Things are hotting up.
Back to 6. Tyrone Ryan scoping up his birdie putt. I've played a couple times with Tyrone now, Harry, and he really hits the ball nicely.
Yeah, I think he's a pretty solid tee to green from what I've heard. He's got a lot of confidence in his own game. I think he's just playing this week. Obviously his card's secured already from the regular season on Sunshine Tour, but he's got the luxury of being able to play this as a rookie this year. I think it just gives you a bit more chance to find competitive form when you don't have a Sunshine Tour event on.
100%. It's always great playing competitive golf whenever you can. See if you can roll one in here. Come on, Ryan.
Yeah.
Oh, just lacking a little bit of pace. Looked like he had the line under control.
We haven't seen many putts being holed yet today, Ricky. I think the guys are going to get a bit hotter later on in the round. From what I've seen, everyone's a foot or two shy of pace. So
Yeah.
maybe the greens are not rolling quite as quickly first thing in the morning with the dew on the ground.
Yeah, and maybe just a bit more tension in the air. Final round of the year. Want to do well. Gold Hill on the 4th.
Looks very happy with that.
359 meter par 4. It's quite an aggressive play, Harry.
That's an absolute cracker, straight down the middle of this narrow fairway. Yeah, that is a big play. Obviously, he's a drawer of the ball, so he'd have had to have started it up the right side. He's now tied for the lead with Daniel on 13 under. Dan's come off the back of a bogey start. Also pulls out the big dog. Long hitter.
Jeez, you got to think the boys are feeling good out there to pull driver right now in the situation they're in.
Yeah, also a really nice tee shot, just in the right rough, but should have no problem from there attacking the flag. Good chance the 4th hole, short par 4, depending on where the pin position is, but I wouldn't be surprised to see at least one birdie out of this group. You can see the lads chatting along there.
100%.
Nice and relaxed.
What an amazing sport. You can be playing head-to-head against someone and having chats the whole way around. Final round leaderboard update. Oliver Goldhill, Daniel Cronier tied for the lead on 13 under. Tristan Leonard, Leon Visser, 11 under. Followed by Travis Proctor, Adam Bream, Tyron Ryan, Jake Bolton, and Jack van der Merwe, all trying to hunt down the leaders right now.
Travis Proctor, hot man on the course, 5 under par through 8. Brandon Hildenhayes in 10th position on 8 under par. Vaughan van Deventer making a move. Ronald Roggemeyer still at 5 under par through 12. He'll be looking to pick a couple more up before the day ends. Ulrich Vandenberg down at 3 under par. Fellow countryman Brandon Peters, 1 back on 2 under par.
Then we go to the final page here. LB Bushhoff, 2 under through 11. Keon Rose and Lewis Liebenberg struggling a little bit out there at 1 over. Philip Geertz, Theron Nell, Richard Hubert, Dylan Hermiges, Lau Pedro, and Austin Cherichella, all trying to have a solid round today and get the confidence boosting.
Yeah, Austin's already finished his round, so he got round in under 3 hours. Played out there in a 1-ball today.
Yeah, obviously not his best stuff today and the whole week combined on 15 over par, but it happens.
Yeah, he'll be looking ahead to next week for final stage. Just another shout out. Follow us on our socials on YouTube, Facebook and X at sunshine_tour of the Betway Big Easy Tour finals.
Shout out to Betway, Ultron, DNI. Thanks for supporting our guys, supporting our tour, and giving us an opportunity to do what we love. When I was on the Big Easy Tour a couple years ago, Harry, Ultron was also a sponsor, so they've really been supporting us for a while.
Yeah, I think they were the headline sponsor a couple of years ago. Betway have now taken that over, and without them we wouldn't be able to do what we're doing. Just got Ollie and Dan strolling down the 4th hole today. Looks like they're chatting a fair bit.
I tell you what, I'm surprised they both hit driver. From my recounts, whenever I played Vodcliffe, I always pull a 4-iron on this hole. Left myself a full wedge in. But I like it. They're both feeling good about their games. They've obviously both have a great season, and they're looking to make birdies out there.
Absolutely.
Definitely a little bit more to negotiate here with for Daniel in the rough. Gonna need to control that spin well. The pin on number 4 is 17 paces on and 4 from the right. Here we have the beautiful featured 17th hole at Waterkloof Country Club. Definitely one of the tougher holes on the course coming down the stretch. I think we're going to see a lot of drama here, Harry.
Yeah, looks like they've got the back tee out today. It's going to be over 200 metres.
Oof, that ball looks like it's sitting down a bit. He's almost going to have to play for some roll. The pin's back right, so definitely a little bit of a segment of the green he's got to get over, Harry.
Yeah, I think he's going to be okay, you know. Pitching straight up the green. Going to release a little bit. See what he can do. Looks like it's come out a bit hot. Not a bad effort. Flew it a little bit too far. Ollie's not going to have that problem coming out the fairway. He's going to be able to get his ball to stop pretty quickly after a bounce or two. Good picture of the golf ball, Ollie Goldhill. Looking for his first birdie of the day. Started solidly with 3 pars. He'd like to put this one inside 10 foot really. Keep applying the pressure to Daniel. There we go. Just as we talked out, couple bounces, bit of spin, it's rolled down to about 4.5 foot.
Yeah, that was a great pitch shot for Ollie. One of the strengths of his game. He's got nice soft hands. Jaden Dalto. Looks like he's got a bit of an outside chance for birdie here. Brandon Gildenhays and Jaden Dalto, match number 10. See in the background, lovely that Jaden's parents are walking around. They seem like very supportive people. Always with him at the course watching. When I played with him, Harry, his dad was actually on the bag.
Yeah, I know his dad, Dave, fairly well. I've played a few final rounds with Jaden this year, and yeah, he's really supportive of Jaden's golf, and obviously been with him through it all, and yeah, he's very lucky to have supportive parents like that, I think, as a lot of us are.
So important at this stage of your career. You've got a couple people in your group that support you, and you know, really nice to be out there and have company and not do it alone. The hole number 8 has given us 18 birdies, 54 pars, 1 bogey and 2 others. If you're not familiar with the other, it just means that they've done worse than a bogey. Could be a double, could be a triple.
We've not seen a hole-in-one yet this week, Ricky.
Haha,
Could
we're
it
saving
be?
it for the 17th. I think Gildenhays will be first to go. Quite a lengthy birdie putt down the hill. Just got to focus on pace here, Harry, really. As long as you can cozy it up there and have a stress-free tap in, you've done your job. From this length, I'd have to say pace is definitely the most important thing, and if you get the pace right, sometimes it just drops in as a bonus.
Nice fluid stroke. Heading towards the hole from down the hill.
Oh!
Oh!
Great putt.
Super effort. Back over to the 4th now. Dan's got about 18 foot for his birdie.
Looked like a nice fluid stroke down the hill.
Oh! One more roll. Can't believe that stopped on the edge.
Wow. That really opens the door for Oliver. Take advantage and leave this hole 1 up.
Bit of an indifferent start for Dan. 1 over through 4. He won't be over the moon with that, but he's experienced enough by now to not let that bother him too much. Dream start for Ollie, really. Got this to take the lead already.
Just got to keep that head down, make a confident stroke, and don't leave the hole. Didn't look as confident as I usually see him stroke that stick.
Yeah, maybe a bit of a bit of a misread there from Ollie. He looked back to Sean.
Yeah, I think at this course there's a lot of undulations. You really got to pick your line and stick to it. You can't really be like, oh, if I go just outside or just inside, this might go in. You've got to really be precise out there.
Knowing Ollie well, I think if he's able to keep his head today, he's going to be there right until the 18th hole.
Little round update. We've got the final round of the Betway Big Easy Tour. Oliver Goldhill and Daniel Cranier walk off the third, tied for the lead. The fourth, sorry. Tristan Leonard, Leon Visser chasing them. Six hole, Tristan Leonard eyeing up the 208 meter par 3. Sitting pretty at 11 under, 2 shots back. Oh.
Yeah, really solid shot there. Hits the ball a long way and very high, so he's able to get it to come down softly. He's going to have about 13 foot. Also his two.
Yeah, Tristan really seems like he's matured a lot this season.
Yeah, when I spoke to him about his injury, he said that during that time off, he really started to appreciate that although golf's very important to him, it's not the most important thing in the world, and that there is more to life. And I think when you get that kind of perspective as a young guy, it can really help you. You know, there's times in our careers when we think that it is the be-all and end-all.
Live or die by the round. Bolton a little bit up the left, but finds the green surface.
Yeah, not a bad shot. He's going to have a long birdie putt, but 3 on this hole's not going to kill you.
Definitely. We've got the 7th hole up next, which is a very scoreable par 5.
Ollie on the 5th will just be a fairway wood or a driving iron for him, I would imagine, to keep it short of the water on the left. If you can get this in play.
It's a bit of a misfire there from Oliver.
I was actually there when I played my 5th hole on Tuesday. It's not a great angle in, but if you find the lie, it's okay. Dan also opting with some kind of a fairway wood. Also tweaked it up the left a little bit. Fairly generous tee shot this.
Yeah, not as bad up there.
Absolutely fine in the left rough, short of the water. He'll have around 100 meters in.
Looks like he also has a nice lie, which is going to help him control that spin. I think Ollie's might negotiate with a little bit worse of a lie. Not that the water's really in play, but it's definitely something that pops up in the back of your head. Let's catch up here with Mamana. Oh, we're going to catch up here with Ludwig, who runs the Betway Big Easy Tour and is always one of the tournament officials.
My name is Ludwig Manyama, and I'm the tournament director for the Big Easy Tour. I've been doing my job that I love so much for the past 21 years, and here we are at the final of the Big Easy Tour. Big Easy is very important for the Sunshine Tour, as it's a stepping stone for the guys to come compete in the highest level to qualify, because at the end of the day they get 12 cars to play in the main tour. It's very, very important to see young players playing in, and as we choose such golf courses to showcase their talent and to show that here in South Africa we've got young players who can make it. Waterkloof golf course is a very, very exciting, very challenging. The greens are very quick and it's well maintained. It's at the highest level, so this is where you're gonna get a proper winner from coming out of this golf course. Obviously, the main thing is talking with the greenkeeper to make sure that our back tees are saved for the tournament, and mainly that the greens are kept at a certain speed. They are not slow, they are not too quick, just to make it very, very exciting for the players. So here we came to a golf course that is very clean, so easy job this week, but challenging for the players.
Awesome to hear there from Ludwig Manyama. Him and his father have done such great things for South African golf over the last century.
Yeah, thanks Ludwig for all you do for the Big Easy Tour.
It's always a calming thing for me when I was out there on the Big Easy Tour. Whenever I saw Ludwig, I'd love go saying hi to him, chatting to him. He's always smiling, always encourages the players to play well. He knows it's all about development out here, and he just wants everyone to thrive and, you know, end up in that top 12 and go on to the Sunshine Tour. 6-hole, Jake Bolton. Long range for birdie, just looking to cozy this up within 3 feet.
Yeah, good effort there. He's going to walk off with a par if he can clean that up. Jake's going to be one of the interesting storylines for today. He needs a top 3 finish or better to secure his Sunshine Tour card.
Think he was thinking about it last night, or he slept pretty good?
I know he was thinking about it last night. He messaged me and asked me what position I think he needs to finish in. I told him that my dad's made an Excel spreadsheet, and as it stands, tied third will get him that coveted last and 12th spot, which is good enough to see you onto the Sunshine Tour.
Shout out to Mr. Koenig back in the UK. Thanks for creating that spreadsheet for us, and we're looking forward to your next visit. Ollie probably got, what, about 150 to the middle of the green?
I would have thought a little bit less than that, some kind of a gap or sand wedge, so maybe in the 120 to 130 region. Looks like it's come out pretty well, possibly pulled it a touch judging by his reaction. Wants it to sit. Doesn't look too worried about that, who's out of position. I think, you know, when you're over in that rough, trying to get out of there with a par.
Yeah, anywhere on the green complex will be just fine.
Dan's in a nice spot here, just in the left semi. He's got a good lie. That's the 100-meter stake I think you can see right there. This will be some kind of a sand wedge.
Good opportunity to turn the day around early. Yeah, lovely shot there from Daniel. He's going to have a great chance to get that shot back.
Accessible pin location there on the 5th. In that front tier, you can use the tier to spin it back.
8th hole, big breezy, downhill putt.
Is Big Breezy his nickname, or have you just come up with that on the spot?
I've heard Kyle McClatchy and James Pennington call him Breezy. I just included the big, because he is a big boy, let's be honest.
He's a big guy. Okay, there you have it, Big Breezy. Another big hitter here, Leon Visser.
Yeah, Leon's definitely got one of those at-home swings. I love how he takes that. It's almost like Shane Lowry, swings that shaft over his head and reroutes it down, and it creates a lot of power.
Nice shot there into the 6th. Going to leave himself about a 20-footer.
Say it.
Big Breezy there, cleaning up for his par. Nice start today, 3 under par through 8. Exactly what he needed. He's going to need something in the mid-60s today if he's going to contend.
Yeah, we'll see if Big Breezy can produce a special back 9. First look at Jacques van der Merwe, left-handed player, 3-time winner this season, coming into the 6. Bit of a different approach now as a left-handed player. Can shape it in from the left and use the spin.
Is this an advantage, you think, this pin location and hole for a lefty, if you're able to hit a draw?
Yeah, I think if you're comfortable hitting it at a draw as a left-handed player, you definitely have a little bit of an advantage. Solid shot. He's going to have an uphill putt. He'll give his playing partner a nice little read there. Back to the 5th. Only doing a little walk around, seeing the green undulations that he has to work with. Definitely in a bit of a trickier spot at the back of the green. Gonna match the line and the pace really nicely to cozy it up there within 3 feet.
Tough putt this down the hill, to be honest.
For the viewers at home that actually don't know, Oliver plays at Dainfern Country Club, where me and Harry also plays most of our golfers out of. Shout out to the early birdies, our Saturday school.
Wait till Henry gets there, because I don't know if we've got time to get here. Okay, buddy, how's it going?
Mr. Goldhill's known for making putts from this range. Let's see what he can do.
Barely got it to the hill. So he got it enough pace?
I'm not sure, just ask Sean.
No. That's going to come up about 5 foot short. It's going to be a bit of a tester there. We could see another swing here that you alluded to earlier. I think we're going to see a few of these today. Daniel can make his and Ollie possibly misses. It's another big 2-shot swing. Bit of a match play situation almost going on here at the moment, Ricky.
100%. As long as they play well, they won't have to worry about anyone else. But they also better be careful about just trying to beat each other, because you've got a whole field of competitors trying to chase them down.
Yeah, I think if these guys don't get anything really going through the front 9, they're going to find themselves next to that chasing pack all of a sudden, and then anything's possible. Whereas if they both go out and shoot 2-3 under par this front 9, they're really going to get away with it. But so far, neither of them have got off to hot starts.
See, Daniel Crinier has really played the par 5s well this week at 8 under par, par 4s at 4 under par, and cruising along those par 3s is level par. Like I said earlier, I think if you can get around on the par 3s level or better, you're doing a good job. Little from the right to take the outright lead. Started on line. Oof, just didn't turn at the end. Not happy with that one. I think he had a good putt though, Harry.
Yeah, it looks like he's getting a little bit frustrated out there already. I know he does have that tendency when he's missing a few putts on the greens. He made a good stroke.
Yeah, and you know, Ollie has his friend out there, someone he's known a long time on the bag, supporting him. Definitely going to be able to keep him calm. Daniel carrying his bag might create a different dynamic for him. Might give the upper hand to Ollie a little bit.
I think this is a really important putt for Ollie after missing one of this distance on the last for birdie. If he can roll this in, he'll be feeling pretty good about himself. He definitely would have taken this position at the start of the day. Okay, he hasn't made any birdies yet, but Daniel's come back to him a little bit and he's tied for the lead.
Yeah, definitely. And Ollie, this is definitely one of the strengths of his game. See if he can pick his line and roll it in.
Looked a really good stroke there.
Great putt from Ollie. You can see him keep that putter really low to the ground. No deceleration there.
Back over to the 6th hole. Jacques van der Merwe putting back up the hill. This looks good. Again, a little shy on pace. Bit of a common theme so far this morning. Putts aren't really going in yet, are they, Ricky?
Yeah.
I
Final
think,
round tension.
Yeah, I think that's not to be undermined, really. Even though some guys aren't playing with much pressure this week, I think whenever you get to a final round, the guys out in the lead, it's hard to keep going low.
Yeah, and it's, you know, the last round of the season. They know what's up for grabs. Definitely a little bit more tense out there. It almost has to feel like a final round of Q School. Visser.
I know you want to tell us what putter that is, Ricky, so why don't you go ahead.
He's got the new Spider Zero Torque counterbalance in the bag. Counterbalance means it's about 38 inches, the grip's a bit heavier at the top, and it just lets you swing that face a little bit easier. Do I have one of those at home? The answer is yes. Will it be coming out anytime soon? The answer is no.
Okay, someone finally got it past the hole with that putt, but unfortunately he's now got about 3.5 foot back down the hill, and that's when you're kind of kicking yourself and thinking, why didn't I just lag it up to a foot? But if you're going to make a charge, you've got to have a bit of a go at a few of these putts during the round.
100%. I mean, Leon's not in the best scenario today. He's coming in the week as number...
Cleaning up for his par here. 3 foot back down the hill. Really good stroke.
Yeah, Leon's number 26 on the order of merit, so he needs a big move today to get into the top 12.
Yeah, I would imagine he needs a top 2 finish today, which is very doable. He's only 2 back off the lead right now.
100%. He needs to just stick to his guns, use his length, play the par 5s nicely, and kind of minimize the mistakes.
Hope everyone's enjoying coverage out here of the final of the 2026 Betway Big Easy Tour finals. Got lots of exciting golf coming up. The leaderboard's shaping up nicely. No one's running away with it. A lot of people who could win.
If anyone following in has a question for me or Harry about anything golf related, send in your questions and we'll answer them.
Yeah, send in your questions on the YouTube page or the Twitter live stream. We're on all the socials, Facebook, Twitter, YouTube. Ollie Goldhill, going to be a slightly tougher shot this for him as a right to left shaper of the ball. Would imagine to see him hit this left of the pin. Looks pretty happy with it. Also a high ball flight coming in right to left. Wow, that is a cracker. For a draw of the golf ball, that is a really great shot. You can see how that spun right to left. He's left himself about 9 foot straight back up the hill. He'll be hoping to convert one soon. I think that's a 9-iron I can see, Ricky. So they've obviously put the tee up a little bit and it's playing a bit shorter than its yardage.
100%. Good scoring opportunity, but also if you misfire, can be a tough save.
I'd imagine this will also be a 9-iron for Daniel. He's looking to steady the ship a little bit really over the next few holes. No more drop shots. Pick up a couple. Pulled this slightly left of target. Well, that's another really good shot. He's going to have about 12 foot straight back up the hill. We're going to see one of those go in, Ricky?
I hope so. I'm waiting for someone to make a birdie and this is our last chance. Shout out on the YouTube post to @705. What's the Big Easy Tour? So the Big Easy Tour is the feeder tour for the Sunshine Tour. You can get your Big Easy Tour a couple of different ways. Mostly when you go to Q School to try and get your Sunshine Tour, you have to make the cut. There's 5 rounds, and generally there's cut after 3 or 4 rounds. And if you make that cut, but you don't end up getting your Sunshine Tour card, then you feed into the Big Easy Tour for the year. This season, there's been 16 events and 12 cards up for grabs. Tyron Ryan, 8th hole, birdie putt down the hill. Oof. Slides that one by. I like the pace he had there though, hitting it a couple feet by, but at least he gave it a go. Tyron Ryan is one of the experienced players out here, Harry. He actually used to be on the Sunshine Tour and then took 5 years off for some personal reasons and then decided to give it another go.
Yeah, there's been a couple of guys who have done that. I know Graham van der Merwe took
10 years.
Was it 10 years? Yeah. Okay, took 10 years out of golf. And it's like he's never been away. He's had a great season on Sunshine this year. He's been in contention a number of times. It just shows you never really lose it. I also think it's important once you step away from golf a bit. Can really give you some appreciation of what you had. Just another shout out to the sponsors for supporting us in the tour. So we've got Betway, Ultron, and DNI.
We saw earlier Tyron Ryan has a bit of a slow day. 1 bogey, 7 pars, +1 for the day. Definitely not what he was looking for. The Betway Big Easy Tour schedule. We started off at Killarney Country Club. Then we moved off to Heron Banks Golf and River Estate, followed by Ramsey Country Club, Eagle Canyon Country Club. Eye of Africa, that's a cool event, Harry. I've actually never played there.
No, I've not either. So then we're moving on to Silver Lakes in Pretoria, into Krugersdorp, Peakenwood, Reading, and then Makofle. Really nice schedule actually for the coming Big Easy Tour season. They've obviously put a lot of effort into getting some new golf courses on the rota. I'm sure we'll see a new host of players coming through. Some of the amateurs who will have turned professional after Q School. Yeah, we're set for another great year.
100%. Eye of Africa used to host the PGA every year on the Sunshine Tour, so that's an awesome venue. Killarney's really been getting involved in golf in South Africa, and it's awesome to see them on the schedule again.
Back over to our leaders.
Hole 6. Love to see one of these guys make the birdie. Daniel's definitely going to be giving Oliver a little read here. Probably going to see Ollie running in to see what the putt does halfway through. Almost looks like it wants to come from the left, Harry, but I think it's been tricking the guys. I think maybe the grain's a little off the right and it's a bit straighter than people think.
Yeah, quite possibly. Got to give it a decent whack to get it up there.
I almost think it's just straight with some pace. Just slides off to the right a little bit. Maybe I was a bit wrong. Maybe it's more of a left edge putt. You will notice his pace was kind of just dead at the hole. If you give it a little extra, there's less room for it to wiggle. Well, that keeps Daniel at 13 under, going to the 7th par 5. Ollie another chance here to take the lead and have a little bit of a changing of the guards. Yeah, not his best putt there from Ollie. He just looks a bit uncomfortable with the flat stick so far today, Harry, but I've no doubt he's able to turn it around and start rolling them in.
Yeah, he's definitely missed a few chances already. It's important for his caddy here just to keep him calm. I think he's hit a lot of really good golf shots already. He's hit every green in regulation and they're going to drop soon. I know this is something Oliver's worked very hard on, his mental approach to the game. He works with a sports psychologist and I think he's really matured over the last few months. His results have been so consistent and yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see him win today.
Well, they're off to the 7th, par 5, a little bit of a dogleg right. Hit a good tee shot, you can really take advantage of the hole and have a mid-iron in and give yourself a good eagle opportunity. Here we see the final round leaderboard. Oliver Goldhill and Daniel Cranier sitting on 13 under still. Leon Visser, Tristan Leonard, 2 back and trying to work their way up that leaderboard and secure their top 12 spot at the end of the season. Joe Sullivan, who's number 1 in the order of merit, 3 under through 9, picking up pace a little bit here. Adam Bream, Jack van der Merwe, Jake Bolton and Matt Miller, all a part of that chasing pack right now.
How do we feel about our prediction? 17 under still a good number, Ricky?
Yeah, as long as they don't make any birdies coming in this front 9, I think 17's a great shout.
Ronald Ruggamayo, round of the day so far. He's 6 under par through 14. He would love to pick up 1 or 2 more.
Yeah, and we saw Bradley De Beer earlier, Hans Stroh, Brandon Gildenhays, all a part of that chasing pack. Off to the 8th, Jake Bolton. That short par 3 we talked about earlier. A lot of birdies up for grabs here if you hit a nice approach in. Just got to get that distance under control. Control the spin. Yeah, fine shot from Jake Bolton. Would have loved a little bit more spin, but nice chance for birdie there.
Back over to the 7th. Haven't actually seen this hole so far. Par 5, dogleg left to right. Got to hit it very high over the corner of the tree. If Dan can get his tee shot away here, he's going to have no more than a short iron in. Can see the helicopter finish there, hoping for it to cut, leaning a little bit.
It's almost one of those holes you can't cut it enough. As long as you get the distance you want on it and you hit it high, you can really cut the corner. Might not actually shape well for Oliver, as he likes to shape the ball right to left.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see what he does here.
I think he's already hit, so we'll see where he is on his second.
Big day for Jake today. Needs a top 3 finish or better to get himself a Sunshine Tour card. He's actually looking at his phone there. I'm sure he's checking the scores, which you are allowed to do. Seeing where he sits. Well, Jake, you're currently in 8th position. You're only 4 off the lead. Couple birdies and you're back in position. As we can see, top 4 of the leaderboard. Got off to steady starts, but no real fireworks yet. Travis Proctor, 5 under par through 10.
Yeah, he's chasing down Ronald for that low round of the day right now. But yeah, as you said, the top 4, there's not much action going on. 2 guys 1 under through a couple, and the other 2 lacking some speed right now. This is the order of merit here. Joe Sullivan leading the way on 1,265 points. Daniel Cronier in a close second with a win today would be able to maybe get past Joe. Jack van der Merwe, Oliver Goldhill, and Harry Koenig, who's actually sitting here right next to me, taking up that 5th position. He actually went to the tournament this week and teed off so he could get some of those guaranteed points. Brandon Peters taking up that 6th spot. Dylan Germiges on 7. Tristan Leonard, who's a young 22-year-old looking to make his way today, number 8 on the order of merit, followed by Travis Proctor and Keon Rose.
Smart gentleman is our Jake Bolton, always very well dressed. I'm sure you could take a leaf out of his book every now and again, Ricky.
I've been getting better. I haven't seen you on tour in a while, and you can ask around. I've been tucking that shirt in and matching a little bit more.
I was going to say, can you see that, Ricky? That is a tucked-in shirt.
No, I've been tucked in now for a while.
Tucked in and locked in.
Jake Bolton's had some Sunshine Tour experience this year. He's actually played the Alfred Dunhill at Royal Johannesburg, which must have been an awesome experience for him, and definitely goes into the successful season on the Betway Big Easy Tour.
Yeah, he's had a couple European Tour events, I believe. Obviously, coming off the back of the Walker Cup appearance, you get a few great opportunities. And he got his Sunshine Tour card the year I also got it, a couple years ago. Didn't play a lot that season and eventually lost his card, but I know he loves it out here and he's very hungry again to get back out on tour. Tristan Leonard now, putting back down the hill. We've not seen much success from this range. Nice effort, stress-free par. It's going along nicely today.
See Jake Bolton in there with the aim point. Definitely got a little bit of a read from Tristan. So would you say Jake needs to finish today?
So from my calculations,
Mr.
rather
calculations.
My dad's calculations, he thinks Jake needs a T3 or better, depending on a couple of other people, but a T3 should do it. Bit of a slow round for him so far today. I think he was hoping to be a bit better at this stage.
Yeah, Jake Bolton sitting at 10 under, tied 5th right now. Still got a lot of holes to play and a lot of birdie opportunities. Would love to roll this one in.
Any idea what putter he's got, Ricky?
Looks like he's got one of the new Scotties available.
I think you're right.
What's that neck called?
There we go.
Great putt, and first birdie we've seen at number 8. Good job, Jake. He really needs to make a couple more, but that's a great start to his campaign. Heading to number 9, which is an uphill par 4, little dogleg right. If you take a little bit too much off of it, sometimes you can find yourself in the thick rough up at the right.
Back now to the 7th, to our leaders. Ollie Goldhill in the left rough.
Ooh.
Doesn't look over the moon with it.
Couple bunkers there on the right. It almost looked like he said to his caddy that because of the lie in the rough, it came out with no spin. When it doesn't come out with enough spin, it's tough to shape the shot the way you want it to.
Daniel Cronier a bit further up the hole, also in the left rough. He's going to have a bit of tree trouble. But it doesn't look like he's got much club. This isn't going to be much more than an 8 or a 9 iron. Probably a 9 iron into this par 5.
Oof, also
Calling
looks
for
like
it to
he's
go.
leaning.
It's not a bad leave. Short left of the green, lots of green to work with.
Not
Shouldn't
bad.
present him too much difficulty.
Bit of a different day for these two, hey Harry. I mean, they've just been cruising along round 1 and 2, probably hitting greens and fairways, and now you see them kind of struggling a little bit early in the final round.
Yeah, I think Ollie's actually been really good so far. He's just a couple putts shy of where he should be at the moment. Back over to Jacques van der Merwe on the downhill 8th, par 3. Very accessible hole location today on the front left.
Might be a touch of a disadvantage being a lefty on this tee box, because if you overhook it, you know the water's right, and leave it up to the left, you're going to have some tricky rough to negotiate.
I definitely agree. Fortunately, they'll only be going in with gap wedges. Lovely shot, straight over the top of the flag. Didn't spin back quite as much as he would have liked, but he's going to have about 12 foot down the hill for his birdie. That must have looked really good in the air.
Yeah, very nice. Almost doesn't look like the ball's not spinning the amount it usually does on number 8. Almost take dead aim and don't have to worry about that backspin. Sometimes you have to think about the backspin because you don't want it to spin back in the water on the right. Visser. See if he can control something. Ooh, drops the club. Doesn't love it. Looked like from his reaction it probably went a little bit left, and you've got some bunkers there.
So I can add it to my story. I'll be keeping an eye on Ollie the next few holes. I know he's probably a bit disappointed that he's not made a couple more putts, but he's still right there and he needs to remember that. He's still at the very top of the leaderboard. He's not even looked like making a bogey yet. If he can get this up and down, maybe pick one more up before the 9's over, he'll be in a really strong position heading into the back 9.
Quick shout out to Samuel Simpson. He's following along on the commentary and he's having a great season on the Sunshine Tour, winning the Masters in Zambia. He's off to the DNI Tour Champs next week in Cape Town. We'll be looking forward to going to Cape Town, where he's from, and trying to pick up a win.
Shout out Sam Simpson. Incredible season. He had a great amateur career. I know he went over and played in the, was it the Junior President's Cup?
Yeah, he always brags about it. Follow us on our socials today, YouTube, Facebook and X.
Come on guys, get your questions in.
You see Daniel Hill. Bit of a simple uphill chip, Harry.
Yeah.
Probably looking to get this within 5 feet.
Yeah, I would have thought this would be inside 5 foot. Some kind of a middle lofted wedge.
Ooh,
Looks like it popped up a bit. Not much spin.
Yeah, great result. It's going to have a nice look at birdie.
Yeah, I think we'll give that to Enrique. Ollie's, I think, is slightly tougher because he's more pin high. So he'll be becoming slightly more down and left to right on the green.
Shout out Betway Ultra on DNI. Thanks for supporting our tour. Betway is a great platform to go on and find some entertainment, make some bets on your golf tournaments coming up. There's so much activity going on in South Africa lately. Bit of a tougher one here.
Looks like that's rolled out with a lot of mud on the ball. What a chip.
Oh, great
Yeah,
look.
that ball is sporting a rather interesting haircut. Like myself after yesterday's massacre at Danefern Square.
Yeah, Harry sent me a picture yesterday and said, oh, look, I'm looking all good for commentary tomorrow. I don't know, brother, you need to look in the mirror.
You actually said, thank God we're on radio and not on television.
All right, let's see what Jacques and Leon can do here. Need to start making some birdies. Leon actually dropped his club after he hit, so I think he's maybe off the green, but electing with putter. Another aim pointer.
For someone like me coming from England, chipping really is very different around here. I grew up hitting a lot of bump and runs. You could land it short of the greens and the ball would release on, but over here with a strong Kikuyu blade grass, you can't really do that. It just sticks into it. So you're either putting on the green surface or you're hitting a fairly lofted club from around the greens to fly it on most of the time. one thing I've noticed from the South Africans is how good they are at the short-sided chip, which requires a bit of spin, which is a shot that we don't really see that much in the UK and in Europe.
Down the hill, can he convert? Committed stroke. Just a bit too much break he took. Looked like a good putt, started on his line. Can't be too upset with that. Once you're putting from outside 10 foot, the odds really are not in your favor.
Right, we're almost up to 100 people on the YouTube.
Ollie, great birdie. Takes him to 14 under par. It's one way to get the round going. Oh, a little handshake with his caddy. Who was it that did that a while ago in the Ryder Cup? Whenever they made birdie, they I'm pretty sure it was Phil Mickelson.
Phil Mickelson. And I want to say it was Zach Johnson or Keegan Bradley.
Zach Johnson, you're exactly right.
They didn't want to get too pumped up, so
Yeah.
they just went for a very formal handshake.
Okay, so Ollie's just trying to stay level-headed. Daniel to follow, get to 14 under. Yep, very nice. Some casual birdies for the boys, exactly what they needed to do on number 7.
Yeah, we've got a question here from Jason V5N5 on the YouTube. What advice do you have for a struggling pro? For me, I think you've just got to stick to it. Try and get a really good team around you. Try and figure out what your weaknesses are from a statistical point, and then really aim to improve those. I think once you can break down what aspect of your game is letting you down, once you know that, you can really target it, get the team around you, and find a solution to implement improvements. Rick, you got anything to add?
Yeah, definitely. Just going back to the Golf Visser with a little bogey on hole number 8, which is definitely not what I needed right now, looking to break into that top 12. But yeah, my advice for someone struggling maybe with pro golf is similar to what you said. You really got to make a bulletproof plan and stick to it and be patient. And sometimes the results don't come early. You really got to just be patient, and as long as you're giving it your best, the results will come. Back to the final round leaderboard here. We've got Oliver Goldhill and Daniel after those birdies on number 7, getting to 14 under, and we've got a couple chasing at 12 under.
Yeah, Travis Proctor's making a real move today. 7 under par through 12.
Oh wow, so he's actually surpassed Ronald on the low round of the day so far.
I think for Ollie this week as well, when you start with 61, it's pretty hard to back it up. Yesterday, okay, he wouldn't have been over the moon with 2 under. There were a couple of bogeys in the back 9. But, you know, he probably knew after that first round that if he plays 2 solid rounds of golf, he'd be right up there by the end of the week. And, you know, he didn't have fireworks yesterday. He's going along steady today. He's right at the top of the leaderboard.
100%. Shooting something like 61 is so hard to follow up. I remember Dylan Naidu last year shot 61 in the 3rd round of the South African Open. Then they ended up not playing the 4th round, and he ended up winning.
Bit of a pull there from Ollie. Right to left shaper of the ball. Quite a long way left of the green, actually.
Yeah, that's going to be tricky. A little bit of an opening here for Daniel to try and get that leader spot again. See what it can do here. Nice little hold off. Oof, doesn't like it either.
Is this right, Ricky?
Looks right. Oh,
no,
a little bit left.
Also left, okay.
Well, that could be inviting for the players chasing them right now if they don't manage to get up and down. We've got Travis Proctor, who you said is having a very hot round, 7 under par through 12, and followed by Tristan Leonard and Jake Bolton right now, tied 4th. Yeah, Travis has a very clean scorecard right now. 7 birdies, no drops.
Wait. I'm moving.
On the other side of Johannesburg, Live Golf
No, just hang
has
on.
just teed off. They're underway there. Obviously a shotgun start. Crowds look absolutely massive already. My goodness. Just having a look here, Ricky. Look at that.
Oh,
I mean, it looks like a Ryder Cup.
Jason Roots, Sunshine Tour player, actually just finished his campaign as number 50th, so he'll also be heading up to the DNI Tour Champs. He's also messaged me that he's tuning in, listening to our graceful voices this morning.
Excellent. Thanks for tuning in, Jason, and good luck in the Tour Champs. over to the par 3 14th. Terry on Nell.
Anyone in Cape Town tuning in that's going to go over to the DNI, if you bump into Jason, he loves giving smiles away for free, so just go up to him and ask him for a smile. Theron Nell, he was actually on the Sunshine Tour my first year, Harry. Obviously lost his card and trying to fight his way back up here, back to the tour.
Not the week he wanted. One under par. He'll be looking to take some confidence into next week. Couple loose shots from the boys here, only with a gap wedge. Both hit it well left of the green. I guess when you're in this position you don't even want to flirt with the water, but I was still pretty surprised to not see either of them get it with inside 15 foot. How are these chip shots, Ricky?
I think Daniel's got quite a simple pitch. Looks like the ball's sitting up and he's got a little bit more rough under his ball, so he doesn't really have to worry about duffing it. Can really just get the blade under that, let it pop up. Probably land it 2-3 paces on the green and let it trickle down there from the left. I think maybe got a little advantage over Oliver right now. Looks like his ball's sitting down a little bit more.
Daniel to play first. This will be his most lofted club, I would imagine. Face slightly open, nice narrow neutral stance.
For the viewers at home, you really see puts it a little bit back in his stance, just helps him get ball first and make good contact.
As you can see there, drove it a little bit, didn't come out with much spin. Green's firming up possibly a bit.
Yeah, 100%. Sun looks like it's out and it's hot out there. The greens are definitely going to speed up the back nine. See if Ollie can take advantage here and put one close.
This looks really good.
Yeah. Oh, a little frustrated.
The boys have got high standards out here, Ricky.
Yeah, 100%. And, you know, they've both had such successful seasons. They're not used to hitting bad shots, so definitely need to control their emotions right now and keep things steady.
My dad would be jumping in the lake if he hit a chip shot that good.
At some points in my career, I'd also be jumping in the lake with a chip like that.
Over to the 15th, downhill par 3. Another really iconic hole here at Waterkloof.
Thorn van de Venter.
Some kind of a mid-iron down the hill. Back left pin location today. No sign of the ball.
Oh, there it is.
That is going to be
a tricky two-putt.
A very tricky two-putt. Guys are queuing up behind Daniel and Oliver today. I think this is going to get very interesting down the last few holes. Ricky, is there a reason you haven't eaten your Parma ham, cheese and roasted peppers baguette yet? Because I've eaten mine and your one's looking at me with those bedroom eyes. Are you going to take it at some point, or?
No, I think you've got it.
Think I've got another one in me?
Yeah, 100%. You're a big boy.
Daniel Cronje now. 6 foot for his par. Should be coming a little bit from his right to left. Doesn't want to drop a shot here. He's already made 2 drops today.
If you look on the bottom of your screen, you see Betway, Ultron, DNI. Those are the people that are supporting our tour and sponsoring us and allowing us to do what we love every day. Thanks so much. Important putt here to keep the momentum going. Tiny bit from the right. Yeah, solid roll. Needed that one. Tiny bit of pressure here on Ollie now.
Yeah, I think he got a good read from Daniel there. He's actually just moving his marker back, so he knows exactly what it's going to do. I think this is a right lip putt. Sean McClatchy's in behind him, looking cool as ever.
Yeah, definitely something that is Oliver's strength. That putter's got him out of a lot of situations. As Harry said earlier, Oliver likes to hold that putter in the front of his stance. Everyone has their own way of doing things.
Very natural looking putter. Yeah, good stroke there, Ollie.
Well, the boys take it to the 9th, 14 under par. Let's see if one of them can maybe birdie the 9th and go into the back nine with the lead again. Maybe take us through the 9th, Harry. What do you think is the most important thing?
Yeah, 9th hole, big dog leg left to right. You can take it up over the corner and try and chew as much of the hole off as possible.
Yeah, the last thing you want to do is go left. You definitely miss it right, because at least if you're right, you've got shorter in, and usually you end up with an angle. Just got to watch out for the water right of the green.
Really undulating green. It's split into about 3 tiers.
Yeah,
looks like we've got a middle left pin location today, which is one of the tougher ones, especially if you miss it long of it.
Yeah, and that green is protected by a couple of bunkers that you don't really want to be in.
So far we've not had any eagles on the hole, which is not surprising. Only had 7 birdies, 54 pars, 17 bogeys and 3 others. Pin location today is 7 on and 5 from the right, which isn't an easy pin location.
Yeah, I'd say if you can get the drive away in the fairway and have something around 150, you can really control the spin to that flag. But if you're in the rough, there's almost 3 segments on the screen, and if you hit it on the wrong segment, it's going to be a really tricky 2-putt.
I actually remember playing a Big Easy event here about 2 years ago, and we must have played in 50-60k winds, and I hit a driver and a 5-iron into this hole, where I'm normally hitting a driver and a sand wedge.
I remember in that same Big Easy, I made about a 20-footer on the last, went crazy, and missed the cut by 1.
I do remember that. Alright, Ollie teeing off here on the 9th, looking to take it well over the corner. This is a hole where you can really open your shoulders and let it fly. Looks pretty happy with it. That caught a tree possibly.
Almost looked like it, yeah. I think the ball's there settled down in the rough. Not going to be an easy approach now.
Daniel's got a little bit more firepower, so he can get it right across that corner. Just a shout out to Stuart Krog, who's just sent in a message.
I tell you what, that's the best putter on tour for me, Harry.
Yep, I won't argue with that. That line stays end over end.
Looks like Daniel's really unleashed on one here. A little bit up the right, but should have an angle. Shouldn't be too tough as long as one of those little trees isn't in the way. Getting back to Stuart Krog, he's actually a perfect example of someone who moved to South Africa from Zimbabwe, finished college, and didn't really know how he was going to go about his professional career, and he's really taken advantage of all the mini tours, and now he's established himself as a player. He's going to be teeing it up next week on the DNI Tour Champs.
Yeah, I think we played a lot of mini tour golf with Stuart. We were kind of travelling around with him a bit. I remember we all used to drive together in a car. He worked really hard on his trade, and I think one thing about Stuart is he's worked hard on what he's good at. He's improved aspects of his game which were weaknesses in the past, and he's become a really solid Sunshine Tour player. I remember he had a second a couple years ago over in Swaziland, had a good chance to win, and he'll be looking to take the form into next week.
100%. And Stuart also recently signed with Shrixon, and I think that's really helped him, because before that he'd had kind of a mixed bag and didn't have the right clubs for him, and that's also for someone at home thinking about turning professional. You really got to make sure your equipment is right for you.
I think it's a bit of a double-edged sword with equipment. You can get too bogged down in trying out everything, whereas realistically you've got to the position you're in with the clubs you've got. Okay, it's always good to tinker a little bit, but
No, 100%. I just mean if you don't have the right shafts for you, for your swing speed, for your angle of attack, there's so many things that go into having the right clubs, and I think that's really helped Stuart lately. He's comfortable with his setup now, and Shrixon's really given him a good opportunity, and he's taken it. Back to the par 3 here. We saw Uli kind of come out of his putt pretty quickly. See if Vaughan can do better. Pretty sure this is for par, as we saw his tee shot up on the right.
Vaughan's another one of the OGs from the IG Tour days. There was a good group of us out here back in the day, about 4 years ago, 5 years ago. Vaughan, Herman Lobser, Ian Snyman, Carl McClatchy, Stuart, myself, Ricky.
Slides on by on the left side. Not what the doctor ordered today for Vaughan. He's probably going to have to tee it up in a couple weeks at Q School. Nothing he can't negotiate. Made a nice eagle on the 7th, but a couple of drop shots here. One of the beautiful views here at Waterkloof. You can see the 2024 Big Easy Order of Merit champion Warwick Purchase. Leon Volster took the title in 2023-2024 season. Gerard Pepler nicked me in the last event in 2022 to take the title. And Kyle McClatchy in 2020-2021 season. He won a lot of events that season. Just a group of unreal players. Kyle McClatchy, Gerard Pepler and Warwick really showing some improvements on the Sunshine Tour. Have established themselves there. Leon a little bit of a struggle as of late, but always seems to play well on the Big Easy Tour. What hole is this, Harry? Is this the 9th? Yeah, I think this is the 9th.
Yeah, looks like the 9th. No. It might be the 10th.
Okay. Well, for all of you that have just tuned in lately, we've got Oliver Goldhill and Daniel Cranier leading the pack, and a couple of guys within close range chasing them down. We're in for an exciting finish here, ladies and gentlemen.
Just got a question in from Keegan Stain. He asked, why do you think Ollie hasn't quite got the job done yet this year? He's been playing great, hasn't got the win. Do you think today's the day?
We'll answer that in a sec here. We just got the leaderboard come up. Oliver Goldhill and Daniel Cranier on 14 under. Edging away from the pack a little bit. Travis just made a bogey and he's back to 11 under with Jake Bolton and Tristan Leonard. Joe Sullivan, Adam Bream, Jack van der Merwe and Leon Visser chasing at 10 under. And Matt Miller making a little bit of a run today, 3 under through 12.
Yeah, in reply to Keegan's question, obviously Oliver's a brilliant player and he's got the ability that not many do to take it really low. I just think it's an experience thing with him. The more he plays and the more he puts himself in this position, he'll find a formula which helps him get over the line, and once you learn that, it will hold you in really good stead going forward. I think he'd admit that sometimes he used to get a little frustrated on the course, but he's got so much better in that regard, and it's no surprise to see the amazing run of results he's been on recently. I'm going to go over to him now on the 9th.
Keegan Stain was a respectably good player in his day, Harry. I played on the same Scratch League team as him at Dainford, and he used to wax me.
I was actually with him at dinner last night. We were over in Stain City. Saw a few of the guys. Saw Dustin Johnson, the Aussie boys, Cameron Smith.
How's Mr. Stain playing though? I know he's been working the last couple of years.
Keegan Stain has been working very hard the last couple of years and hasn't had much time for golf.
Daniel Cranier into 9, second shot. Oh, that's a lovely shot. A little bit unlucky with the spin. Good look up the hill though.
Ollie's already hit. Can't see his ball yet, but it looks like he's got the putter out. So
yeah, it does look like he's got the putter out.
He might be a bit long of the pin. Here's a look back at the par 3 15th hole.
Oh, I think that's the tough 12th.
That is the tough 12th.
Follow us on our socials.
Ollie and Daniel in the lead on 14 under par. Travis going along very nicely on 11 alongside Jake Bolton and Tristan Leonard. Joe Sullivan started to catch fire on 10 under par. Adam Breen also going nicely. Fellow Englishman Matt Miller, 3 under par through 12 and 9 under for the tournament. Making up the top 10 with Jacques van der Merwe and Leon Visser.
Travis just recently dropped a shot as he was 7 under, so hopefully that one drop shot doesn't derail his round a little bit. Bradley De Beer level through 11, Hans Stroh, Brandon Gildenhays, Jaden Delto and Tyrone Ryan all sitting on 6 under par. Ronald Rugemeyer back to round of the day so far, 7 under through 16, looking for an exciting finish. Andrew Williamson, Vaughan van der Venter, Kian Rose, Brandon Peters all making up that second page of the leaderboard. It's going to be an exciting finish, ladies and gentlemen. Back up to the 15th, we've got Mr. Lewis. Some looks at birdie. Keon Rose. Pretty sure Keon Rose played at Clemson University, Harry, which is quite a strong university to come from.
Yeah. No, I've heard it's a great university to learn your trade. Keon's actually not played that many events so far on the Big Easy Tour, but he's already in position to get himself a Sunshine Tour card, which pays testimony to what a good player he is.
This is a tough putt up the hill here. He's got a whole segment of the green to negotiate with. Just looking to cozy it up there to a couple feet. Oh, great putt. Just sliding off on the left there. Shouldn't be too difficult to tap that in for par.
Back to the 9th. Ollie's got a really good look for birdie. Oh, won't be happy with that one. Short, low on line, but another stress-free par. I think if you're Ollie, you're 1 under par through 9. You've hit pretty much every green in regulation. You've not made a bogey yet. I don't think you're going to be too unhappy. I think if you can just keep his head,
100%. I
he's
think him and his caddy just need to stay calm. Quite a clean scorecard for their Ollie. 1 birdie, 8 pars. Takes him to the back 9 at 14 under par. Keon Rose here to save par. Oof. It's a bit of a mistake later in the round, and Keon's obviously not guaranteed his card yet, sitting at number 10 on the order of merit, so needs a bit of a strong finish now. Opening the doors for other guys who are trying to jump into that top 12. His playing partner, Lewis Liebenberg, was looking for a big day, but just didn't quite happen, lying at 13th on the order of merit. Taps in for his par, and he almost needs to think birdie, 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 and give myself some kind of chance, and hopefully a miracle happens, sitting at 13th.
I don't think that's going to be enough, Ricky. I've
Yeah,
done
I don't think so either.
Done my calculations.
Sometimes the pressure gets the best of us and we don't prevail.
So as it stands, Jake Bolton on 11 under in T3. He needs a T3 or better to secure his Sunshine Tour card.
We are live on YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, everyone. If you guys have any questions for me and Harry about anything golf related or schedule related, Betway Big Easy Tour, or the D&I Tour Champs coming up next week, send in our questions.
Just got a question here from Tiger Malabi 5557. What parts of the game would you say are the most useful for pro golf? I know they're all important, but I'd love to hear your opinions. I think for me, being a good driver of the golf ball is very important in today's golf. Distance is such a key factor, and if you don't have the distance, you're going to have to hit the ball extremely straight to compete. So when I work, or when I have worked with juniors and amateurs, you know, I'm not afraid to tell them to give it a good whack. Ricky, what aspect of the game do you think is important?
Yeah, I think similar to what you said, it's becoming a power game now in 2026. We see guys all around the world hitting the ball 300 meters plus. I do a lot of strokes gained, and I think once you're able to get that tee shot in play, you've really got to focus on that short game. Ollie Gold here on the 10th hole. See what he can do. Quite a straightforward par 4. A little bit down the hill, and quite a narrow fairway, but quite a generous hole.
Yeah, so I think the back 9, it's a little bit wider than the front 9. You've got a lot of holes that are kind of crossing over each other. You can open your shoulders a bit. There's 2 very, very reachable par 5s, 15 and 18. Couple tough par 3s mixed in there, but I think we're going to see some low scoring on this back 9.
100%. I think one of them can get hot and make a couple birdies in a row. See Daniel Cronier starting his back 9 campaign. I think Ollie found the right rough. Loves that. Quick to the tee. Yeah, that's a great drive. Gonna leave him with a really short wedge in and looking to put that one close and get going here on the back nine.
Oh, the umbrellas are out, ladies and gentlemen. Was that a bit of rain we just saw?
Here's the hole number 10 at Waterkloof Country Club. Quite a straightforward par 4. You've got a little bit of a tight fairway cut to negotiate with on your tee shot, but once you're in the fairway, it's a very generous green. Bunkers left and right, but really shouldn't be an issue for these guys as long as they get off the tee shot and have a inside 110-meter shot coming in.
There is a bit of out of bounds that lurks left, but it's a long way left and you shouldn't really be hitting it over there. The
Yeah,
majority of the
100%.
guys today, if they're missing, will be over in that right rough, which isn't too bad. There's a couple of trees.
That pin is 21 paces from the front of the green and 8 from the right. So a little bit on the back segment of the green. Definitely favors the person coming in from the fairway. Advantage Daniel.
Just having a look at the leaderboard. Ronald Ragameo, he got it to 7 under par through 16, and he's made a drop on the 17th to take him back to 6 under for the day. Still a brilliant round of golf.
Yeah, definitely one way to end the season on a boom. Travis Proctor, 6 under through 13. Both of those gentlemen trying to compete for the low round of the day. We see Andrew Williamson walking up the green complex here. He's level par through 12, 5 under tournament, tied 16th. His playing partner is Hans Stroh, the only amateur in the field, sitting at 6 under. Both of these guys will probably have to go to Q School in 2 weeks if they're looking to secure Sunshine Tour status, but still a solid season and they can be proud of their efforts. This looks juicy, Harry.
What do you think it is about South African golf that produces so many good amateurs turn into professionals? I mean, we've just seen Casey Jarvis almost do the unthinkable and win 3 consecutive times on the DP World Tour. Jaden won twice.
Yeah, I think South Africa has great weather, we have great golf courses, we've got such good athletes, and honestly, the Sunshine Tour has created such a good platform for us to compete on every week, gain experience, and the guys just seem to be coming out younger and younger and improving more and more. It's not easy, but the likes of Casey Jarvis, Jaden Shaper, Ryan Van Velzen, some Sunshine Tour graduates that have gone on to have some success in Europe, it's unbelievable to see.
I think a lot of that's down to playing opportunities as well. I mean, since I've been over here, you see so many amateurs teeing it up in the professional events. And when you turn professional as a top amateur from South Africa, you might have already played in a few DP World events, Hotel Planet Tour events, Bushvelds, Big Easies, and you know, once you've already competed at that level, you're not going to be as nervous, you're going to know what it takes, and that gives you such a great advantage. So I think that pays testimony to Golf RSA and the opportunities that they give the young lads.
100%, and Sunshine Tour work closely with Golf RSA, always giving them opportunities in Sunshine Tour events, letting them get prepared for the big stage. Got a little bit of a cross-handed grip here from Andrew Williamson. A couple guys have been going to that lately. He's got to really be precise here with his landing spot, or he might end up in the bunker.
I tell you what, it's not a bad shot.
Yeah.
Bit of a wrong club.
Coming into the green or
from the tee?
Yeah, I would say maybe a little bit wrong. Maybe got the drawing too much as well. Ollie, 10th hole, second shot, looking to put something close here and put some pressure on Daniel.
Great chance here to put something close. There's just going to
100%.
be some kind of a lob wedge. Looks like he's got a good lie in the right rough.
We see Tristan Leonard's found his way in solo third, chasing the pack. What would he have from here, Harry? About 80 meters?
Didn't look like much of a swing there. Could be about 70. It's just stopped on him. You can see by his reaction he was expecting that to release a little bit more. Sean, get the water out. Give him a drink.
Yeah, you got to really be careful here. There's a lot of segments in the green. If you land your shot on an upslip, it's not going to roll out too much. Daniel, what kind of shot do you think he's going to hit in here, Harry? A low drivey one, or try and fly it all the way to the pin?
Well, I'll tell you exactly what he's trying to do. He's asking Ollie to mark his ball. So I think he's going to try and land it on about Ollie's ball. Just left of Ollie's ball. Couple of skips and then it should check up pretty quickly. But he won't be flying this all the way to the hole, I doubt. I don't think he's got much more than about 60 metres left in. Another good drive.
Couldn't agree more, Harry. Great description. See if you can drive one low and put it close.
Here we go. 1, 2, check.
Oh,
there we go.
Great. Going to be a great opportunity to make a nice stress-free birdie.
That was really impressive.
Yeah, that was very nice, and you could see the ball flight. It just got his club right under the ball and nicked it off the grass, and it did exactly what you thought. Hanstroh to tap in for his par on number 15. Can really be proud of himself as the only amateur in the field this week.
Just got a message from Alex Redelling Hayes, I hope I pronounced that correctly, on the YouTube, asking me how my recovery is going. It's going well, thank you. I'm getting somewhere. I've been able to play a few holes, hit a few balls, and yeah, I'm really enjoying getting back into it. Been doing a lot of chipping and a lot of gym work, and I'm excited to start the new Sunshine Tour season.
Andrew Williamson here, hole 15 for par. We saw him use that cross-handed grip on his chip. This will almost feel like a birdie, Harry. You know, you mess up your tee shot, you hit the best chip you can, and you just need to roll one in. It's also using that claw grip.
Go on.
Oh, great putt. Just kind of wiggled at the end and stayed out on the left.
You going to tell the viewers what putter he's using, Ricky?
You know what? It looks like a Phantom Scotty Cameron 5.5 with a counterbalance grip.
Do you think? I thought it was an Odyssey.
I thought that originally, but the structure of the head just looked more like a Scotty to me.
We'll take Ricky's word for it on this one. He's got a few more putters than I do, so.
Oliver Goldhill for birdie, hole number 10. Definitely looking to get this in the hole, as Daniel's quite close for his birdie.
Yeah, I think he hit a good second shot. Just didn't release out of that rough as much as he maybe thought.
100%. Bit up the hill here.
Pretty straight putt. This is looking good. Good effort there. Good aggressive putt.
Yeah, definitely. Maybe a touch outside the friend zone now, but nothing he can do. Shout out to Rita. She's one of the lovely nomads you can see in the back screen there on the golf cart. The nomads volunteer week in and week out for us, and they do such a lovely job, and you know, they add so much value to the tour. So thank you to the nomads. Well, Daniel's done his aim point. He's got his line. Now he just has to match his speed and see if he can roll it in for birdie and get back on solo lead. Shout out Betway, Ultron, and DNI. Oh, it's just not happening right now for the boys on the putting green. Oliver will be quite relieved by that.
These two are seriously letting the rest of the field back in on the greens. They could both be a couple better quite easily already today.
100%. Ollie's going to put all his energy to this one right now to stay level with Daniel. Head to the next hole on 14 under par.
Definitely outside the friend zone. I wouldn't be giving you this one, mate, that's for sure.
Yeah, you wouldn't be giving me half of this one.
True. Do you think I'm a bit stingy on the gimmies?
No, I just think I've given you reason not to. Yeah, great stroke from Oliver.
There was a little bit on that, you know. That was a good 3.5, 4 foot.
Yeah, I really love the way he stroked that. No worries about anything going past, and there's a little clap of the hand with his caddy.
I think that's really important there from Sean. He's maybe reminding Ollie, look, I know you've not holed a lot so far today, but you're at the top of the leaderboard. If we'd started the week, we would have taken this.
100%.
Bitten your arm off for it. So stay in the present. let's try and make 3 more birdies the rest of the round, and that could be good enough.
Definitely, and I think he's got a little bit of an advantage right now with his mate on the bag.
Yeah, you alluded to that earlier. It's so important to find a good caddy out here, and when you're lucky enough to have a good friend who's able to caddy for you, you know, it doesn't really feel like work, does it? It just feels like a stroll out in the sun.
100%. Shout out Cameron Morley. He was on my bag for a long time and it was awesome.
We just got a question in from James Mack. James was a product of Q School a few years ago. He's had some really great results over the last couple of years. He asked, who are my picks? We'll go over to that in a second. We're back over on the 15th hole. The 2 guys have hit it right of the flag. We'll go back to James Mack's question. Who are my top picks for Rookie of the Season next year from the Big Easy graduates? Well, seeing as I'm part of those graduates, I'll let Ricky answer this one. Ricky, who are some of your picks from the guys out here today to have successful Sunshine Tour seasons next year?
Get to that now in 1 sec. Matt Miller with a tough chip around the green segment. It's going to really leave him a tough par putt. Yeah, I think, Harry, if your leg recovers really nicely and you're healthy, I think you're definitely going to be up there with one of the best shouts for Rookie of the Year. I think Oliver Goldhill, Daniel Cronier, has really a couple of great players. We've got Vaughan van der Venter here on number 17 trying to clean up for his par. Not the week he wanted, tied 17th right now. He's going to find himself at Q School in 2 weeks. Vaughan, 1 eagle, 4 birdies and 8 pars today. Struggling a little bit. The ever so experienced Ulrich van der Berg. Ulrich.
You pronounced that beautifully, Ricky. Why don't you try again?
Ulrich van der Berg walks off the 17th with par.
1 eagle, 1 birdie, 13 pars today.
Going back to James Mack's question, I also think Jacques van der Merwe has a great chance. I mean, he won 3 times this year, which is a great sign that he knows how to close off tournaments. Travis Proctor having a great round going. Not a bad chip. Maybe just got the line a touch wrong. Thought it was going to turn a little bit more there, Harry.
Yeah, never easy from the right side. Obviously, it's the safe place to miss. You don't want to miss it left. There is OB over there, so you leave it over on that right side, and it's not an easy up and down.
Well, it's great to be here, calling shots. We've got the final round of the Betway Big Easy Tour going on. Oliver Goldhill and Daniel Cronier leading at 14 under. Tristan Leonard just made a birdie and he's 3 under through 11. 1 back of the leaders. Travis Proctor having that great round, but there's a bit of a tricky putt here to save his par. Jake Bolton, Matt Miller, Joe Sullivan, Leon Visser, Adam Breen, and Jacques van der Merwe are part of the chasing group right now.
I think we've got about seven guys here. Travis's rookie pro season, I believe. Great save there.
Yeah,
keeps the
awesome
momentum
stuff.
going. 6 under par for today, 11 under. He's just 3 shots back. If he can get a hot finish and pick up 3 more, you never know.
Yeah, and Tristan is in his rookie season as a pro. Turned pro in 2025, 22 years old, and he's made 62,000 rand this season so far. You can see here, this is the beautiful finishing par 5. After a good tee shot over the bunkers on the right, you should leave yourself with about an 8 or a 7 iron in, Harry.
Yeah, great opportunity, the 18th for fireworks. Eagle chances, there's water on the left. The players will be looking to make at least a birdie here, so I think it's going to come down to the last.
Follow along on YouTube. We're bringing all the action to you. We're also on Facebook and X, the Betway Big Easy Tour Finals. Get us your questions. We love answering them. This is the Betway Big Easy Tour Final. We've got the leading group of Oliver Goldhill and Daniel Cronier going pound for pound, trying to take the title off each other. They better watch out though. There's a couple guys right on their tail. Tristan Leonard, Travis Proctor, Jake Bolton.
So story of the day so far, Jake Bolton, who's down the order of merit a little bit, hasn't played much of the season. He's currently in T4, and from my calculations,
he needs T3 or better to secure himself a Sunshine Tour card. Top 12 of the regular season, get their Sunshine Tour cards. That's what we're out here all playing for. Okay, we got one of our first looks at the 17th hole that we talked about earlier. 210 meters today, slightly downhill. Nice shot there from Louis, got it up onto that back shelf. There's a lot of people who would be very happy with that later on in the day. You got bunkers that lurk on the right and a big water hazard on the left.
Nice for Kean Rose to have his girlfriend from America here, following along with him, giving him that unconditional support.
Yeah, must be nice.
But yeah, this the 17th hole is very difficult. You almost feel like you don't have much of a landing area to land your shot on, Harry. I mean, you've got bunkers up the right, you've got water left, you've got a 5-iron in your hand. Long isn't very good, so it's definitely going to be one of those holes that we might find our champion on later in the day.
I think so too. I mean, even if you come to that hole 2 shots back, someone can make a par or a birdie, and the other player can make a double very quickly. Going to go over to Daniel Cronje now. The boys are on the 11th hole, the downhill par 4. Another good birdie chance if you get your tee shot away. Looks like he's in the left rough here, which is normally a pretty good angle.
Yeah, the pin today on the 11th green, Harry, is 10 paces from the front and 5 from the left.
This is not going to be easy from over here.
Yeah, he's almost got to land it on the fringe, just left of the flag, and let it trickle up in a perfect world. Anything inside 15 feet I think he's happy with.
Came up a bit short there. Won't be over the moon with that. Time for Ollie to put the foot down.
100%. This is a great opportunity now for Ollie. Daniel looks quite frustrated too.
I feel like these boys, they haven't really fed off each other yet today. They've not been holding putts. I think we're expecting maybe a little bit more of a match play situation. I think Ollie's played some really nice golf, hasn't quite converted, but he also hasn't dropped a shot yet, which I think is really important. Going bogey free wherever you do it is always a sign of solid golf. Something's just distracted him there. So as we spoke about earlier, he's starting his routine again, something all you amateurs could learn a thing or two from. Back in the zone, dressing the ball, couple looks, pull the trigger. Go.
Yeah, it's a pretty solid shot.
Yeah, we're fairly happy with that. He's got a 10-footer. Just a little look here at the 11th hole at Vartacliff Golf Club. Downhill par 4. It's about 300 meters to reach that bunker on the left-hand side. You can see once you get past that, it's all downhill and left to right to the green. I know in winter we can reach the green. In the summer it's not quite possible. You're going to hit a drive and leave yourself about a 50-meter pitch, or you can lay a bit further back and leave yourself a full wedge shot, which I don't think is a bad play. Back over to the 17th hole. 25-footer for Louis Liebenberg here. Don't think we're going to see many birdies here today, Ricky.
Yeah, no. If
I've
you
not
can walk off the 17th with a 2, you've done really well.
I've not made many in my time on this hole.
I mean, that one playoff I was here, I basically got to the tee, hit my shot 50 meters left, and walked back to the clubhouse.
Can you remember who that playoff was with?
Yeah, it was Brandon... No.
I think it was
Brandon Lee and Reynard Blau.
Yeah. I remember they both hit great shots in to about 12 foot. And
For some reason I still went to the drop zone.
Okay, here's Daniel. 3rd shot, trying to save par. Shouldn't be too testing.
Could make this. Yeah, a little bit off to the right.
He's left himself about 4 foot.
It's a real big opportunity here for Ollie. He could make this, and Daniel could miss, and he could walk off the hole with a 2-shot lead. Just like that.
Got a good feeling about this one for Ollie.
Alright, well you heard it here first, folks. Harry's giving in.
This is my first call of the day, guys. It's my first call ever actually on stream. Let's hope there's no commentator's curse going on. But yeah, I like him for this one. He's pulled Sean in for the read. Sean's got the glasses on.
They are looking tidy today.
Not much break in this one, Ricky.
Yeah, I think it's one of those putts where you almost think it's going to turn a lot from the right because of the segment of the green right there by the hole, but I agree with you. I think if he gives us some good pace, it's not more than right edge.
They're having a good look at it, which normally means there's not a load in it and they're trying to find something in it.
Yeah,
10 foot here for Ollie, back up the hill. Time to make your move, boy. Commentator's curse. I think he had that on a pretty good line. Maybe a foot too much pace. Almost looked like it wiggled right at the end.
Well, just like that, I think Daniel's got the easier par putt.
So I'm now 0 for 1 on commentator's call. I'm going to keep quiet for a while.
17 to clean up his par. He must be feeling the nerves right now. Number 10 on the order of merit, not had the great day. Oof, and another bogey. That's definitely not going to help his campaign. Alright, well, we've got Daniel up here first for par on number 11. Hit a good drive, left a second, just a bit short. See if he can walk off with a 4 and stay at 14 under par. Not looking for too much on this one, eh, Harry? Just a solid putt back in the back of the hole.
Yep. Pretty good chip, left it in a good spot.
It's another tip for the amateurs back at home when you have a nice little chip shot. You always want to leave it under the hole. Yep. Almost thought like he missed it, but safely in the hole and 14 under par.
Back over to the 15th here. Jaden's hit it left of the green. Fortunate not to roll down further.
Go!
Pretty good chip. Left himself 3 foot. Hopefully he can clean that up for his par.
Alright, Ollie. Harry might have given you a little bit of a false start there, but let's clean it up and get it in for par. Great putt.
I think Ollie hit a pretty good first putt, you know. It almost looked like it went a bit right, and then Daniel's one went a little bit left. So I don't think there was much in it.
No, 100%. I mean, Ollie did hit a good putt. Maybe half a foot too much of pace, but definitely going for it. Brandon Gildenhays on 15 for birdie. Oof, you just see a couple of guys have now hit that putt and it just goes a left at the end. A bit straighter than what the guys think.
Yeah, I find during a broadcast or a final round, there almost seems to be a time in the round where a lot of guys start making putts all at once. I don't think we've quite seen that yet, but I think at some point the guys are going to start holding a few 15-footers, and that's really going to change the leaderboard.
100%. Ollie and Daniel need to get something going here.
As it stands, Jaden Deltal will be getting his Sunshine Tour card for next year. I'm sure his parents will be very proud of him after a great season. I actually played the final round with him at Soweto this year, which was awesome. He's a great lad and a great little player.
Alright, we've got Uli here on the 18th finishing hole, trying to finish off his day with a birdie. He's actually 12th on the order of merit, so he's also one of those guys that could switch and change today. Not going to get too many points today, finishing around 20th. Opens the door for a couple guys like Jake Bolton we talked earlier. I think Uli actually won the Sunshine Tour Order of Merit back in the day, so he still is a great player, and I'm sure we'll see him on the Legends Tour eventually. Alright, surprised to see driver in Daniel's hands here on number 12. What do you think he's trying to do here, Harry? Go for the green or just get it over the bunkers?
A lot of guys on the 12th hole actually opt to play left of the bunkers. There's a lot of room over there. Obviously you're relying on a good lie, but it's not a bad play.
Okay, and the pin is 8 on 4 from the right.
So you'd leave yourself a decent angle. He looked a bit anxious about this one. Might have a bit of tree trouble over there, but he's not a long way from the green either way. Boys are staying aggressive. this course really is a bit of a bomb and garage situation.
You see the beautiful hole 12 at Waterkloof Country Club. You've got a big set of bunkers on the left. Ideally you can carry those ones and it'll kick you back into the fairway. Want to try avoid the right hand trap because then you've got trees to hit over. Bunkers well protected by one bunker over the green and a long bunker just short of the green. The green also has a lot of slope in it.
Narrowly avoided the hazard here. Andrew Williamson, I'm sure his heart was in his mouth a bit as the ball was in the air, but he's alright.
Oh, maybe he could hear you.
Do you think? Maybe he was listening.
Got the YouTube app open on his phone.
This will be a slightly straighter faced club.
Yeah,
I would
probably
imagine
something like a 9-iron?
Yeah, maybe a pitching wedge.
Cross-handed grip.
See this releasing up the green.
Could almost think this is like a putt. Gotta let it die in the hole. Not
Won't be
enough
too
pace.
happy with that. Over to the 18th now. The boy Vaughan. He's got a downhill eagle putt. Not quite sure what happened there. The line was off and so was the weight.
Yeah, that was not Vaughan's best performance. Gonna have a tough birdie putt coming up. We've got Hans Stroh, the only amateur in the field here, with a good look on 17.
So Hans, if he gets his Sunshine Tour card next week, he'll obviously, I'd imagine he'll be turning professional, Ricky?
Correct, yeah. I know a lot of guys keep their amateur status until they actually solidify their Sunshine Tour card. Oh, great putt, and we see our first birdie on hole number 17. Great job, Hans. I'm sure a couple guys in the leading pack will pay you for that birdie. Williamson, uphill par save attempt. I think you're right, Harry. That's an Odyssey. I was wrong. The rare occasion. I don't know what a putter is. Oh, that's gonna veer off to the right. Not the greatest day for Andrew.
Not much wind to speak of today. Pretty good conditions all week for the guys.
100%. We've got soft fairways, soft greens, and not a lot of wind.
Really good clean up there for Vaughan. Nice final round of 69, 3 under par. Finishes at -5 for the tournament.
Yeah, he's 14th on the order of merit. Obviously Lewis, Liebenberg, and Uli are in front of him, who aren't having the greatest day, but still not.
I don't think that's going to be enough.
Yeah, no, I don't think so either.
I think
We'll
a
see them at
couple of
Q
guys
School.
are. I think Vaughan will be back to Q School next week, so we wish him the best of luck there. Hopefully he can get his card and be back out on tour. Another guy looking to have a great week, Adam Breen. Nice chip over there on 15 in a tricky spot. He needs a seriously hot last few holes if he's going to get himself up into that top 12 on the order of merit.
Ollie, hole number 12, left rough. Pins on the front portion of the green. See if you can put something close.
So yeah, I think Ollie's hit it over here on purpose, to be honest. The fairway's pretty tight, and if you can't carry all the bunkers up the left, which not many guys can, there's a lot of room over there on the left. As long as the lie's half decent, you've got some kind of a wedge.
Yeah, and Ollie loves his wedges, so obviously knew if he hit it there, he could get it close to the pin. Just make sure he gets it up and on the green and not leave it short. Yeah, I think he's left it in that front bunker, which is might be a bit tricky. Looks like he's landing it on a downslope once he gets it out of the bunker.
If he's in that bunker, that is a really, really tough spot. You're hitting straight onto a downslope, no green to work with, and obviously there is the potential of the dreaded fried egg. Hopefully not.
Yeah, Daniel here from the left rough too. Maybe looks like he's got a bit more tree trouble, pacing off his distance to the pin.
He's looking up.
Yeah, he is looking up. That face is wide open. It's a very tricky shot here, and the margins are small. Likes it, I think. Oof, also comes up short, but I think that's going to be in the fairway, not the bunker. A little bit more green to work with.
So yeah, I mean the guys have both taken on the driver. They've hit it in the rough and they've paid the penalty for that. Over to Joe Sullivan, our Order of Merit leader. He's having an incredible year. Recently switched coaches. Wanted someone who was in South Africa.
Who did he switch to, Harry?
I believe he's gone to Neil Cheetham over at Wanderers, who's a great coach. I've seen Neil before.
Yeah, and he was a great player.
He was.
He actually played with Tiger Woods once in a WGC.
Did he really?
Yeah. Shout out to Betway, Ultron, and DNI. Thanks so much for sponsoring the tour and giving our guys a great chance. Actually saw Donnie Van Tonder last week at Serengeti where he ended up winning. He's got a beautiful DNI golf bag right now. Obviously DNI playing their part in supporting our players like Donnie. Well, it looks like Daniel's going first. So maybe a little longer in first pitch shot.
I think this ball's come to rest on the upslope and he's a bit worried about it rolling once he's preferred his lie. Daniel Cronje, 1 eagle this week, 17 birdies, 5 bogeys. Pretty impressive stuff, no doubles. This guy makes a lot of pickups throughout the course of the week. Aggressive player, doesn't hold back.
We're waiting for something exciting to happen, Harry. Maybe he pitches us one in and we go wild.
I think this is going to have a look. Off the upslope, keep the hands forward, drive it in.
Oof.
Felt like he got a little bit of contact with the ground there. That's good 8 foot away. Ollie's got another chance here if he's got a decent lie to get it inside him and put the pressure on. I don't think this is easy.
He is a good bunker player, so I would say anything inside 7 feet from here isn't too bad, Harry.
Yep, all lie dependent obviously. If he's on the upslope it's not too bad. This guy's got great hands, folks.
Oh, how good is that? Oh, volley. Bit of an unlucky situation. Could have easily gone in for the same money, but I also think he'll be happy with that. It was a tricky shot. You could see he just landed it over the bunker and landed it in the fringe. There was just no ways he was stopping it.
I think that's a great result. I think that was going considerably past.
100%.
That bunker's not a good place to be, but not too bad in the end.
Back to the 18th, Mr. Liebenberg, 2 under par, currently sitting at 21st, 13th on the Order of Merit, so not in the spot he wanted at the beginning of the day. Bit of a chunk and run out the bunker there, just trying to feed it to the hole. Great shot, great result.
That was a brilliant shot. Should be able to clean up for his birdie there over on the last hole of the week. Bit of a situation here. The boys are battling for pars again. Dan's got about 8 foot and I think Ollie's got about 6. Another important match play moment. They haven't holed much for birdie so far. This is Ollie's first real test for par, I think, so far. He's had a lot of good birdie looks today, not converted, but not had too much stress.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of fighting and stressing right now, so I think the first person who makes and the other person doesn't make, we might see some emotion.
They've actually
fist bump for the boys.
Yeah, I'd like to see a bit of emotion from Ollie here if he holds this one. They've actually got Ollie to go first, so maybe this is a little bit longer than it looks. Could be 8 foot. Downhill, left to right. This is not an easy putt.
Yeah, we saw his bunker shot turn so much towards the end there and catch the pin. So this definitely has some left to right movement. Really needs to keep his head down and release that putter. Oh, great putt from Ollie. You could see that thing going in right off the face. Would have loved a little fist bump.
There we go. Little fist pump to Sean McClatchy as caddy.
Oh, we've got Keon Rose here. His better half doesn't look too impressed right now. Let's chip one in for her, Keon. Some firework finish here for the number 10th on the Order of Merit.
Here we go.
Oh,
great
okay.
effort.
Well, now he's gonna have to tap that in and wait the rest of the afternoon, Harry.
I think he's got his card secured, Ricky.
Okay. Does he know that though?
Maybe you should tell him. Over to Daniel now, also got about 8 foot. Left to right. Doesn't want to drop another shot today.
Oof.
2 really big putts there from the boys. Neck and neck at the moment.
Yeah, no, they're out there fighting with each other right now, and they're both doing a great job. Might not have their best games, but rolling in that 8-foot putt, 8-foot par putt is just as important as all the other shots. Matt Miller, 17, great birdie. It's 2 birdies we've seen now on 17, Harry, so setting the tone for the rest of the groups.
Fellow Devonshire lad, Matt Miller, 8 birdies today. Wow. And he'll be looking for another one at least on the 18th hole. Matt Miller is currently 5 under par for the round, up to 11th. Sorry, up to 11 under.
Back here to the 15th hole, we've got Tyrone Ryan scoping up his birdie putt, doing some aim point. And then we've got Bradley De Beer on the other side of the green, checking his birdie putt out. Yeah, Tyrone Ryan was in contention at the Fortress actually, Harry, where we talked about Warwick winning earlier, and I think he finished tied 3rd, had a great week. I think that week really showed him that he belongs out on the Sunshine Tour, and even though he took a 5-year break, he's still good enough to compete.
Absolutely.
He's definitely one of the smoother guys around, always dresses smartly, has a bit of swagger to him.
What do you notice about his shirt, Ricky? Nice and tucked in.
Really haven't had that issue lately. 2 years ago, we could have been chatting about it. Just lacking a little bit of pace as some of the other guys. Might be due to the wet conditions. Green's just slowing up a bit for the final round. Lovely greens at Waterkloof Country Club though. I would say they're some of the best in Gauteng, Pretoria, Johannesburg.
Absolutely. All through the year as well. They can get really fast in the winter. Over to Louis now on 18, just cleaning up for his birdie, 2 foot up the hill. Nice way to end the week. Not the round he wanted today, level par 72 to put him at -3 for the tournament.
It's definitely gonna be a good thing for Keon that he didn't have a great round.
Keon also tidying up for his birdie. Also a round of level par 72, not what he really wanted today.
Well, Keon will sit and wait around, but we do think it's good enough to secure a Sunshine Tour card.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to getting up to Waterkloof in a couple of hours. It'll be nice to see all the guys. I've missed seeing them week in, week out, and we'll be presented with our Sunshine Tour cards. Back over to the leaderboard. 2-way tie at the top. Oliver Goldhill and Daniel Cronje on 14 under par in hot pursuit. Tristan Leonard, who's 13 under par. Chasing pack of Travis Proctor, Matt Miller, Joe Sullivan and Leon Visser, all on 11 under par. Ricky, do you think anyone apart from the top 3 at the moment can win this, or do you think it's a bit of a 3-horse race?
I think if Travis maybe finishes birdie eagle, gets in a 14 under, he's got a small chance. I think Joe Sullivan has enough holes to maybe have a hot finish and try and get a number in the clubhouse, but I do think our winning player will come from the top 3 right now, odds are.
I think you've got 14 short par 5 down the hill, which is going to offer up birdies, as well as 18.
Yeah,
obviously
no,
2 tough par 3s in there. You just never know though.
I actually caught up with Daniel Cronje yesterday and talked to him a bit about his game plan today. He said he was going to come out and try and be aggressive. Obviously not working to his best abilities right now, but still has some time to get some birdies in. Working on putting mostly with his coach. He's talked about doing his putting routine more methodically this season. He feels like it's been a big difference to his success. His favorite hole is the 17th par 3, which we'll see him playing a bit later. He's going for his 3rd Big Easy this season. His goal to start the day was to get to 20 under. And I did ask him what his expectations were for next season, and he said he wants to win a Sunshine Tour event in his rookie season. Awesome to have that confidence.
Yeah, he's had a great year. Why not? Over to Hanstrew, the amateur, third shot into 18. We're looking to get this inside 10 foot.
Just looked like maybe a bit too steep, got a bit too much grass, and the ball popped up, Harry.
Yeah, don't think it was a great angle into that flag out the rough on the last hole. Would have preferred to be on the left side. And obviously with this Kikuyu grass, you can't land anything short of the green, otherwise it's just going to stick straight into it and almost come backwards.
100%. What would be your #1 chipping tip for the viewers at home, Harry? Just to try and get a little bit better contact and maybe get the proximity a bit closer.
Club choices are pretty important for the amateur. I know a lot of people talk about a 6-foot method, which is where you land every chip 6 foot on the green, and then you basically decide which golf club in your bag that lands 6 foot on the green would release out to the hole. So if you're short-sided, that would probably be the lob wedge if it's landing 6 foot on.
I think that was great, and I think Andrew Williamson might need to listen in next time and get that advice from you. Looked like he had maybe a touch too much loft there.
Yeah, I mean, look, most guys aren't trying to land a ball 6 foot on the green for the majority of chips, but for your amateur, I think get it running on the green as quickly as possible. Nice neutral setup, hands slightly forward. Oliver Goldhill on the 13th hole in the left rough again, I believe. Not a bad leave on this hole. A few of the wider holes on the golf course around this stretch.
Just needs to hit a couple greens in a row. Not that he didn't do it the front 9, but just to get things going here on the back 9.
This one looks like it's leaking a little right. Good bounce off the colour. He's got away with that. It's not too bad. It's got about 35-40 foot. He looks a bit surprised that it's not drawn more. Keep it cool, Ollie.
We've got the par 4 13th hole. Looks like a slight dogleg left from the tee. You've got some trees to negotiate on the left-hand side, which sometimes leads to the bunker on the right, which is quite a tough spot as you've got some trees surrounding the green.
Daniel a lot closer to the hole here, flicking it in. Probably a bit surprised that didn't release out a bit more. Neither boy's really threatening the flag on this 13th.
Yeah, you could almost see how soft the green's there with Daniel and almost plugged. But yeah, you've got a couple of bunkers around the greens and those trees on the right, which I've ended up in a couple of times. Shout out to Betway for supporting the Big Easy Tour and providing a platform for our players to thrive on. Back to the 18th here. Got Andrew Williamson after a pretty average trip, trying to finish his week on a high.
Up and out of it early. Not enough pace to hold the line. He's going to tap in for his par.
Well, we wish you the best of luck next week, Andrew Williamson, if you're going up to Q School.
He's just donated a golf ball to the pond.
If you want to buy that ball, it will be available in the pro shop in 1 week. Alright, well, we've got Hanstrew to finish up his campaign this week and finish off with a par. Maybe not the day he wanted, but he can be super proud of himself, Harry. The only amateur in the field, and I've actually seen this boy quite a lot in the last 2-3 years, and it really looks like he's improving.
Yeah, definitely. I played with him about 6 months ago. Good player. He'll be looking for a good week next week to get his Sunshine Tour card and join the professional ranks. Brendan Gildenhuys must have looked like a really good shot from the tee, just trickled over the back. Very makeable chip.
Oof.
Good effort.
Very good.
Had that releasing out nicely. Back over to our leaders. Ollie's got about 35 foot from the right fringe. Daniel's a little bit closer. Neither of them really got great birdie chances. They'll be looking to get these down in 2 and then get onto the par 5, where I think we're going to see some birdies.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, The one thing Ollie's got going for him right now is he's on the back segment of the green, so it's going to be quite flat, maybe a touch down the hill.
What are you saying to Ollie right now if you're Sean? Obviously 1 par, 1 birdie, 12 pars, 11 pars so far.
Oh, I'll just tell him he's a great player, he's had a great season, he's not having a bad day, he's got his Sunshine Tour card. Just try and have as much fun as possible. I think sometimes you get a little bit frustrated and you don't enjoy the moment.
I mean, if you're Ollie now, 2 birdies for the rest of the round, I think you're in with a shout. This looks good. Ooh, another good effort. He's putting some positive strokes on the ball the last few holes. They're going a nice distance past. He's not lagging them up there, which
Yeah,
I think is going to be a good sign.
You might see him start making a couple because he is being a bit aggressive. Deltol, hole 17, tough par 3. Can you add to the birdies? Nearly. Surprised we've seen more birdies here than we did on hole number 5. Sorry, 6. Quite a pacey putt, Harry. I mean, he's up the hill. Doesn't want to leave it a couple of feet short. Also,
I think it's a little bit up, then a little bit down. Should be coming off the right. Again, he'll just be trying to put this inside the gimme zone. If it drops, that's a bonus. Hasn't held much so far.
and that psyche, Harry, like say Daniel leaves it a foot short here, makes his par, and then Ollie goes on to make his par. Who's feeling better? Ollie maybe because he hit his first putt a little bit further.
I personally don't really worry about that too much. You know, when you've got a outside 25 foot, you're just trying to get it down in 2 regardless. Just another shout out to our sponsors, Betway, Ultron and DNI, for supporting all the guys. But yeah, as I just said, okay, you would like you to get your ball to the hole, but at the end of the day, you're just trying to make 2 putts one way or another.
Fair enough. It's looking zoned in on this one.
Giving it about a foot of break, starting to turn. Good effort. A little bit too much break. Another stress-free par.
Yeah, looked like a good stroke and looked like it came off on his face online, which is always good. Well, can Ollie convert his par putt and head to the par 5 tied for the lead? Oliver Goldhill sitting at 14 under par after that, heading to the next hole, tied for the lead still with Daniel, who can edge away from each other. The real fireworks are going to start happening now. Back to the 18th, we've got Matt Miller, 7 birdies today. Nice chance here to try and chip one in for eagle and finish his week on a high.
This is huge for Matt. If he can somehow chip this in and get to 13 under par, he has a great chance of securing his Sunshine Tour card. Come on, Matt.
Oh, that's going to be tough now. Didn't want to leave himself with a tricky downhill putt. Had to go for it though. Yeah, Matt's sitting at 18th on the order of merit with 333 points. Right now 12th has 401 points. So
I think Matt needs about a 4th place finish or better to secure his Sunshine Tour card.
That birdie is going to be vital to his whole season. It's just amazing. You've played solid the whole season and it might come down to 1 chip shot. Big shot here for Travis too. Just in terms of getting in the clubhouse maybe on 13 or 12 under and having a high finish this week.
Super round so far from Travis today.
Bit of an awkward stance, 1 foot in the bunker, but nothing he can't handle.
Super shot.
Yeah, not bad at all.
Not bad at all. Cool. Your standards are high, Ricky. Gripping down the shaft and he's hit it to a foot. He's going to tap in for birdie there. Post around a 7 under and he's going to be in the clubhouse 12 under par. Not going to be enough unless something happens to the leaders, but couldn't have asked for much more today. Back over to the action. Par 5, 14th. Can really let go on this one.
Ooh, looks a bit left maybe.
Didn't want to hit this one left. There's loads of room on the right hand side.
Oh, we see Jacques van der Merwe is still down here. Maybe Ollie didn't know. Not sure where that's gone, Harry?
It looked like he'd hit it a bit left,
Yeah.
which is not the leave. You can hit it on the green from the right rough, but the left rough, you're in the lap of the gods.
I read if Daniel hits a good one here, he might have 9 iron in.
Yep. I know in winter I've hit this a long way down this hole a few times. Once it gets running, can hit the downslope. Slightly softer conditions out here this time of year though. Looked a good swing.
Yeah,
pretty happy with it. See how far this one goes. Keep turning, camera.
Oh, that's a bomb. Wow.
He's going to have a pitching wedge in from there.
That's going to be a great opportunity for Daniel to pick up a couple of shots here and take the lead.
That's the 150 post. You can see that he's driven it straight in between, so not going to be a lot left in here. Having a little look here at the 14th hole. Downhill par 5. There's a bunker off the tee which won't trouble any of the players. It's only about 265 to carry. Guys out here hitting it a long way. Right rough's not a bad miss. Very tough green complex. Slopes left to right. Bunkers short. Back over to the 18th. Oh, Matt Miller's missed his birdie chance, so he's cleaning up for his par. That could be pretty costly for him. Still a great round of 67 today. Puts him at 11 under for the tournament. Fellow Devonshire boy. This is his first year out in South Africa competing. I know he went to Q School last year. He's loved it out here, and I think his golf's really come on. He's had some solid performances. Came second at Silver Lakes a few months ago, I believe. So all in all, a great week for him. Big breezy in the bunker. Tough shot this. Who's this, Ricky?
Big breezy. He's got a tough bunker shot here.
The only nice thing about being on the downslope here is you can get the ball to release out. Well, you don't really have a choice.
100%. Definitely helps him in this situation though. Not bad at all.
Not bad at all. Great weight. Line was a little bit off, but didn't want to miss it too far left of the pin. Joe Sullivan eyeing up a birdie putt from about 30 foot. Great bit of coverage so far. Really interesting leaderboard shaping up. We've got Ollie Goldhill and Daniel Cronje still tied for the lead on 14 under par. Tristan Leonard in hot pursuit on 13. Travis Proctor's in the clubhouse at 12 under after a great round of 7 under par. Matt Miller 5 under par 67 today on 11. Don't think it's quite going to be enough for the guys though.
Back to the 17th, we've got Joe Sullivan eyeing up an uphill birdie putt.
So yeah, from my calculations, if Daniel Cronje wins the tournament today, he wins the Order of Merit. But if not, Joe Sullivan's going to win the Order of Merit. Pretty awesome achievement, I think, to win any Order of Merit out here in South Africa. You've got to play so consistently, multiple wins. I mean, Joe's won twice this year. Daniel's won 3 times. Jacques van der Merwe's won 3 times. Yeah, there's been a lot of great golf this season. A lot of new winners.
We've got a YouTube comment here. Ricky, why do you change putters so much? You know, Jason, V5, N5, I'm not really sure. I'm really working on it with my therapist right now, and I'm going to try and do better this season. Sometimes you just need to look at something different, but definitely to my detriment. Let's see if the Big Breezy can roll one in here for par. He's having a really good week so far. Right now he's lying 7th, so probably hasn't done enough to secure his card, but still a great week. Can roll this one in and have a strong finish on 18. We also have another question here, Harry. After this putt, I'll read it to you. Not his favorite stroke. Alright, Harry, we've got another question here. Could you maybe give 1 or 2 small things you do on the course to control your emotions if you are having a bad day?
Good question. Always a tough one. Yeah, I always fight to the last hole, and even if you're a few over par, always set yourself little goals. Okay, I'm 2 over par through 9. Let's try and get it back to under par for the day. So just setting yourself little achievable goals for the rest of the round and just trying to work towards those, really.
Gold Hill, 14th, just short of the green. Not a bad place, pitching back up the hill. See what Daniel Cronier can do.
Daniel has got some kind of a wedge in his hand, which just shows you how far he's hit this drive down the par 5. This looks like a gap wedge or maybe a 46 degree.
Can really put this one close.
Little slope on the left that he might be able to use here. Very nice. Into about 10 foot for eagle. Ollie's in the Valley of Sin, short of the green. Not a great spot to be in, but with his hands, hopefully he can get it up and down.
Going back to the YouTube question, I definitely think fighting for the last shot is important. Jason, who asked the question, Harry here in the booth. I think maybe you can also work on your breathing. Maybe you feel that heart rate's raising a little bit. You can work on some kind of breathing exercise, walking from one shot to the other, just to try and keep things calm and steady. Jake Bolton, par 3, 15th.
Very makeable shot here.
He's running out of holes now, Harry.
Yep. He needs to get this to 13 under par for the tournament, in my opinion, to have a chance of T3 or better. This will go a long way towards that. 15 foot, got the putter out, back up the hill. Straight back, straight through. Come on.
That's going to be a tough coming back for par now. Back to the 18th. We've got the likes of Jaden Delto and Brandon Gildenhays finishing up their day and their season.
Great year for Jaden. Secured his Sunshine Tour card, I believe.
We're going to see someone make a chip in here, Harry. I'm going to go for my first call of the day and say this is going to scare the hole.
Face wide open.
Oh, great
nice
chip.
Hands.
That was Jaden Delto. He's 1 over for the day right now, lying in 13th. I think he's in a good position, lying 11th on the order of merit, but won't know until the ceremony later.
Back over to the leaders. Ollie's come up short of the green. Can't really tell from the camera, but they are way below the level of the green, down where his ball is. Pins on the front, only a few paces on. Fortunately, his preferred lies, so he's going to be able to give himself a nice lie down there. This is going to come out. Going to have to come out high and soft with a bit of spin if he's to get this with inside 6 foot. Daniel's looking very good for eagle. We could have our first swing in the last few holes.
Little shout out to Ronald Rugamayo. He finished 7 under par with a tidy 65 to finish off his season. Good job, Ronald.
Yeah, great round today from Ronald.
Alright, Ollie. Soft hands. Let's get it close. Oh. I think maybe the ball might have moved.
I think I know what's happened here. I think Ollie might have gone to address the ball because it's on a slope.
This could be disastrous, Harry.
Oh, I really hope this hasn't happened. I think he's possibly addressed the ball and the ball's moved.
Yeah. Let's hope you didn't do anything serious.
Go back over to Tristan Leonard. Wow. All of a sudden, he's made his move.
Wow. Tristan Leonard to 15 under. Birdies the par 3. Got 3 strong holes finishing. Let's see what he can do. The young 22-year-old.
Tristan Leonard has just taken the lead. It won't be for long, but he is currently 5 under par for the round and 15 under for the tournament. Awesome to see from Tristan. Ollie's just chatting over here with the referee. I think they've probably agreed that he didn't make the ball move. Probably to do with the bit of grass he put it on. Sometimes that can happen on the Kikuyu.
Yeah, looks like there won't be a penalty in my opinion. Just got to reset now, stick to his routine and get the ball close to the hole.
Yeah, you can see he's going to be a little bit stressed at this point. It's never a nice situation, but this is when his caddy needs to come in, have a word with him, talk about the shot again, pick your landing spot, commit to it, get this up and down. Just didn't quite get the strike on it to spin the ball.
Well, Jaden Deltall finished this campaign with a par on 18, out in 37 and a plus 173 today. Not his best showing, but still in a solid position to secure his Sunshine Tour card. At least he can sigh of relief. The day's done, the season's done.
14th, Daniel to make his move, 10 foot for eagle.
Getting his aim point ready. I think you can definitely see this one dying, and if it does go in, Harry, Ollie's a little bit past the hole. I think his priority right now is just to get in with birdie.
I think he wants to make this one, Ricky.
Yeah, it would be nice for the scorecard. Get a couple ahead, especially with Tristan being at 15 under right now. He doesn't know that though. I think this one is for eagle for the people tuning in at home. To get to 16 under and take the lead. Alright, well, a little bit frustrated. Maybe didn't think it was going to turn that much. Pretty close to the hole to tap in for his birdie.
Daniel's going to join Tristan Leonard at 15 under par. Ollie's got about a 12-footer for birdie to also join them into a 3-way tie of the lead. Big putt this for Oliver. If he can roll this one in, I'd like to see a bit of emotion for him.
Joe Sullivan finishing his season off on number 18, second shot. Oh, nearly. Maybe half a club short, but not bad. Can chip that one in. Ollie, 8 to 10 foot down the hill, Harry. This is an important putt for the day.
Yeah, should be a bit of break from the right. Like to see a little bit of emotion from him if he holds this one.
100%.
I really want to see him get up for this last few holes, and he's been a little flat all day just because the putter hasn't been particularly hot. But this will be a big one after that rules issue.
Yeah,
there we go, Ollie.
Well, Harry gave him a fist pump.
I gave him a fist pump inside the booth. A little handshake with Sean.
Visser, hole 15 for birdie, sitting in a tied for 4th right now. Needs a real strong finish.
Great leaderboard shaping up here, folks. We have got a 3-way tie for the lead on 15 under par.
Leonard, Goldhill, Cranier, 15 under. Travis Proctor, Leon Visser chasing at 12 under. I think with some of the dramatics tuning out today, Visser probably needs a strong finish to secure his Sunshine Tour card, Harry.
Yeah, absolutely. But I think we're definitely going to see our winner from one of those 3 chaps. Tristan, Oliver or Daniel. Who's it going to be?
Yeah, Leon Visser's on 267 points right now and needs to jump up quite a bit to secure that Sunshine Tour card, so he's definitely looking for a birdie finish, or birdie eagle finish, sorry. Jacques van der Merwe on 15. 15 foot up the hill from the left. Good pace. Maybe just got the line a little bit wrong. Visser with a small 2-footer to clean up his par. No problems there. I think as it stands, Visser definitely needs to finish something crazy his last 3. Not bad. Yeah, Visser stays at 12 under with a couple left to go. 4 birdies, 9 pars and 2 bogeys today.
Yeah, Leon needs an incredibly hot finish if he's going to wrap up one of the 12 Sunshine Tour cards. Okay, just a little look at our 15th hole today. Downhill par 3. Got a tricky back left hole location. Huge tier which intersects the green. Trying to keep it just right of the pin. And if you can get it onto that back section, then it's a bonus. The common miss here is out to the right. The ball's in the air such a long time, we don't want it to get hit by any of the wind, and that out of bounds can come in pretty quickly if it gets turning right to left.
I was going to say that earlier. I have seen someone hit it out of bounds here on the 15th, so it's definitely not a gimme hole. You've got to stay focused and be precise.
I've missed it right on this hole many, many times.
The pin is 22 paces on and 5 from the left, so it's well tucked over there on the back left segment, like you said. Definitely want to keep something maybe 10 feet right of the pin, Harry.
I think they'd be over the moon with 10 foot right of the flag, Rick.
Come again? Yeah.
We're 1 tee up from the back today, so this looks like it's going to be a 9 or maybe probably an 8 iron, 183 metres.
Hello, can you hear me?
About 15 metres downhill. Be playing a club less. This should suit Ollie's draw. I think he's got this turning into the pin nicely. Hopefully he's not overdone it.
Oh,
there
what
we go.
A shot. Very nice from Ollie.
Ollie might not be giving him many fist pumps today, but I've just given him one in the commentary booth.
He looks very focused and composed, and he's a man on a mission right now, especially after that shot. That was a laser.
Yeah, I think that really suited his shape, that left hole location, one of the ones he could be aggressive at.
Daniel's got to feel the pressure here a little. I mean, Oliver delivered on the last hole and responded to his birdie, so let's see what happens.
How big was that for Ollie? Let's say he misses on the last hole. He probably doesn't hit that same kind of a shot that he's just hit in there.
Second as well, because Daniel would be first. So
absolutely.
This looks left. Oh, that is not going to be good.
Thank you, sir.
That's only a few yards from out of bounds.
Wow.
He'll do well to get that inside 10 foot.
Well, the drama is unfolding here, ladies and gentlemen. That is hole number 15, and there could be a little bit of a changing of the guards now.
Joe Sullivan for eagle here on 18. He's caught the fringe. Final hole of the season.
Oh! Good job.
Big fist
Joe
bump.
Sullivan gets it to 12 under, and that ties the clubhouse lead right now.
That's his caddy, Joe, as well, I believe, on the bag. Caddied for a friend of mine, Luke Mayo, last year.
Good job, Joe. Welcome to the Sunshine Tour. Well, we've got the final round leaderboard here. Tristan Leonard, Oliver Goldhill, and Daniel Crinier sitting at 15 under. Travis Proctor, Joe Sullivan, Leon Visser sitting at 12 under. Leon Visser needs a very strong finish to try and get inside the top 12. And then we've got Matt Miller, Jake Bolton, Jacques van der Merwe, and Adam Breen. So Travis finished the day at 65, 7 under par. Joe Sullivan just chipped in to finish his round with a nice 67, 5 under par. And Matt Miller made 7 birdies on his way to a 67. The Betway Big Easy Tour final at the beautiful Waterkloof Golf Club. Shout out to Betway and shout out to Waterkloof and all the staff members, greenskeepers that were involved this week with making the golf course beautiful for all our players.
Brandon Heldenhays finished with a 71 to finish at 8 under par. Ronald Rugamayo, round of the day, 7 under par 65. Great round from Brandon Peters. Vaughan van Deventer with a 69. And Hans Struhe is the only amateur in the field, closing with a 72 to finish at 5 under for the week. Rick, we got a bit of a tournament on our hands now.
That we do. Ollie's got a great chance here to pull ahead.
I like the way Ollie's constructed his round today. I know he's not made the birdies he wanted, but more importantly, he's not made any drop shots. And I think at a course like this, you know you're going to make a few birdies. And when you don't drop any shots, you know, you would hope that you're going to make at least 4 birdies during a round. And that's a round of 68. And I think if he posts 68 today, that could do it.
Yeah, no, 100%. He's kept his cool. Hasn't been the best start to the round, but he's really stayed composed with his caddy Sean, and I think they're doing a great job out there of, like you say, segmenting the round, and good chance now.
Daniel looks like he's pulled a pretty good lie actually over here on a bit of an upslope, so I think he can get this to check a bit. That didn't need a lot more. Probably was trying to land it just on the green.
I think you'll take that though, Harry, because if he kept the pace up, it could have easily rolled down the green.
Yeah, just past that pin's a huge slope, which would have left him about a 40-footer. So definitely the better of the two evils.
Some more big putts coming up. I mean, there's so many things that can happen. If Daniel makes his putt, then there's a bit more pressure on Ollie for his birdie putt. Shout out to Betway, Ultron, and the DNI. Next week, the players on the Sunshine Tour who are in the top 50 at the end of the season are going to be heading out there for the Tour Champs hosted by the DNI at the beautiful De Zolza Country Club. Daniel's definitely going to take a bit of extra time here, Harry. Really found a line he likes and try and commit to it. I think he knows how important this one is.
For sure.
For me, this is the biggest moment of the day so far. If Daniel makes, they could be tied going to the next. If he misses, he could be 2 shots back.
I think Ollie right now knows that if he makes this, can par the next 2, and then pick one more up on 18,
he could win.
He'll be in a playoff at worst.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think Daniel knows he's in some trouble here unless he rolls this one in. And he is quite a good putter. Seems like he makes a lot of good putts at important moments. So let's see what he can do here. Maybe a touch from the right. Just make sure the pace is right. Oh,
huge.
That's a great putt. Wow. Very good job from Daniel Cronier there.
Tell you what, the putters are getting warm all of a sudden.
Daniel's at 15 under par, and now Oliver Goldhill has a great look to get to 16 and take the outright solo lead.
I think Ollie's 5-footers suddenly just got a bit longer. Over to Tristan Leonard here, who's on 15 under par as well. He'll be hitting some kind of a mid-iron.
Looked like he liked it.
Wow.
Oh, wow, that is a great putt from Tristan Leonard.
3
Shot of the
foot.
day?
Yeah, absolutely. Shot of the day. Some kind of a mid-iron into about 3 foot. If he can tap that one in, birdie the last, that's going to set the clubhouse lead at 17. Over to Ollie. 5 foot for his birdie. Huge.
Yeah, great putt
Here we
from
go.
Ollie.
It's hotting up, guys.
It's hotting up. Ladies and gentlemen, it has been an honor calling your shots next to Harry Connick here. 2 great friends. It's been awesome, Harry. And we wish you the best of luck next season on the Sunshine Tour.
Yeah, thanks, guys. I'm actually going to have to shoot. I'm going to drive over to Varticliffe Golf Club now for the presentation of the Sunshine Tour cards later. I'm really happy to be getting my Sunshine Tour card. It's been an honour to join the commentary box today. Thanks to Betway, all the sponsors, and for everyone having me here today. I've really enjoyed it, and I hope I've called the shots well. Cheers, guys.
Thanks, Harry. Have a safe trip over to Waterkloof. Tyra and Ryan here on the 18th, eyeing up an eagle chip. Ryan, 18th, eagle chip. Can he finish this down a high? Just came out a bit too checky. Gonna go tap it in with the wedge. Good birdie tie, good season. I'm sure he's gonna be a contender on the Sunshine Tour next year. We've got Bradley to be here lining up his eagle finish. He's 15th on the order of merit, so you got to think any amount of points he can get right now will be great. Excuse me, this is for a birdie 4. Definitely wants to finish this one, and at least he's got a chance. Downhill from the right. It's not going to do it. Going to veer off a little to the left. Don't think he's done enough today to lock up that car. So good luck to Bradley De Beer next week on the Q School at Paris. Try and lock up his card that way. Good season, Bradley De Beer. Nothing to be ashamed of. A round of 71, 1 under par, finishing his week on -9. Back to the 17th. What a shot from Tristan Leonard in that situation. I mean, he's hunting down his first tournament of the season on the Big Easy Tour and the Betway Big Easy Tour. Hits an unbelievable shot on the 17th par 3, which a lot will argue is the hardest hole out here. Trailing Gold Hill by 1. First we've got Jake Bolton lining up his birdie putt. Bolton's currently 21st on the order of merit, 314 points, so big day for him. Coming to a closing, he's tied 7th. If he can get out of here with a birdie and eagle the last, never know what might happen. He's definitely taking a bit of an extra time here. Needs Tristan to move his marker. As Harry mentioned earlier, Jake played on a Walker Cup team a couple years ago, which is a great honor as an amateur. Some players turn professional and have success immediately, and others have to wait it out a couple years and, you know, get better at their craft and the little things. And looks like he's feeling good about his game right now. And whether or not he gets his card this week, he has another chance next week. And looks like his game is finally back on the right track. He's got about 15 foot up the hill, not too much movement. Definitely needs this one to come out with some speed. Jake Bolton, hole 17 for birdie, straight up the hill. It's really taken a lot of time here, so hopefully he's comfortable and ready to go. Look like a good stroke. Yeah, just gonna miss on the left, and that's probably his campaign done now for a Sunshine Tour card. It's still looking for a good finish on 18. Now we have Tristan Leonard after what I think is shot of the day, shot of the week, and if he goes on to win, shot of the season. What a shot. 210 meters downhill, water in front of the green. Got about 2.5 feet up the hill for his birdie to take the co-lead at 16 under with Oliver Goldhill. Come on, Tristan, stick to your routine. Pick a line you like, keep your head down, and just make a nice stroke. These ones always go in if you stick to your routine and you make a committed stroke. Sunglasses on, deep big breath. He's definitely feeling the nerves, but it's all a part of the game. You just have to embrace it. Yeah, great birdie from Tristan Leonard. That's awesome. Very, very good. He must feel very good about himself. Now he just needs to negotiate with the 18th and he'll be in good position. Awesome sportsmanship there from Jake Bolton, giving him a fist bump. He knows the value of that birdie and he knows how tough that shot was. Nice to have someone in your group supporting you. Trotting along to the 18th. This is the final round of the Betway Big Easy Tour. Exciting finish. We've got Tristan Leonard, Oliver Goldhill sitting at 16 under. Tristan Leonard just made a birdie on the 17th to get to 6 under for the day. Daniel Cranier, Travis Proctor, Joe Sullivan, Leon Visser in that group tracing. Travis Proctor finished the day with 65, 7 under par. Leon Visser still out there, needs a strong finish. Matt Miller, Jake Bolton, Jacques van der Merwe, a part of that group at 11 under. We've got Leon Visser here lining up on the 17th. Big shot for him. He needs to be thinking birdie eagle finish to secure his card. Match number 14 at the Betway Big Easy Tour final. Come on, Leon. Put one in there tight. Look like it maybe started a bit right. Is it coming back? Yeah, not terrible. He avoided the bunker, but gonna be a tough negotiation to make his par. I think we saw the other ball just on the front of the green of Jacques van der Merwe, 3-time winner this season. He's the first guy in Big Easy Tour history to earn that promotion up to the Sunshine Tour. So I actually saw him a couple times this season at his Sunshine Tour events after he won his 3rd event. Talked to him last night as well, and he was really excited for today. He said the biggest difference in his game has been his focus. Here we've got the beautiful 17th par 3 on the screen. We've got that big body of water on the left, which is the toughest part to negotiate. If you miss it a bit right, you're going to be left with a really tough up and down. But at least if you're a little bit right today, you've got more green to work with because the pin is on the back left. Right now, on the order of merit, you've got Joe Sullivan sitting at number 1, you've got Daniel Cranier sitting at number 2, and you've got Jacques van der Merwe sitting at number 3. It's going to be a tight ending to the Big Easy Tour season. Hole number 17's produced 0 aces, 8 birdies, 49 pars, and 20 bogeys, and 6 others. Definitely for me the hardest hole on the course, and one of the most rewarding holes, because if you walk off with a birdie, you've really felt like you've gained one on the field. When I talked to Jacques van der Merwe last night, he said his long-term focus is on self-growth right now for long-term Sunshine Tour success. You can see the order of merit down there on the left. Joe Sullivan, Daniel Cranier, Jacques van der Merwe, and Oliver Goldhill. I think like Harry said earlier, if Daniel wants to become the number 1 on the order of merit, he's going to have to win this week. So he needs a very strong finish right now, trailing by 1. Jacques also said he's a ambassador at Royal Johannesburg, so shout out to Royal Johannesburg for giving players an opportunity. His favorite hole was the 15th, and his goal today was to stay patient, stick to his game plan, and don't do anything silly. Sounds like a man who's experienced silly things, so wanted to come out here today and stay focused. See the leaderboard bottom left. We've got Tristan Leonard after that exceptional birdie on hole number 17. 16 under par, tied with Oliver Goldhill. Daniel Cranier trailing by 1, and Travis Proctor finished his day with a 65, and Joe Sullivan shot 67. They're both tied at 12 under. Leon Visser, 1 hole remaining in his campaign. Matt Miller, Jake Bolton, Jacques van der Merwe sitting at 11 under, and Big Breezy finished his day off with 1 under to get to 9 under total. It's quite a long attempt here from Leon. He's just taking his appropriate placing. Lift clean in place means you're allowed to pick up the ball, clean it, and put it in a nice spot. I think he's just talking about which segment of the slope he wants his ball to roll down on. We've seen a couple guys from there miss it out on the right, then they're left with a tricky par putt. He really needs to try and chip this in, finish with an eagle. Got to do something crazy now, Leon, to secure that card. I think this is going to be some kind of bump and run. Yep, get it going. Got to take the slope. Just lacking some pace. Almost looked like he drove it into the ground a little bit too much and just checked up a bit too much. We've got Jacques van der Merwe here lining up his birdie putt. He's got about 12 paces up the hill from his left. See if he can finish his round on a high and his season on a high. He's going to be looking forward to the Sunshine Tour next season. He's sitting at number 3 on the order of merit with 920 points. He's gone on to make 93,000 Rand this season, so that'll definitely improve after this week. Got to keep the pace up the hill. Yeah, honestly not a very good putt. Got his pace wrong, line wrong. That's going to be a tough par putt coming back down the hill. Maybe just a bit tired. Been a long season, played a lot of events. Knows he's in with the Sunshine Tour next season, so just needs to try and finish here strong. Always a bit of a weird dynamic. It's a 2-ball. Jacques van der Merwe has secured his card, and obviously Leon Visser had to come out today and chase to get his card, so 2 men with a different story. Quick to get back into his putt for par. Maybe a touch from the right. I don't think he needs to leave the hole. He is aiming a good amount right, and it is coming back. Oh, narrowly misses out. My read was a bit off. Gonna walk off with a 4. It's got 1 hole left to finish the season off strong. Now we've got Leon Visser here, who is a part of that group today that needed to do something special. Needs to make this and somehow find a miracle on number 18. Oh, that might be the putt that ends his campaign this week. Leon Visser turned 1 over, not the greatest opening 9, has made 3 birdie this side. He's 2 under on his back 9 and 1 under total. Hole number 17, par 3, one of the strongest holes on the golf course, and it's gonna be very drama orientated with the last couple groups coming down the stretch. Oliver Goldhill, 17 under par, 1 ahead. Wow, what a birdie on 16 for Oliver. He must be really feeling good right now. Can he negotiate with number 17 and get his first win of the season? Pin's all the way on the left. Gonna suit his shape. Prefers a right to left shot. I think he's left that one out on the right. Not going to be terrible. He's got all the green to work with, but definitely not what he wanted. We've got Daniel Cranier here, eyeing off the tee shot. He also birdied the previous hole, so he's on 16 under par, 1 back of Oliver, his playing partner. Also sending it up there on the right side. Yeah, it doesn't look like he found the portion of the green where the pin is. Off to the 18th, Tristan Leonard after an unbelievable birdie on 17. Let's see what he can do. Fairway, mid-iron in hand, pins front right. Can he finish with an eagle and give something to Oliver to hunt? Not his best. Definitely needed to find the green on the left-hand side, so that's a bit of a rookie mistake. Never know, he might chip that one in and go to the clubhouse with the lead. Jake Bolton, interesting pre-shot routine there. Almost looks like Justin Rose getting ready to hit his ball. Jake Bolton's currently level par through 17 and in 9th position right now. Needs to put this one close, make an eagle and see what happens. Ball in the air. Yeah, not bad. I think the wind's coming off the left-hand side there if you look at the pin, and if you look where everyone's missing their shots. Maybe just a bit more wind than they think. Sometimes you can't feel the wind when you're in the fairway, but it's up there by the green. We're going to give you here a word to our sponsor. Listen to them talk about how great things they've been doing for the tour.
Hi, I'm Jason Shield, Head of Sponsorships at Betway Africa. From a partnership perspective, we are just thrilled to be a part of the Betway Big Easy Tour. You know, for us, it's really fantastic to be able to give a chance and to be able to just lay the platform down for so many of these golfers to take the next step within their golfing careers. You know, for some of these players to come out here and to win Sunshine Tour cards is really what it's about for us. So success of this partnership for us is essentially us just enabling the next generation of golfers to enable them to win their tour cards. So it's been a fantastic season, you know, to see some of the guys, some of the scores that they made, some of the first time winners that we've had on tour has been fantastic. And just from Betway's side, we wish them all the very best for this weekend and best of luck taking that next step within their careers. So our partnership with the Sunshine Tour has gone back about 7 years now. I think 2019 is when we first got involved. We've played various different roles within the Sunshine Tour, and now we see ourselves as the title sponsor of the Betway Big Easy Tour. Like I said again, for us it's reinvesting into sport, it's investing into those communities in which we operate. So obviously when Thomas came to us and asked us to be involved with the Betway Big Easy Tour, that aligned with our strategic goals and kind of their objectives. So we're really happy to be involved, and long may that continue. So our partnership hopefully just goes from strength to strength. Like I said, we've been a part of the Sunshine Tour for the last 7 years. We are currently in conversations with the tour to say, you know, where can we stay involved, where can we help, and where can we keep adding value. As obviously a big investor in South African sports, it's really important for us to stay involved. So yeah, the conversation is obviously ongoing. We just need to all align from a strategic, objective perspective, and hopefully long may that continue.
Awesome stuff there. Listening in on Jason Shields, the Betway South Africa sponsor. Thanks so much to Betway for everything you do for us. You guys are wonderful, sponsoring the Betway Big Easy Tour, giving value to the Sunshine Tour. Without you guys, none of this would be possible. Thank you so much. So we've got Daniel Cranier here, bit of an awkward lie. He's got to determine where the bunker starts, because if he's not in the bunker, compared to where he is in the bunker, there's a lot of different stuff. Whether he can ground his club, not ground his club. Looks like he's not very happy. I think, in my opinion, he's probably in the bunker. because you can't really identify where the cut of the bunker has started. Yeah, you've got to determine where the bunker starts. Back to the 18th. Tristan Leonard. Can he do something special here? Big swing. Oh, it's a great shot. Very solid from the young man, the 22-year-old Tristan Leonard. Back to the 17th. Obviously, they've given him some kind of ruling. Maybe his ball isn't actually in the bunker. Must be some kind of unplayable or animal markings or something that's allowing him to get free relief, because in this situation he definitely wouldn't be taking a penalty drop. I mean, right now he's one shot back of Oliver Goldhill, and there's no ways he would take a penalty drop. Tristan Leonard to finish his week off and get in the clubhouse and give something to Oliver to think about coming down the final hole. Come on, young man, take a deep breath, lower that heart rate and put it in the hole. Keep that head down. I would say this is the biggest putt of the young man's career so far. Yeah, great job, Tristan. Great day, great week, great season. Tied first on -17 right now. What a round of golf from the young man. 65, 7 under par, 6 under back 9. Great job, Tristan. Yeah, unfortunately I don't know exactly what's going on down there, but definitely some sort of free relief or reasoning that I'm not sure. So now he's dropped it a couple times and the ball's moved outside of the tee marker, so now he gets to place it to where he thinks the ball was when he dropped it. Look at Oliver looking old. He's probably not too thrilled with the free relief that Daniel's getting right now in the situation they're in, but rules are rules and sometimes you can use it to your advantage. I think maybe he placed his ball there and it moved, so now he's just trying to recreate the lie that he had when he did drop his ball. So you see the rules officials pointing and saying that's where it dropped, so that's where you need to put it now. Okay, well he's picked up his tee, so the ball's in play. The ball is live. So that is where he is, and that's where he's chipping from. It's going to be a tough shot. He's really going to have to keep that club face square through impact and try and get the appropriate spin on it so his ball doesn't fly past the pin, because there is water there. He's going to go take a good look at the pin and where the slope is and where he needs to land it. Back to the 18th here. We've got Jacques van der Merwe, 3-time Big Easy winner. Second shot in. This pin's going to suit his shot shape. Coming in from left to right. Oh, it's a great shot. It's just maybe half a club too much in distance. It's going to trickle back a little bit and give him a good opportunity to make an eagle. Okay, Daniel Cronier, probably the most important shot he's had all day. Needs to make a run here to get into a playoff. Can he chip this close? Can he chip it in? Let's see what happens. Good contact. Yeah, taking the slope. Can it go in? Wow, what a putt from Daniel Cronier on the 17th hole. What a great chip. That's going to put a lot of pressure on Oliver Goldhill, and Tristan Leonard is coming in down the stretch, and he's finished on 6 under par, 16 under, which is the clubhouse lead. Okay, so interesting situation here. We've got Daniel chip his ball pretty much to give, and we've got Oliver in the bunker right now. Does he stay aggressive and try and fly this over the ridge, or does he chunk it out and let it trickle down to the pin? No drops from this point of the bunker. He's going to have to play it as it lies. Go! Yeah, not bad at all. That's going to leave him with about 5 or 6 hole down the hill. Back to 18. We've got Leon Visser and Jacques van der Merwe. Looks like they're both going to have eagle putts. Leonard in the clubhouse with a 65 today at 17 under. Goldhill's got 1 putt and 1 hole to go. He's also on 17 under. Daniel Cranier is on 16 under with 1 hole to play. Travis Proctor finished with a 65, 7 under par today. And Joe Sullivan, our leading order of merit right now, finished the day with a 5 under to get to 12 under par, lying in 4th. These eagle putts will be quite important because if Leon makes his, he gets the 13 under, which will put him 4th on his own. And then you've got Jacques van der Merwe. If he makes his eagle, he gets the 12 under par, which will put him in a tie for 4th, which will be a substantial more amount of money and points. It's one of those putts for Leon. There's really nothing to lose at this point in the tournament and the season, so he's really just got to give this a go. I'll be surprised if he leaves it short. All you can do is put an aggressive stroke on it, maybe take a little bit of break out of the putt, and just try and hit it. Looks like he's aiming a touch left. I really hope he gives this a good go. He's got one of those new zero torque putters, becoming quite a custom on tour. Yeah, he didn't hit that too hard. Oh, Leon. Oh, that was such a good putt, such a good speed. Wow. That'll be a pity because that could have really made a difference to Leon's final ranking. Goldhill drops a shot. Wow. Now things are getting interesting, ladies and gentlemen. You've got Oliver Goldhill dropping a shot there. He's going to go back to 16 under par. So Tristan Leonard will be in the clubhouse with the solo lead now on 17 under. Oliver's going to go back to 16 under and join Daniel Cranier. Jacques van der Merwe for eagle on the last hole of the season. We saw how fast this putt was from Leon Visser. Can he trickle it in? Looks good. Oh, just stops turning very end. Good season, Jacques van der Merwe. You can be very proud of yourself. Looking forward now to the Sunshine Tour next season. Jacques just tidy up for his birdie. Formality. Couple feet up the hill. Yep, good season, good day, good week. Awesome stuff, Jacques. 1 eagle, 2 birdies to finish off his season with a 1 under par 71 to get to 11 under par. He's going to be in that group at T6. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it is turning out to be a very exciting finish. Oliver Goldhill and Daniel Cranier are going to come down the 18th, 1 shot back of the lead. What can they do? We've got Tristan Leonard shooting an unreal round of 65, featuring a lot of birdies to finish his week off on 17 under. We've got Travis Proctor, Joe Sullivan, Leon Visser with all rounds of under par. Matt Miller, Jake Bolton, Jacques van der Merwe, and Adam Bream also finishing their round under par. Drama to come on the last. We've got 2 competitors left out there, Oliver Goldhill and Daniel Cranier. What can they do? An eagle would win them the tournament, and a birdie gets them into a playoff. Shout out to Betway for being a great sponsor. Alright, 18th tee, Daniel Cranier, first to play. Shout out to Betway, Ultron, and DNI for being 3 main sponsors for our tour. Would like to see him hit this up the right over the bunker. Looks like he's quite happy with that one. Oh yeah, he's just pounded that up the right. It's going to leave him with a very doable eagle chance. And we've got Oliver Goldhill up next. This will suit his shape. Just send one right to left up in the stratosphere and see if he can carry that right-hand bunker. Should end up in a similar spot to... Look like he hit it really high. Yeah, just carries the bunker. Doesn't have enough firepower to reach the fairway like Daniel did, but in a good spot to attack the pin.
Yeah.
The whole season of golf comes up to this last hole at Waterkloof Country Club. Can Oliver and Daniel make an eagle to win the event, or will we have a playoff? See the winds howling from the left. Tristan Leonard in the clubhouse with a 65 today. He's on 17 under. Oliver Goldhill and Daniel Cronier are on 16 under. One hole to play, the par 5 18. Can they do something special? Travis Proctor, Joe Sullivan, Leon Visser finish on 12 under par. Matt Miller, 7 birdies en route to a 67. Jake Bolton, 1 under 71. Three-time winner Jacques van der Merwe finishing today with a 71. Betway Big Easy Tour final at the beautiful Waterkloof Golf Club. Bradley De Beer shooting 1 under today. Tyron Ryan struggling a little bit. Ronald Rugamayo with round of the day, tying at 65, 7 under par. Brandon Peters, a man with a lot of experience, will be welcome back to the Sunshine Tour next season. Vaughan van der Venter, Hans Stroh finished their week up on 5 under. Andrew Williams, Jaden Delto, and LB Bischoff are part of that second page leaderboard. Oliver Goldhill and Daniel Cronier. Can they make an eagle? An eagle would take them 1 ahead of Tristan Leonard right now. What a finish we have in store for you guys. The Betway Big Easy Tour schedule coming up will be Killarney Country Club, followed by Heron Banks Golf and River Estate, Ramsey Country Club, Eagle Canyon, Eye of Africa, who have hosted a lot of prestigious events, the beautiful Silver Lakes Golf and Wildlife Estate, Krugersdorp Golf Club, Peakenwood Golf and Country Club, Reading Country Club, all finishing with Makofle Golf Club on the 24th of November. Notables, Makofle Country Club is actually home to Charles Schwartzel. Killarney Country Club have been very involved with the Betway Big Easy Tour this season and the Bushveld Tour, and they're doing great things for golf in South Africa. Eagle Canyon has hosted a couple prestigious first stage qualifying schools. Peakenwood Golf and Country Club have hosted a European Tour event co-sanctioned with the Sunshine Tour event. It's amazing, this Betway Big Easy Blue Label Unlimited Invitational Tour provides so many opportunities for the players. Everyone trying to cement their way onto the Sunshine Tour. All to play for, number 18 for these two guys. Oliver Goldfield's just in the right-hand rough, and he's going to be first to play, followed by Daniel Cronier, who smoked a fairway up in the fairway, and he's not got too much coming in. Well, doesn't look like he's got a terrible lie. Looks like he can get something on the back of the ball. You're allowed to move loose impediments around your ball as long as it doesn't impact your lie or move your ball. I would say he's got somewhere around 180 meters to the front of the green. He's really going to have to hit something a bit high so it lands softly. That wind's off the left, so might not suit his shape the best, as he does like hitting it right to left. Alright, Oliver. What can you do? Final hole of the season, potentially. Can you stick one in close and make an eagle? Sit, he says. Maybe it's a bit long. Oh, it's a great shot from Oliver. You know, all things accounted from the rough, you can't really control your distance that well. He's going to have a great opportunity to win this flat out unless Daniel does something. Gotta think Daniel's got the advantage here. Uphill, par 5, around 170 meters to the front of the green. What can he do? He would be the first person ever in Big Easy history to get 4 wins. Oh, what a shot from Daniel Cronier. Wow. That is going to be for an eagle look, and that's going to be to get 1 ahead of Tristan Leonard. What a shot. Impressive stuff from our leaders here, or our final group, I mean. 2 eagle putts coming up for you guys. All the drama on the 18th green. See, Leonard's finished his day with a 7 under 65. He's sitting at 17 under par. Oliver Goldhill and Daniel Cronier are both going to have eagle looks to try and get to 18 under. If both of them 2-putt and make their birdie, there's going to be a 3-man playoff, but maybe one of them will make eagle and take the tournament in their hands. Travis Proctor finished with a 65 today. Joe Sullivan finishing with a 67th. Remember, Joe Sullivan's #1 order of the merit, and if Daniel wants to surpass him, he's going to have to win this week. Wonder what's going through Oliver's mind right now. His playing partner just hit one really close, and he's behind the ridge. He knows he's going to have quite a difficult putt coming down the hill. All he can do right now is just take some deep breaths, calm down, enjoy the moment. He's had a great season, and you never know what could happen right now. It's been like a boxing match all day, these two going at each other.
In the shade. Nice little setup.
Definitely one of the better finishes we've had. Well, what we saw from Leon Visser earlier in a similar position is you really don't need to hit the putt that hard. It's going to trickle down there and take the appropriate break. A little bit from the left in the beginning, and then maybe a little bit from the right at the end, but not too much. Just needs to get the pace right. If it doesn't go in, he wants a stress-free birdie, and he's going to have to make Daniel make his putt to win the tournament. Oliver Goldhill is going to be the first one to putt on 18. He's got about 10 paces down the hill for an eagle to get 1 ahead of Tristan Leonard. Oliver's not a very emotional player, but I think if he makes this one, we're going to see some fireworks. As you see down there, for anyone tuning in now, Leonard's finished his round and he's in the clubhouse at 17 under. Can Goldhill or Daniel Cronier make their putts to get to 18 under? Goldhill has his read, knows what he's got to do, knows what's on the line. Let's see what he can do. And it's off. Down the hill. Is it going to come back? Yeah, just a bit too much break. Not terrible. It's just going to have to stay focused right now, and hopefully Daniel misses his, and he's still got a putt to get into the playoff. Now, this last putt of the season all comes down to Daniel Cronier. Can he make eagle and win the tournament outright? This will be to get his place as #1 on the order of merit too. 16 under par with about 3 paces to get to 18 under par. For the win, Daniel Cronier. What are you made of? Can he pick the right line and hit it with the right pace? A little bit from the right. For the tournament. Oh! Narrowly misses out. Can't believe it didn't turn back to the left. Alright, so we've got 2 guys guaranteed at 17 under par. Can Oliver Goldhill make his birdie putt and get into the playoff? Wow, what a day. It's all come down to this last hole. Daniel could have made that and taken the title. Narrowly misses out. Oliver, I bet he wishes he maybe had a bit of better pace on his first putt. Looks like he's almost got 5 foot coming up the hill. Won't do too much. Maybe inside left and firm. Can he join the playoff with Tristan Leonard and Daniel Cronier? Yeah, great putt from Oliver Goldhill. Way to stay composed, stay calm, and roll it in. Time for a 3-way playoff. Daniel Cronier, Oliver Goldhill, and Tristan Leonard. This should just be a formality for Daniel. Nothing too difficult. Yep. Good finish, Daniel. Would have loved to make the eagle putt, but that's alright. He's going to have another chance in the playoff now. The playoff will be a sudden death, 1 hole at a time playoff, coming down the 18th, par 5. Well, that concludes play here at Waterkloof Country Club in regulation. We've got Tristan Leonard, Oliver Goldhill, and Daniel Cronier on 17 under par. Travis Proctor, Joe Sullivan, Leon Visser finishing their week tied 4th on 12 under par. Matt Miller, Jake Bolton, Jacques van der Merwe on 11 under, finishing 7th for the week. And Big Breezy on his own there at 10th on 9 under par. We've got Bradley DeBeer, Brandon Gildenhays, Tyrone Ryan all up there on 7, 8, 9 under. Ronald Rugemeyer with a 7 under 65, tying low round of the day. Tied for 14th with Brandon Peters, Vaughn van der Venter, and Hans Stroh. Hans Stroh, the only amateur in the field this week. Andrew Williamson, Jaden Deltel, and LB Bushhoff on the bottom of the second page leaderboard. Keon Rose, Lewis Liebenberg, Theron Nell, and Uli taking control of that third page. Philip Geertz, Richard Hubert, Lau Pedro, Dylan Germiges, and Austin Chiricello finishing off the third page leaderboard. And Harry Koenig would have been that 30th spot, but obviously he's injured, so he was in the commentating box earlier. Awesome to listen to him. Tristan Leonard, Oliver Goldhill, Daniel Cronier. All the drama here unfolding with the playoff coming down 18. What can happen? As we've seen in regulation, the 18th requires a nice high drive up the right tee. Try and carry those bunkers and get yourself into the fairway, leaving yourself with a mid-iron in. It's not easy though. If you hit it onto the second ridge of the green, you're going to be left with that tricky putt. We saw Oliver Goldhill have that putt and he could barely stop it within 5 foot. Some nice hardy-darties there, relaxing on the rocks. Here's the order of merit. Joe Sullivan taking that #1 position. Daniel Cronier finishing this week, and he's going to be in a playoff now. He needs to win. Jacques van der Merwe, Oliver Goldhill, followed by Harry Koenig, Brandon Peters, Dylan Germiges, Tristan Leonard, who should be securing his card now, Travis Proctor, Keon Rose sitting at 10th position. I don't know the exact numbers, but Keon Rose didn't have the best day, so he might be in jeopardy. He's on 473 points, but you can see he's played a substantially lower amount of events this season. It's quite impressive for him to be in that top 12 spot. Harry Koenig obviously been injured for the last couple months. Jaden Deltel taking position number 11 right now, and Ulrich Vandenberg on 401 points taking that 12th position. Lewis Bindenberg, Vaughn van der Venter, Bradley DeBeer, Braden Gildenhays, Lau Pedro, Matt Miller, Theron Nell, and Andrew Williamson sitting at 20th position. So Bradley came out firing this morning, but didn't finish his round on a great note. Thank you so much to Betway, Ultron, and the DNI. Awesome stuff. And be sure to tune in next week as the DNI go down to Cape Town to have the Tour Champs on the Sunshine Tour, which will consist of the top 50 leading available players. It's definitely going to be quite the finish down there in Cape Town. Who can take that top spot? Donny van Tonder sitting in 4th place right now after his win last week at Serengeti. We heard earlier from Jason Shields, who's the Betway leading sponsorship person at Betway. Thanks so much to him. Thank you so much to Andrew Hope as well. Some exciting stuff gonna be happening here. The players are just gonna go in and sign their scorecards and get ready for the playoff. It's gonna be a 3-way sudden death playoff coming up the 18th at Waterkloof Country Club. You've got the 22-year-old Tristan Leonard, Oliver Goldhill and Daniel Cornier all competing for that last win of the season at the Tour Champs, the Betway Big Easy Tour Final. Thanks so much to our sponsors. And thank you so much to Waterkloof Country Club for hosting this Tour Champs. The course is looking lovely and the greens are rolling smooth.
Hi, I'm Jason Shield, Head of Sponsorships at Betway Africa. From a partnership perspective, we are just thrilled to be a part of the Betway Big Easy Tour. You know, for us, it's really fantastic to be able to give a chance and to be able to just lay the platform down for so many of these golfers to take the next step within their golfing careers. You know, for some of these players to come out here and to win Sunshine Tour cards is really what it's about for us. So success of this partnership for us is essentially us just enabling the next generation of golfers to enable them to win their tour cards. So it's been a fantastic season, you know, to see some of the guys, some of the scores that they made, some of the first time winners that we've had on tour has been fantastic. And just from Betway's side, we wish them all the very best for this weekend and best of luck taking that next step within their careers. So our partnership with the Sunshine Tour has gone back about 7 years now. I think 2019 is when we first got involved. We've played various different roles within the Sunshine Tour and now we see ourselves as the title sponsor of the Betway Big Easy Tour. Like I said again, for us it's reinvesting into sport, it's investing into those communities in which we operate. So obviously when Thomas came to us and asked us to be involved with the Betway Big Easy Tour, that aligned with our strategic goals and kind of their objectives. So we're really happy to be involved and long may that continue. So our partnership hopefully just goes from strength to strength. Like I said, we've been a part of the Sunshine Tour for the last 7 years. We are currently in conversations with the tour to say, you know, where can we stay involved, where can we help, and where can we keep adding value. As obviously a big investor in South African sports, it's really important for us to stay involved. So yeah, the conversation is obviously ongoing. We just need to all align from a strategic, objective perspective, and hopefully long may that continue.
In on Jason Shields from Betway. Thanks so much as our main sponsor for the Betway Big Easy Tour. See the players there on the golf carts going off to the 18th tee. Everyone signed their scorecards and everyone's done their day. Now we just have a playoff. Tristan Leonard, Oliver Goldhill and Daniel Cornier are going to be the 3 contenders in this knockout playoff. It's going to be a sudden death playoff, so if 2 guys make birdie and 1 guy make par, then the 2 guys who made birdie continue the playoff. Tristan Leonard, 17 under par with a 65 today. Oliver Goldhill shooting 68. And Daniel Cornier shooting 69. All getting to 17 under par. And all are going to be a part of this playoff coming down the 18th at Waterkloof Country Club. Shout out to everyone following along on YouTube today. If you have any last minute questions, let me know. Johan Kroenke, we are showing the playoff, so stick around. It's going to be an exciting finish. So the tournament director or some tournament official should be up there flipping a coin. They'll pick who goes first. I think if you win the the coin toss, you get to decide what order you want to go. In my opinion, it's always an advantage going first. You can hit a good drive out there and put pressure on your competitors. Another question on YouTube, who am I backing? I think Oliver Goldhill has a good chance. He hasn't won this season and he's been playing great and he really relies on that flat stick, so maybe we'll see him make a lengthy eagle putt. Luke Nagura 7746. This is Waterkloof Country Club in Pretoria. We've got tournament director Ludwig up there putting their names in a hat. He's going to shake it up. Oh, and it looks Daniel's ball got selected first, so I'm sure he's going to elect to go first. Daniel Cranier, 25 years old, looking to be the first man to reach 4 event wins. Ollie is also 25. And Tristan Leonard is the young man in this group at 22 years old. Yeah, I think it definitely helps that Ollie has his friend on the bag in this playoff. Can really help him make smart decisions. Well, Daniel would love to recreate his drive in regulation. Needs to send one up that right half. He can easily carry that bunker. Leave himself with a short iron in again. Promise you one thing, he won't mess that line up again. Wow, looks like he just unloaded on that drive, and I think it's going to be even further than he got in regulation. Yeah, that's far up there. That's not going to leave him with much to negotiate with. Jason V5N5 from YouTube. Ludwig is a legend. Okay, we've got 22-year-old long-hitting Tristan Leonard. You know, he can probably hit it past Daniel if he catches one. Looks like he's electing to aim a little bit up the left. Probably going to hit a power cut down there. Looks like he smoked it. Is it turning back to the right? Yeah, maybe got caught up in the right hand rough. Not the end of the world. Oliver prefers that right to left shape, so he's going to try and start this just right of the bunker and bring it around. Yeah, look good. Oliver loved that. You can see him there in the fairway, just past the bunker. Paul Warren on YouTube asked if we're showing the ceremony. Here we have the unbelievable hole 18 at Waterkloof Country Club. Quite a rewarding par 5. You got to carry it over those right set of bunkers and then it'll leave you with a mid-iron in. Maybe someone who can't carry the bunkers will hit a 3-wood maybe towards the left side of the fairway and have a longer club coming in. The toughest part about the approach shot is the 3 segments of the green that you have to negotiate with. Front section, middle section, and back section. That pin's on the front section today. So definitely want to hit something on the front section of the green, maybe a little bit left of the pin. Yes, Paul Warrion. Stick around on the broadcast. We're going to bring everything to you. Thanks again to the sponsors this week and for the whole season, Betway, Ultron, and the DNI. Next week, the DNI is heading over to Cape Town for the regular Sunshine Tour champs. We've heard from Jason Shields a couple of times from Betway about how they're strategically aligning with the tour to bring us more sponsorships and help us in any way they can. Thanks so much to them. Ultron's been a long-lasting sponsor for the Big Easy Tour, so a big shout out to them. What a finish we have here on the 18th. 3 guys looking for a big win at the end of the season. The great thing is all 3 of them have their Sunshine Tour cards, so at least they know that they're going to the Sunshine Tour next season and they don't have to do something crazy here to get their card. Basically, this is all for reputation and winning a trophy and, you know, just the rights of winning the Tour champs. I think first to play will be Tristan Leonard. He's just on that right side rough. Assuming it'll go Tristan Leonard, then Oliver, and then Daniel Cranier. Nice to see Ollie and his caddy, all smiles up the fairway. I think that's the advantage of having a mate on the bag right now in the 18th hole in the playoff. Jason V5N5. Who is your 5 picks to win the DNI championships? You know what, Jason? I think Jason Roots has a great chance. Donnie Van Todder coming off some momentum. I think it's going to be quite an exciting finish next week in Cape Town. Once again, we're here with Tristan Leonard, Oliver Goldhill, and Daniel Cranier. 3 competitors consisting in this final hole playoff. James Truton, 5251, shout out. He said, let's go Tristan. And you, Jason, V5N5, who are your picks? Yeah, we've got Tristan Leonard here. The 22-year-old's going to be first to play. Oh, excuse me. Oliver Goldhill will be first to play from the fairway. Advantage Oliver right now. Looks like he hit something high. Not the happiest with it. Oh, not bad at all. Looks like he's got about 15 feet straight up the hill for his eagle. Good shot, Oliver. Alright, Tristan Leonard here, the 22-year-old. Big hitter. Let's see what he can do. I imagine he's going to try hit something very high and get it on that first segment of the green. Look happy with it. Posed with his finish. Oof, that's going to be a tough putt, Tristan. Maybe the adrenaline got the best of him there and just a little bit too long. You see this tree in front of Daniel? I don't think it's going to be a problem. He can hit the ball very high in the air. Looks like he's got some of lofted iron. Good contact. Can he get close? Not exactly sure where that's ended up. Well, right now I would say advantage Oliver Goldhill. I think he's also going to have a good idea what that putt does. He had a bit of a shorter one coming up the hill to get into the playoff. And if you're just tuning in now, we're on hole 18 at Waterkloof Country Club, the 469 meter par 5. This is a playoff. Tristan Leonard, Oliver Goldhill, and Daniel Cranier. Who's going to take the title? We've got Pauline Tainton, 4631. Shout out to you. She says, let's go, Ollie. Nice to see him and his caddy, looking very positive, trotting up the hill.
Just tell me how your day's going.
All three gentlemen can be very proud of the season they've had. They've all cemented their cards and they're heading to the Sunshine Tour next season. That's what it's all about. Well, I think I've spotted Daniel Cronier's ball there on the right, just in the bunker. He's going to have quite a difficult shot to negotiate with. He's going to have to trickle that onto the fringe and let it roll all the way down to the pin. I still think, if they're doing it based on who's further away from the hole, that Tristan Leonard will be first to play, or putt. But he might go first just because he's off the green. Looks like he's keen to play quite fast, Daniel. I think this is a bit of a lottery as well. He's got to land it exactly on the right spot on the fringe. Definitely not what he wanted to have. Might be better off just going a little bit left of the pin and leaving yourself an uphill birdie putt. Awesome scenes here on the 18th hole at Waterkloof Country Club. All the players from the whole season and all the spectators are surrounding the 18th green as we watch on this playoff. It's exactly what we want. Alright, Daniel, can you let this bunker shot come out? Sit on the green like it's got hot feet. Oh, what a shot. That is great. Great shot, Daniel. That's awesome. He's going to have a very short putt to tap in his for birdie. Well, that was clinical. Couldn't have hit a better bunker shot. I think Daniel's going to elect to just go and tap it in. At least then he knows what he's done and can watch on from his fellow competitors. Yeah. Great birdie, great up and down. Was out of position. Next we've got 22-year-old Tristan Leonard. Back of the green. Looks like his putt's more than 50 feet and it's going to be through two different segments of the green. So this is very tricky stuff, guys. Almost needs to shoot it off on the left there and get the pace exactly right so that putt almost comes down like Oliver Goldhill's putt did in regulation. If he gets the pace wrong, he could hit this off the green. I'm not even kidding. This is 10 out of 10 difficulty. Come on, Tristan. Do something crazy. Yeah, it was always going to be difficult. Not bad, not what he wanted. He's going to need that to stay in the playoff at least. Oliver might make this eagle putt and that would give him the win. Alright, Oliver Goldhill, it's been a long season, you've played great, but you're looking for that first win. Can you make this? .25-year-old Oliver Goldhill for the win. To win the Betway Big Easy Tour Champs. We saw Daniel had a putt earlier to win and didn't take advantage. Let's see what Oliver can do. It's got to be a little bit from the left. Don't think he needs to worry about the pace too much as he's going up the hill. Oh, wow. Hit a great putt. Just power lipped out on the left. Well, that opens the door for Tristan Leonard to make his putt and join the second playoff hole. What a finish we have here for you guys. Shout out to Graham Vandermerver. He's tuning in on YouTube. Said I'm doing a great job. Thanks, Graham. Let me know if we got any more iron shafts for the DNI Tour Champs. All right, Tristan Leonard, 22 years old. Can he cement his spot in the second playoff hole? Couple deep breaths, get that heart rate down where you wanted. Just give yourself the best chance to make a putt that you want to make. Maybe inside left, left edge. Don't think it's going to move too much. Straight up the hill. Yeah, great putt, Tristan. What a putt. Great putt. Well, there you have it, folks. Oliver needs to make his putt now to join the playoff. Yeah, very good from all three players. 3 clinical birdies. Let's see what the next playoff has in store for them. Oliver can't be too upset. I think he hit a good putt. Maybe had a touch too much speed to it, and that's why it lipped out. We're going to catch up with our tournament direct here, Ludwig Mañana. Hear from him now.
My name is Ludwig Mañana, and I'm the tournament director for the Big Easy Tour. I've been doing my job that I love so much for the past 21 years, and here we are at the final of the Big Easy Tour. Big Easy is very important for the Sunshine Tour, as it's a stepping stone for the guys to come compete in the highest level to qualify, because at the end of the day they get 12 cars to play in the main tour. It's very, very important to see young players playing in, and as we choose such golf courses to showcase their talent and to show that here in South Africa we've got young players who can make it. Waterkloof golf course is a very, very exciting, very challenging. The greens are very quick and it's well maintained. It's at the highest level, so this is where you're gonna get a proper winner from coming out of this golf course. Obviously, the main thing is talking with the greenkeeper to make sure that our back tees are saved for the tournament, and mainly that the greens are kept at a certain speed. They are not slow, they are not too quick, just to make it very, very exciting for the players. So here we came to a golf course that is very clean, so easy job this week, but challenging for the players.
There you have it. That was Ludwig Mañana. Sorry, I butchered name earlier, Ludwig. Back to the YouTube channel. We've got Rebecca Cronier supporting Daniel Cronier. Shout out to her. Daniel first to play again on the tee. Looking to possibly get this drive in the fairway this time. I mean, it wasn't too bad earlier. Martin Volster, great Sunshine Tour player, says, "Let's go, Daniel." Looks quite happy. Early tee pickup. Well, we can assume that's long and straight. Tristan Leonard, 22 years old. Can he step up to the plate again and possibly make an eagle this time? Just aiming up that left half again. Can he fade something back into the fairway? Looked a bit better this time. Yeah, not bad. Carried it over the bunker. We see Daniel's balls just caught up there in the first cut, just left of the bunker. Ollie, the door's open for that fairway. Like I said earlier, loves to shape the ball right to left. Yep. Just avoided the bunkers and in the fairway again. Shout out to Martin Volster. He's actually 34th on the Order of Merit on the Sunshine Tour this season, and he's going to be looking to go over to Cape Town next week for the DNI Tour Champs. Thanks for tuning in, Martin. We're at Waterkloof Country Club this week. What a beautiful location to have the Tour Champs, established in 1969. It's been redesigned by Peter Matkovich and Dale Hayes in 2004.
Hi, my name is Gerard Lombard. I'm the General Manager at Waterkloof Golf Club, and we are honored to host the Betway or Big Easy Tournament for the week. We just finished our Pro-Am, very successful, and we're looking forward on the week going forward. The golf course was built, the construction started in '68, and it was actually finished in '74, and the club existed for quite a while, and it was revamped in 2004 by the well-known Peter Matkovich and Dale Hayes, and we are still honored to play on the same golf course, obviously with improvements as we went along, and a very enjoyable golf course. The course is in a magnificent condition due to our course maintenance people and our superintendent, and we are all enjoying every minute of it. We do 50,000 rounds plus per annum, and we have currently about 753 members, but we're running a junior facility as well, whereby we have about 150 juniors playing golf. They're again trying to accommodate all aspects. A very important additional aspect is that the disabled golf, the SA Disabled Golf, is associated with Waterkloof Golf Club, and those members are all members here, and they also play their golf here. You know, the staff starts at 5 o'clock in the morning, and they do their jobs before a tournament like this. They tee off at 7 o'clock. By then, the golf course is prepared on a professional basis, presenting it on a professional basis back to the players, and I hope they enjoy every minute of it.
Thanks so much to Mr. Lombard there, telling us a bit of information about the beautiful Waterkloof Country Club. Well, we're here on the second playoff hole, the 469-meter par 5. We've got Oliver Goldhill in the fairway. I think he's going to be playing first to the green. We've got Tristan Leonard just right rough over the bunker, and Daniel Cronier just in the fairway too, just past Oliver. I'd say right now advantage Daniel again. I think Ollie's going to have a bit further this time. Probably something closer to 200 meters up the hill. Probably a 7 or 6 iron. Just give yourself another putt, Ollie. Rolling it good. One will go in soon. The second playoff hole. Oliver Goldhill. Oh, maybe lost it a touch right. Yeah, not too bad. Can have a good opportunity to chip that one close or even in. Not what he wanted though. Alright, Daniel Cronier. Second playoff hole. Probably a little less club. Looking to go straight at this and put it close. Yeah, not what he wanted. I almost think Oliver's in a better position right now, chipping up the hill for eagle. Daniel's on the back of the green, kind of where we saw Tristan Leonard earlier. It's going to be a tough 2-putt. Tristan Leonard now right rough over the bunker. No tree problems really. Touch of a downslope. Still a tough shot. Likes it. Yeah, that's a great shot from there. You know, it might be a little bit long, but at least he's on that middle portion of the green where you see Daniel Cronier's on that back portion. There's 3 tiers. Well, I would say Ollie probably has the best chance of holding his shot because he's got a less slope to deal with. Exciting finish here. This is the Betway Big Easy Tour Champs, and this is a playoff. 3 guys, Tristan Leonard, Oliver Goldhill, and Daniel Cronier, fighting for that final title. All 3 guys have secured their Sunshine Tour card for next season. So right now this is more about winning a trophy and getting your name paved into that trophy. Shout out to Betway, the Betway Big Easy Tour, DNI, and Ultron Logistics. Yeah, you can see Daniel can finally see how long his ball is on the green. It's going to be a very tough putt. I've seen a couple guys putt from there, and no one's 3-putted yet, but still a tough putt. I think Ollie has a great short game, great chipping motion, so he'll definitely be looking to get his chip closer to the hole, and who knows, maybe it'll drop in. I think Tristan Leonard did a great job from that right-hand side rough. I mean, he had to almost go left of the trees, cut it out of the rough, and get the distance all correct at the same time, so... I think Oliver is probably closest to the hole, but because he's off the green, he might be going first. Alright, Oliver Goldhill to play. For eagle. He's going to have to land this chip just on the green and let it trickle all the way to the pin. Oliver Goldhill. Yeah, not his best attempt there. Second playoff, you really need to scare the hole. Might be getting a bit tired at this point. Daniel Cronier is going to be next to play from the back of the green. You've got to think this is 50 plus feet. He's going to have to negotiate 2 segments of the green, take it over that ridge and let it trickle all the way down to the hole. Like I said earlier, if you hit a putt too hard from this position on the green, it could go all the way off the front of the green. Shout out to PD Roots. He says, hi from Carnoustie. Hi PD, thanks for tuning in with us. And then Shannon Glenn says, go Ollie. Alright, well, it's been a strange day for Daniel Cronier. It's got about 50 plus feet for an eagle. Looks like the rain's coming down a little bit too. Oh, excuse me, that is a fountain in the river. Ha ha ha. That might be a beer for the whole staff today. Alright, Daniel. Sends it up the left. I think this is a little bit of a better line. Oh, it's got a chance, guys. Trickling down. Oh, what a putt. 10 out of 10. You know what, Daniel? You hit a great putt and had a chance to go in. Can't ask for much more. Wow, I really thought that thing was going in. Well, Tristan putted here on the last playoff hole and had to have gotten a little bit of a look from Daniel. Let's see what he can do. He's just got to send it up the left ever so gently and let it trickle down that ridge of the green and see if it drops in. For the win. The Betway Big Easy Tour Champs. To win the tournament. Maybe a little bit scared after the last putt he hit on the last playoff hole, but it's not left him a great look. Alright, well, Tristan, don't get too upset. Focus your attention on the next putt and just try and make it. Tristan's going to be first to go now. It's going to be an interesting read because we've seen some people come up the left and then it's gone left. I mean, this could go right or left. I'm not 100% sure. Just going to have to pick a line and pick a pace and commit the best he can. Well, things are getting exciting here at the end. I've got to think his nerves are going to be a bit higher now. I mean, this is not an easy putt. Wants to win so badly, and you know if he holds this, his chances are still alive. Tristan Leonard, second playoff hole, Betway Big Easy Finals. Can he keep his dreams alive? Couple calm practice swings. Get the heart rate down, take a deep breath, and hit the putt. Oh, what a putt from the young man. 22 years of age, but showing a lot of experience here in the playoff. It's a great putt. And you see him shaking his head. He obviously is not happy with his first putt, but not a big deal. Alright, Daniel Cronier back up the hill for his birdie to join Tristan. Seems really solid over these types of putts, so I'm expecting him to make this. About 5 feet up the hill. Yeah, great putt from Daniel Cronier. Well, no one's backing off right now. Everyone's got ice in the veins. Can Oliver Goldhill make this to join the other two and make the third hole a three-man playoff? Goldhill, fourth shot, for birdie. Yeah, very nice, boys. Clinical stuff. Everything happens on the greens here. You see, if you can't make that putt for birdie, you're not joining the playoff on the next. As things stand today at the end of play, we've got Travis Proctor, Joe Sullivan and Leon Visser finishing on 4th at 12 under par. Matt Miller, Jake Bolton, Jacques van der Merwe finishing on 11 under par and tied 7th. And then Big Breezy there at 10th on 9 under par. Obviously the first three gentlemen are in the playoff going on right now. They're going to make their way to the 18th for the third playoff hole. Shout out to Betway. Thanks for being our main title sponsor. Coming at you at the Betway Big Easy Tour Final at the beautiful Waterkloof Golf Club. Who's going to get it done here on the third playoff hole? Are we going to have another playoff hole, or is someone going to break through and make an eagle? As the players make their way back to the tee on the golf carts. This is the third playoff hole now. We're going to be playing the par 5 18th, 469 meters. We've got 22-year-old Tristan Leonard and 25-year-old Oliver Goldhill and Daniel Cronier. All three boys have birdied the playoff hole, the first two playoff holes. Wonder what they're thinking. Change the strategy a little bit, maybe a bit more aggressive. Try and go for that eagle, or keep making birdies and try and make the other two tired. Takes a lot of mental strength to play a whole round of golf, get yourself into a playoff, and now you're in the third playoff hole. It's a lot of golf, a lot of walking, a lot of thinking, a lot of stuff you got to commit to. Whoever does win, I'm sure they're going to be fantastically happy winning the Betway Big Easy Final Tour Tournament. The order will stay the same. Daniel Corinier will be going first, followed by Tristan Leonard, and then last but not least will be Oliver Goldhill. Come Daniel, you've got the distance. Send one over that right bunker and leave yourself a 9-iron and in. Yeah, little stretch there. Get the back feeling better. Alright, let's see what this young man can deliver. Third playoff hole, Waterkloof Country Club, hole 18. Yeah, he's pounded that and loves it. Let's see if he can get in the fairway over the bunker there. Yeah, very nice, Daniel. AA1. Next to play will be Tristan Leonard. We've seen him aim up the left both the first 2 times, and he's going to be doing it again here. Can he cut something back into the fairway? Yeah, pretty happy with that. Yeah, great drive, Tristan. It's going to really set him up for a better second shot coming in. Oliver Goldhill doesn't look too happy with it. Maybe a touch left. Really awesome job from the greenskeeper this week. He's been maintaining these groups perfectly for the Big Easy Tour champs. We're going to hear from him now.
I'm Drickus Nieuwoud. I'm the greenkeeper here at Waterkloof Golf Club. For us, preparation starts day to day. We try to keep the golf course tournament ready every single day. But of course, there's a lot of attention to detail put in and a bit more work on the greens to be done for a tournament like this to be hosted. My opinion, the signature hole is the 9th hole. Just the way it plays, it's quite a long par 4, and the green being a bit slopey, it's quite difficult green as well. So with the length combined with the green, I think it's make it a unique Waterkloof hole. Like I said, for us, we try to keep the golf course tournament ready. We just had club champs over the weekend. So our members was pretty happy with the condition of the course. So just to keep up with the green speed, make them nice and firm, fast, that's what our members like. So with the build up of this, it's all in favor of our members. We got a bit of rain on the weekend and prior to that, so the greens are a little bit soft, but they're running true, they're running pretty fast. So the guys can expect pretty good greens, overall good conditions. Course looking very well at the moment, due to rain helping a bit as well. So yeah, I think the guys gonna have an enjoyable week coming up.
Awesome to hear from the greenskeeper here at Waterkloof Country Club. I mean, from personal experience, this course has the best greens in the area. They're always sublime, always in good condition, always rolling nicely, and they're always got some speed to them. The boys walking up the fairway here on the third playoff hole. Can't really say anyone has too much of an advantage. All three players hit a pretty decent drive. Daniel hit quite a long one, past those bunkers all the way onto the fairway. Yeah, Ollie might have actually lost his a bit left. He does like to shape the ball right to left, so maybe just got a little bit under it. Very impressed with this young man, Tristan Leonard. He's had 2 outside chances for birdie putts and he's held both of them. Even in regulation, he made that great up and down right of the green to get himself into the playoff. Oliver Goldhill, first to play, third playoff hole, par 5, 469 meters. Probably going to have some sort of long iron coming into the front pin position on the right-hand side of the green. Oliver Goldhill, approaching to the last. Looks quite happy with it. Yeah, it's not going to be a bad shot at all. It's going to leave him with an outside chance at eagle. Tristan Leonard, 22 years old, third playoff hole, looking for his first win of the season. Could it be the final event? Didn't look like too much club. High, fading. Oh, that's going to be a tough spot to be. Looked like his ball rolled over to the middle of the bunker. Alright, well, Daniel Cronier definitely has the driver's advantage here. Can he stick some in close and put some pressure on the boys? Probably got an 8 iron or a 9 iron. Something he can definitely stop near that pin. Great angle of the 18th green there. You can see everyone looking along. Wow, this looks left. Oof, not a great shot. Yeah, I can see the pressure still getting to the boys. Everyone wants to win. Well, Daniel's not going to be too thrilled with that, but he just needs to stay calm and present. Awesome to be here, bringing you guys the Betway Big Easy Tour finals. Who's going to get through this playoff? We've got Tristan Leonard, Daniel Cronier, and Oliver Goldhill. Tristan's a bit out of position in that right-hand greenside bunker. Daniel looks like he's just shorter in the left-hand side greenside bunker, and we've got Oliver just short left of the green. I would say advantage Oliver right now. Can probably get a putter on it if he wants, or even use some kind of wedge. He's got a lot of options. Tristan might be first to play here. Look like
I'm sorting out
he almost
now, please.
He almost thought like his shot was actually going to be really good. Maybe he just flew 10 extra meters and then called this bunker. You can see the golf club up there. Everyone enjoying a beverage. You've got some people surrounding the green, watching in, want to see all the drama unfold. So I think they're just deciding who's going first. Maybe asking Oliver. Just depends who's a bit further. I think Daniel's actually going to be first to play. Not an easy bunk shot. I mean, at least he has a lot of green to work with. He could potentially chunk and run this all the way out to the hole, or he could try and land something a bit further on between the pin and where he is on the left side and let it trickle down the slope. Couple different options here. Just needs to commit to one. Good contact. Yeah, not bad at all. Situation at hand. Make clean contact. He's got about 8 foot down the hill to save his birdie. Keep the playoff dreams going. Back to the 22-year-old Tristan Leonard. Turned pro in 2025, so this is all new experiences for him. Gotta think this is maybe a bit harder than when we saw Daniel Cronier there, because Daniel was on the upslope. Tristan seems like he's more in the base of the bunker. He's gonna really have to get his wedge behind this ball and get some height on it and land it in the fringe. Gotta have really soft hands here. Really believe that you're gonna strike it where you want it to in the sand, and it'll come down the way you want. Like Tony John says, you need this to come out like it's got sore feet. Good contact, good height. Yeah, not bad. It's going to be another nervy putt though for Tristan. He's holed 2 of them already. Can he do it again? Alright, well the door is very open here for Oliver Goldhill. And he's still got an eagle look, and he knows if he cozies us up within a foot or two, he can tap it in and force the other 2 boys to make their birdie putts. I hope he does something smart here and doesn't go for the eagle. Can easily put a putter in his hand and die down there. If it goes in, it's just a bonus. Alright, Oliver electing to go with the wedge. He's going to definitely play some kind of low checking bump and run. Try and trickle it in the hole like a putt. Can Oliver Goldhill do it? 3rd playoff hole, Betway Big Easy final. The ball's in your corner, Oliver. Oliver Goldhill, 3rd playoff, 3rd shot. Oh, it's a good shot. Solid golf shot. Got a couple feet to negotiate with back up the hill for his birdie. Alright, well now we have a good old putting competition.
There's a screen there. Tell me what you see.
Not sure who's going first here, Daniel or Tristan. Tristan's got an uphill putt coming a little bit from the left. Daniel's going to be down the hill a little bit from the right. Tristan Leonard, the 22-year-old, first to go. Looks like he's got about 12 foot up the hill. Needs to keep up the pace. Can he do it again? He's done it 3 times. Can he do it for a 4th? Once in regulation and twice in the playoffs so far. Oh, looked like he had a good putt, to be honest. Unlucky Tristan. Good week, good season, and welcome to the Sunshine Tour. Next will be Daniel Cronier, all of about 8 foot, coming down the hill, a little bit from the right. Can he make this and put a little bit more pressure on Oliver to make his birdie putt? If he misses this, then the door's open for Oliver. Daniel Cronier, hole 18, third playoff hole, Betway Big Easy Finals. Can Daniel make this 8-footer down the hill to potentially stay in the playoff? Oof. Narrowly misses on the right. Well, Oliver Goldhill, the tournament is yours to win now. This is the Betway Big Easy Tour Champs final tournament of the season. We've got Oliver Goldhill, third playoff hole, 4 foot up the hill for the win. Deep breath, commit to your line, and get the job done, Ollie. Oliver! Good job, boy. What a way to get your first win. 3 playoff holes. Good job, Oliver. Very, very nice stuff from all 3 guys. What a competition. Oliver Goldhill, Betway Big Easy Tour Final winner. First round 61, 11 under, followed with round 2, 72 under, with a 4 under, 68 in round 3, and a 3-hole playoff. You can see how much means it to Ollie. Great stuff. Let's listen in on the interview now with Andrew Hope.
This season here on the Betway Big Easy Tour, champion in Oliver Goldhill. Ollie, how does that moment feel? A first victory as a professional since turning professional?
Yeah, I don't have many words to say right now, but just proud of the way I played today. Me and my caddy had a really good strategy and we stuck to it and it paid off, and just, yeah, so happy.
Tell us about that playoff hole, not to just defy the odds, beat Tristan, but also slay the giant that is, Daniel Cronier, who's won 6 times since October as a professional.
Yeah, I've been trying to get one over Dan for the last couple months. He's evaded me the last few times, but I'm just proud of myself. I really stuck into it, and I think I had a chance in the first hole and just evaded me, but I'm so excited to get it done now. Really excited.
You've stamped your mark this season on the Betway Big Easy Tour. In a sublime scoring out there. We saw it at the previous tour. We saw it this week, setting up with 61 on the opening round.
Yeah. I've played such good golf and just mentally been so strong the last few months. I can't thank my team enough. Robbie, Mark, Joel, my caddy Sean. I mean, he's really helped me in these last few months, and my family, Joel from back home. Just too many people to thank, and I'm just really grateful to everyone.
What an incredible platform this is, and now you'll be plying your trade on the Sunshine Tour, as finishing in the top 12 on the Order of Merit standings.
Yeah, it's just awesome. I'm a Sunshine Tour player now. It's just unreal, and glad I got it done today, and looking forward to the new season.
Ollie, congratulations. Deserved winner of the final on the Betway Big Easy Tour.
Thank you. Cheers, guys. Thanks.
Awesome here on the final day of the final Big Easy of the year. Shout out to Betway, the Betway Big Easy Finals. We heard it there from Oliver Goldhill, how excited he is to make his way to the Sunshine Tour next season. Can even see Harry Koenig, who was in the box with me earlier here. He's made his way down to Waterkloof. He's there congratulating Ollie. close friends, those two. Awesome to see everyone stuck around, congratulating Oliver's achievement this week. Joe Sullivan will maintain his #1 position on the Order of Merit as well. I'm sure he's happy. Alright, well, this was the Betway Big Easy Tour final. Oliver Goldhill withstood a 3-hole playoff, finishing off at 17 under in regulation. Tristan Leonard, Daniel Corinier finishing second together. Travis Proctor, Joe Sullivan, Leon Visser finishing on 12 under, tied 4th. Matt Miller, Jake Bolton, Jacques van der Merwe finishing on 11 under, tied 7th. And Adam Bream, known as Big Breezy, finishing off on 9 under par in 10th place. We've got Bradley De Beer leading the second page of the leaderboard, followed by Brandon Gildenhays, Tyron Ryan, Ronald Rugemeyer with a great 65 today, Brandon Peters, Von van der Venter, Amateur Honstro finishing on 5 under, tied in 14th. Andrew Williamson, Jaden Delto, LB Bushoff leading the final 3 on the second page of the leaderboard. Final round of the leaderboard, we see Keon Rowe shot a 72 today to finish 3 under, tied for 20th. Richard Hubbard finished his yearly campaign on 3 over, 72 today to finish 26th. And Austin Chericella, the American, finishing on 15 over par in 29th position. There you have it. Oliver Goldhill takes the title in the 4th playoff hole. The Betway Big Easy Tour Final. Shout out Betway, DNI, and Ultron. Back in action starting 21st of April at Killarney Country Club. Then we move to Heron Banks Golf and River Estate, followed by Ramsey Country Club. Then we've got Eagle Canyon, 18th of August, followed by Eye of Africa. What an iconic site. Silver Lakes Golf and Wildside Estate showing up on the 29th of September. Krugersdorp Golf Club, followed by Pekinwood Golf and Country Club. Then we head over to the south at Reading Country Club, finished by McCofley Golf Club, home of Charles Schwartzel, on the 24th of November. That is some schedule, some great courses, some great competitions we've have in store for you. All here on the Betway Big Easy Tour. Looking forward to the new candidates coming up, trying to get themselves on the Sunshine Tour. You know what they say, greatness begins here. I think Oliver Goldhill and all the other guys who got their carts today have a great chance to go to the Sunshine Tour next season and really have a strong first-year rookie campaign. I think Oliver, Daniel, and Tristan are all going to be in contention for that rookie year of the spot. Really looking forward to that Eye of Africa Signature Golf Estate event on the 25th of August. They've had some unreal events, some co-sanctions with the European Tour, and they used to host the PGA Championship now, which has made its way over to St. Francis. And we've got Killarney starting us off on the 21st of April. They've really been great for South African golf lately, hosting numerous events, including pre-qualifications and Sunshine Tour events. We started our first Sunshine Tour event in January off at Killarney Country Club. That was won by Benjamin Follett-Smith from Zimbabwe. Thanks to everyone who followed along today on our YouTube live stream. Hold on a little bit longer and you'll be able to see the trophy ceremony. Follow us on our socials, Sunshine Tour on YouTube, Facebook, X. This is the Betway Big Easy Tour Final. We're going to also give you an updated order of merit as soon as we can. This is the final event on the Betway Big Easy schedule for the 2025-2026 season. Once again, Oliver Goldhill proclaimed victory in that 4-hole playoff, making birdie on the final 4th one. He shot a round of 68 today, 4 under par. Tristan Leonard had an unbelievable fight back towards the end there, making birdie on 17 and 18 to get himself into the playoff. Daniel Corinier with a smooth 3 under 69 today to get himself into the playoff, followed by Travis Proctor, Joe Sullivan, Leon Visser on 12 under, Matt Miller, Jake Bolton, Jacques van der Merwe on 11 under, and Big Breezy at 9 under, 10th. Second leg of the leaderboard consists of Bradley DeBeer, Brandon Hildenhays, Tyron Ryan, Ronald Rugemeyer shot an outstanding round of 65 today, sharing that score of the day honors. The veteran Brandon Peters will be looking forward to his return to the Sunshine Tour. Hans Stroh, Andrew Williamson, Jaden Delto, and LB Bushoff. A lot of these guys were wishing good luck at Q School in 2 weeks, trying to get their card another way. And that final page of the leaderboard led by Keon Rose, Lewis Liebenberg, Theron Nell, Ulrich Vanderberg. We're just holding on here, showing you guys the leaderboard. We're going to bring you the prize ceremony as soon as we can here. They're going to be awarding Oliver Goldhill with the tournament trophy. We're also going to be doing a ceremony for the leading 12 on the Order of Merit who are going to secure their Sunshine Tour cards for next season. My name is Ricky Hendler. I play on the Sunshine Tour, and it's been a privilege to bring you all this coverage today. Another huge shout out to Betway, DNI, and Ultron. Thanks for your support. Here's prize giving. Ludwig Manyama, ready to present the trophy.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Waterkloof Golf Club. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 18th green prize giving presentation. To conclude a wonderful season on the Betway Big Easy Tour, 17th and final event of a history-making campaign. To your left, Ludwig Manyama, the general manager of the Betway Big Easy Tour, and Harold Lombard, the GM of Waterkloof Golf Club. First and foremost, to introduce our Order of Merit champion on the Betway Big Easy Tour for the 2025-26 campaign out of England, Joe Sullivan. A nail-biting finish in the end, eclipsing, cementing his spot at the summit ahead of Daniel Corinier, unfortunately lost in a grueling playoff. The winner of the playoff for the final, first victory as professional on tour, and also will be making his way to the Sunshine Tour next season. We introduce Oliver Goldhill. Gerard, if I can just ask you to hand over the Big Easy wine to our winner here today. And Mr. Manyama, can you do the honors? The winner of the Betway Big Easy Tour final here at Waterkloof Golf Club, Oliver Goldhill. Ollie, give that trophy a lift. And with that concludes the prize giving. Thank you to everyone. Drive home safe. We'll see you next season. And congratulations to the top 12 on the Order of Merit, who now will be plying their trade on the Sunshine Tour.
Well, that was the prize giving. Here's the Betway Big Easy Tour ending order of merit. Wow, Joe Sullivan just nicking Daniel Crinier for that #1 spot with 1,396 points. Daniel Crinier close second with 1,342, followed by Oliver Goldhill, who won today, kicking out Jacques van der Merwe on that #3 spot, followed by Tristan Leonard finishing at #5 for the season. Congrats Harry Koenig, who we had in the box earlier, finishing #6 on the order of merit, followed by Travis Proctor at #7, Brandon Peters, Sunshine Tour veteran at #8, Dylan Hermehays, welcome to the Sunshine Tour for the first time, and Keon Rose at #10. Jaden Deltel picks up that 11th spot with 518 points, and Ulrich Vandenberg, welcome back to the Sunshine Tour, nicking that 12th and final position with 445 points. And then we've got the Sunshine Tour transformation players to receive their Sunshine Tour cards. We've got Lyle Pedro, Joaquin Hess, Muziwalo Nethunzi, Santiago Mini, Jordan Numi, and Tabiso Nakobo. Oh, there we have the ceremony, the 12. We've got Brandon Peters in the middle, he's a big boy. Joe Sullivan to his right, Jacques van der Merwe to his left, Travis Proctor, Jaden Delto, Dylan Hermehays, Kean Rose, and Daniel Crinier. Then we've got the big boy Harry Koenig on the end on the right. He was in the box with me earlier. Congrats everyone. Woo. Hats in the air. What a moment for the boys. See Harry limping off there. Well, my name is Ricky Handler, and it was a privilege calling shots today with you guys. Thanks for tuning in on the live stream. It was a great honor to be here, broadcasting the final round of the Betway Big Easy Tour Champs.
All right, James, if you can stand there again.